Emergency stream, emergency stream. Better, you guys are all as pro-gun as you say you are. You better call your representatives.
The shooting range is through this door. Your big
How fitting. Oh, I gotta select this stream. There we go.
destroy the sonic turret. Destroy
What's at risk? Get ready for it. So
and you'll get
I will pause my game first. There is a vote right now. There's a budget reconciliation bill that's going on right now. People barely know about this. Basically, it's going in the committee right now. We are trying to. Well, I mean, a lot of pro-gun legislators are trying to get short-barreled rifles and suppressors off of the NFA. Like I'm not, and I mean getting rid of it entirely. And this is the only way to realistically do it now, because if you don't get in this budget bill, you have to get 7 Democrats to get through a filibuster. So this is it. You only need a simple majority in this budget bill. You just need a simple majority. Hopefully, wait, I'm going to check if my microphone's on. Yep, it's on. You just need a simple majority. If this is just like if you're as pro-gun, like repeal the NFA, call your representative. Just call him. I am not a good public talker. A lot of you can know that. And I called my representative anyway. I'm pretty sure he is as pro-gun as me. Maybe less. However, I still called. If you don't have a representative, if it's a Democrat, I'm sorry, I'm going to be biased. If you have a Democrat representative, call either the majority whip, the majority leader, or Speaker Johnson. My bad, I'm a foreigner. Hey, it's not the only thing. Maybe you could just retweet shit. I don't know. Just ask someone, know someone. This stream is what? Oh wow. Oh, it's too choppy. I don't care. 720p. What matters is my voice. It's whining. No, what we need. This is it. This is one of the biggest wins you could ever get. The FRT trigger win was pretty good. This is what we need. We need this. We need this to get through. I'm sorry if you're not a American. It doesn't affect you. But this is probably the best way to get rid of gut most of the NFA. We still machine gun. I don't think they're pushing for machine guns because that's pretty unsavvy to do right now. Machine guns should be off the NFA. But it's short-barreled rifles and short-barreled shotguns. I'd love to see us make 540 by 39. Yeah, gun. We need. I know if this only makes one person call, it's a win. This live stream is bigger than my channel. It's bigger than anything else. If I could just get like at least just one person, just get someone to. If you know someone who cares about your gun rights, make sure they call. How long would it take if passed? Okay, so if we're talking about it getting in this bill, so they're ruling to. So right now, this budget, I think Trump's big budget bill. It's getting ruled on at 1 a.m. Eastern time. I'm trying to think 1 a.m. Eastern time. Yep. And I think since it's a budget bill, it's just going to fly past because Trump just, like it or not, Trump is just going to sign whatever the hell's on his desk. He's not really pushing for it because we can debate if he's really as pro 2A or as anti 2A as some people say. I'm in the camp that he's a little bit more pro 2A than people think he is. But as of now, this is not his main concern. It is our main concern to get it passed. So I feel like if this got into the budget bill, it's just going to zoom past everything because if you're a Republican and you're not falling on line with Trump, you're just in this budget bill, you're not doing really good. I know Thomas Massey isn't falling in with a lot of the budget stuff, but that's more because he's a libertarian. You just called your rep. Well, that was all worth it. If you see, look, he called his rep. Notice I'm an awful live streamer. I'm a fucking terrible live streamer, and I called my representative. Anyone else can. It's so easy. You just call your rep. That little number, the 202-2241. It just helps you. You just ask who to speak to, and you just say your representative's name. Is the easiest thing ever. I might live stream all the way to 1 a.m. and see what happens. Live stream what happens. This is the most. This is more important than my funny Reddit video coming out soon. This is probably more important than anything. Have you considered nothing ever happens? But what if it happens? If nothing happens, then I know I did everything in my power. This is for my own sake. This is so I know I did everything in my power to push gun rights. I don't have a big platform. I have almost 10,000 subscribers, which is pretty cool. But just doing anything in my power, anything, then it's off my... Then, let's say, oh, it doesn't matter, these rhinos or whatever are just gonna gut it. Who cares? Let's primary them. Let's primary every single one of them. I want to live stream it. And we're going to see who votes against not including whoever votes against the deregulation suppressors and short barrel rifles, write down their names, primary them. That's all we have to do. Actually, I have to look up what Desert Tech, WLVRN. I should look that up. I don't care if you're like this. All I hear is all these people repeal the NFA, repeal the NFA. This is it. I want to see those people. I want to see those same people who repeal the NFA. This is it. This is the best chance you got, because if let's say, oh, we could just pass it later. Name me 7 Senate Democrats. 7 Senate Democrats. All 53 Republicans have to vote for, let's say, some type of bill. Name me 7 Senate Democrats that want to get rid of machine guns and not machine guns, that's a separate issue. Short barrel rifles and suppressors. I doubt you can name me 7 because there is no 7. This is it. With this, you just need a simple majority. 51 Republicans, actually 50 Republicans. You just need a tiebreaker. You know who that tiebreaker is? If this budget reconciliation bill went all the way, you know what that tiebreaker is? J.D. Vance. This is the greatest chance we have to get rid of the stupid, archaic short-barreled rifle laws and suppressor laws. This is it. This is it. I don't want to hear anyone saying, "Oh, repeal the NFA," and then learn that they didn't even call their representative during this. You're right. This could be a big nothing burger and nothing ever happens. But I want to see all these people who go repeal the NFA actually call their representative. That it matters. It really does matter. This is if you want something to happen, manifest it. Manifest it. Make sure. Okay, I'm making sure my live chat's on because sometimes YouTube filters stuff. Okay. It's really easy to call your representatives. If you let's say you live in Europe or live in this, just retweet shit. I want this shit popping off on Twitter or whatever you use. Facebook, Instagram Reels, TikTok. I don't care. Retweet some shit. Start liking stuff. Like other people's live streams that are doing it. I don't care. Marge, I'm confused. Okay. I'll say it. I'll keep repeating myself. There is a budget bill right now that's going through all the hoops. And we're trying to, and as gun owners and as gun owning representatives, they're trying to get rid of short-barreled shotguns, short-barreled rifles, and suppressors off the NFA through this budget bill. And right now, we don't know what's going to happen. But you call your representative. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go on Gun Owners of America on Twitter, go on NAGR or Firearms Policy Coalition, go on their websites, go on their Twitter, and do that. I'm taking a massive shit as I'm watching this. I'm glad you're tuning in. We need to get this. We need to make sure. I'm a horrible speaker, and I called my representative to make sure that the NFA is gutted. I called my representative. I am an awful speaker. I slur my words a lot, and I still did it. Because embarrassing myself matters less to actually trying to do something. Remember, representatives work for us. They work for us. They should be working for us. You could say, oh, they don't. Well, might as well just scream in their ear.
Must determine location.
If I'm screaming into the void, so be it. But I want to know I did everything in my power to make sure that short-barreled rifles, short-barreled shotguns, and suppressors are taken off the NFA list through this budget reconciliation bill. Nothing ever happens, but maybe the happening happens. Maybe it happens. We never know. You never know unless you try. This is probably the biggest thing I've ever done. Is just, I don't care if it's like, what, 20 viewers. Holy shit, my biggest stream yet. 20 viewers. I don't care if only like three of you call. That is a win to me. I want as much people. You can even just like, we just need to keep winning. I will keep repeating myself until we manifest this win. Is this the right roar? No. The classic, make it look unimportant to norms, but secretly use as a bait to take. Yeah, it's like all these people who pretend to be short barrel, both, and to my knowledge, it's just the whole full fat short barreled. I will double check if it's short barreled shotguns, but I'm pretty sure it's short barreled rifles. You should make a post about it on your community tab for people who don't see this stream. Less people by the time people see it. Here's the weird thing about, I was tempted to only do a YouTube post of it. YouTube posts really only pop up like, it's this weird. I've seen the analytics of YouTube posts. They are so weird. Nothing ever happens as a psyop. Sometime it might be a psyop. It might be some psychological warfare against the Second Amendment. What you need to do is call your representatives. This happens, I'll be finally tired of winning. My representative is Thomas Massie, so I would know what Massie. Which Massie? If it's Thomas Massie, he's gonna vote for it. Maybe, I don't know. He'd vote for the gun part, but not the whole budget bit. But if it's another Massie, oof. If your guy is a Democrat, call Majority Leader Scalise, the Whip Emmer, or Speaker Johnson. Call those three. Just call them and say, Thomas Massie. Okay, so he is a kind of a light libertarian that's more going to vote against the budget bill than the thing. But he doesn't really matter. So I think it's just still call him. Even if he disagrees, just call him. Just say, hey, you might not like the budget bill. You might not like maybe the trillions of dollars going into this. But but make sure, just call him. There's absolutely zero downside. The Republic of Illinois. I'm going to say it, Illinois. I have not been paying attention to the game. This is not really about the game. Oh, Albert. So yeah. I don't care if even if you have a Democrat that's going on deaf ears, just call them anyway. Flood them. Know that it's us, the people, who should be running this country. I've actually not been paying attention. Come on, I thought this was supposed to work. I haven't been paying attention, as you can see. Oh, I know what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to go to the jail. My bad. Emergency stream. Okay. I will keep going. Each time a new person comes in, there's a budget bill that's going through all the committees right now. And we're trying to cram in this budget bill to get rid of short barrel rifles and suppressors off the NFA. And if you do it through the budget conciliation bill, you only need a simple majority. If you pass these bills by themselves, you need to get through the filibuster in the Senate, where you'd have to have all 53 Senate Republicans and 7 Democrats to vote for the bill. That would not happen. 7 Senate Democrats. I'm sorry to the left-leaning people who watch this. That's not going to happen. So this is the best way to get through it. Is this the big bill? I think it's trying to cram into that big beautiful bill. The big beautiful bill is so beautiful. No matter, here's the bad thing about Trump. This is probably the most critical thing. He doesn't really have our back in this. He has other shit dealing with. This is a third. It's probably like a second hand, like, oh, I heard about this. I don't know. He's going to sign whatever's on his desk. As long as he gets, like, no tax on tip, I think that's a part of something else. But if he gets all of his tax cuts, he's just going to sign it. He doesn't care if the Second Amendment is in it or not. If he is, he was probably going to brag about it. This is probably the most critical thing I'm saying about Trump. This is coming from a guy who's a Trump supporter who voted for him. You take that as you want. I will be critical with Trump. This is the best way to get short barrel rifles. I'm pretty sure short barrel shotguns. I'll double check. We'll have the ATF reclassify short barrel shotguns. So this is, if you just leave, if you really believe in the Second Amendment, Bubba, make a Discord, please. I did make a Discord and I got rid of it for a couple reasons. Where am I supposed to go? I wasn't paying attention. I know I'm supposed to go up. Is these back online? Nope. Trump or Congress should have broken it up into... The problem is if you break it up into different bills, you still have to get over that filibuster of 7 Democrats. With the budget reconciliation bill, since you have to fund the government... You have to fund the government. Oh, here it is. I respect any YouTuber who doesn't. I did have one. It just got to the point where there is 10 reasons. There's like 10 or 20 reasons I got rid of it. I like to have temporary communities. It's either that or I could have put more stuff into videos and decided to focus on videos more. If you really want to talk to me, just message me on Twitter. I will probably respond to it. For now, until I get smaller. So if you break into smaller bills, you still have to get it through that filibuster. It's just that. And you're like, let's get rid of the filibuster. Let's remember that filibuster saved our ass during the Biden administration. If you don't know, we would have been screwed without that filibuster. That beautiful filibuster kept a lot of gun rights safe. It, however, got through that shitty bill. I forget, Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. Yeah, but you'd be lucky to get one Dem to look for. Fetterman is the most likely to flip. He's odd. He's probably the most centrist person in the Senate community. I don't, as long as people just know someone, just tell them to go call their representative. We got what? It's 8 p.m. over here. You got about 2 hours. You have 2 hours until the committee meets. And they can either, I don't know the specifics, but that, yeah, is a fair, yeah, I don't like Fetterman, but I think he's forced to be a centrist because I think it's because he also is a little bit brain damaged. That's not me being mean, like, making fun of him. No, I legitimately think he has some mental problems that made him change a couple of his views. Like, he just not mentally in a bad way. It's just mentally he changed. Shall not to be infringed is a fairly clear phrase. I'm not sure, though. Shall not be infringed means shall not be infringed. We need recreational nukes. We need. I will. Yeah, I don't. If you're just joining, call your representative now. I'm just gonna keep repeating the same things. I'm gonna make you guys completely deaf. We're gonna get the biggest win ever. So big. It's gonna be so big. You would never believe it. This big 2A win. We've got to get it, or we'll never have those short-barreled rifles. What? Okay. Okay, we need some more engagement. What gun would you love to not have to get a tax stamp for? Me, like a honey badger with a suppressor? Hell yeah. Yeah, you're not getting any other dem to sign it. You're completely right. Dude, I wanna... I'm trying... Who's the last, like... Reminder that Governor Waltz used to have a A+ rating with the NRA. Look how much that changed. I believe it comes to machine guns to the Hughesman is probably worse than the NFA because without the Hughes Amendment, we could actually get Marm. Yeah, I know. The Hughes Amendment is in 1984. That's what, dude. I would love like modern day machine guns like ping. That would be. I wish that's probably the most likely thing we can do is get rid of the Hughes Amendment before it, because too many folks like, what do you need a machine gun for? What are you going to do? Shoot the broadside of a barn? Yeah, you're going to get FUDs like that. You want a PKM? I want a PKM. I want every gun in the world. All the guns belong to me. We need... Okay. I should also say this too. If you think about donating me, don't. Donate it to some gun rights group. Donate it to... here, I got an idea. Tell your friend tell one of your friends, hey, if you call a representative, I'll buy you a Slim Jim from 7-Eleven. Call your representatives now. Dem senators would still vote for it. I don't know. I really don't know. Maybe if they got bullied enough. We just need to... I would have to look at their exact record, but I just heavily doubt that. I do know the Georgia senators, I think, are endorsed by the Brady Group and Every Time for Gun Safety. I'll have to double check that, but I'm pretty sure they're not as pro-gun as people think they are. It's like, wasn't for money in the Hughesman, I would want a Desert Tech Saber too. Ooh, I gotta look that up after that. Actually, I have my phone. I actually want to see what... Sorry, I'm pausing the stream. I want to look up what this guy's talking about. A Desert Tech Sabertooth. Ooh. Okay, that looks nice. Oh, even though on paper senators from Arizona, Nevada, Michigan would vote for in a heartbeat. Yeah. Whatever you have to do, call your representative. If you feel like you'll be on deaf ears, call either the majority whip Emmer, Scalise, or Johnson. I don't remember where to go. I wasn't paying attention.
If only that monkey guard wasn't there.
Wham, monkey. I am the man. I hope you are the man. Oh, so, as long as we just get... I got 100 views on this live stream so far. That's 100 people who might have called their representatives or already called them, or just ignored it. If you ignored it and this isn't really your fight, that's fine. You know why I would be more mad at? That's probably the most controversial thing that I said before. You know I'd be way more mad at? If you actually... I want the NFA abolished, and you didn't even call your representative today. If I hear one of you, I'm gonna go in the comments in one of my videos, and when people just say repeal the NFA, did you call your representative on May 20th? No, then leave. I want everyone to call them. I don't care if you embarrass yourself, like I did. RH202. I wonder what RH202 is. I mean, to say senators in the state would support gun control, and they will. Okay, I did read that. It's because they can get more donation dollars out of it. Or maybe there's some ulterior motive. We might never know on several things. Go up here. So much for Cheeto Man protecting gun. I don't think he... This is probably the most controversial thing. He could be pushing for it right now. Do you want to hear the cope I have? He could hear... I don't think he's as terrible as people say he is. He's probably the most pro-gun president we've had in 50 years. That's how sad the Second Amendment is. I voted for Trump on that and several other issues. I thought it was over here. Cheeto. There is a reminder. I want to talk about this. Trump, like him or hate him, right now, I'm gonna say it, the other person who could have won. Do you think they wouldn't ever weaponize the ATF? We'd be talking about worse shit. They would be talking about they'd be re-regulating folding stocks. I 100% believe it. They'd be regulating the shit out of everything. You don't know how close we were to losing a lot of 2A rights. All these people who don't like Trump for one reason or another don't realize that in the last... I've looked up the record of the last, 40 presidents. Not 40 presidents, the last, 10 presidents. Trump actually is the most pro-gun out of them. If you were like, oh, what about Reagan? Look at Reagan's record. It's awful. Look at Nixon. He didn't want even Nixon thought handguns were evil. You have to... The last pro-gun presidents... Biden actually saved us by sinking Kamala. Yep. Actually, I agree with that. I think... there's a thing Trump... I 100% believe Trump on this. I don't care if I'm political on this stream, really. Trump said, you want to know no secret? He hates her. He can't stand her. I actually believe Trump on that. I 100% believe him. I believe Biden and Kamala never got along. He was forced to pick Kamala because she was a token. That's not me being racist or anything. That is what it was all... That's what the DNC is all about. They didn't like each other. You could just see it. They're not even talking to each other right now. Yeah, the like it or not, the gun, yeah, the whole I learned about the NRA and the Black Panthers. Even if you disagree with them, they don't need their gun rights taken away if they're not violent. That's... But yeah, I don't care about I vote on several things. I used to consider myself a single issue voter, but I'm more than that a little bit now. Because there's several other things. Like it or not, yeah, that it's weird. Like, I have an old book from the 70s. I talked about it in my gun books video. The handgun bans were constantly talked about. That and Saturday night special bans and stuff like that. I'm fairly certain Biden literally dunked her by making sure everyone knew that she basically did everything during the Biden years and stopped her from distancing. It was also her own fault. She couldn't distance herself. Was literally the most unpopular Democratic candidate in the... Yep, she was. Reminder that, I know this is probably really popular things, but Tulsi Gabbard literally dunked on her. By the way, I could be the best if I was in charge of the DNC, I don't care if my dogs are barking. If I was in charge of the DNC, I would know how to win. You don't want to tell your opposition how to win races and stuff. But I don't like Trump, but I do believe in the Biden arms. That's fine. That is completely fine. Right now it's more above that, but what my point was is the people who saying Trump is bad, you can think that. That's fine. I'm not going to because there is some credibility to that with the whole bump stocks and take the guns first, that whole discussion you had with Pam Bondi, which alienated a lot of people. It's just people. Let's say the people who bring that up don't want you to look up. Kamala Harris right now would be weaponizing the shit out of the ATF. The ATF would go hog wild on so much more stuff. I don't think we would never got that FRT win. Bump stocks was still, they would find some new rework to do the bump stock thing again. There's so much, it would have been so much worse. Like it or not, it was basically, at worst, it was stagnation versus the destruction of the Second Amendment that last election. Now, there was other reasons I voted for him, but that is the main reason. It was literally for the Second Amendment. I'm not discussing any other issue. It would have been the end. They would have done so much, they would have heard it. I call mine in Ohio, good job. No, don't quit. Good job. You did. Look, we got that. We got one guy in here. Just hopped on web. Okay, get ready. He's gonna say it again. There's a budget conciliation bill. I'm sorry if I don't get the specifics right. If you want to know the specifics, go on Twitter. There's a budget bill, and if we could get we can get short-barreled rifles and suppressors through this reconciliation bill, we don't have to go through the filibuster. This is the most important thing we can. This is the most important fight. It's going to be voted on in about 2 or 3 hours in this committee. This is This is the thing, like, okay, we're already getting infighting with politics. That's funny. I call my reps here in Oregon, even though it's going to fail the death on death years. That's fine. You called them. You did your job. Good job. Bet yourself on back. I don't care. You can now officially say repeal the NFA, and I won't get mad. So, okay, this is why I want to. So, Captain FAL and Austin. This is the main reason I want to make a video about. I will do 2 videos. Trump's views on the Second Amendment. It'll probably be packaged in one video. Trump's views on the Second Amendment and Kamala Harris. What would have happened if under Kamala Harris? Glock, please elaborate. Okay. I will pause everything and actually. So, there's a bill. Go on Twitter and go on this if I don't get it right. There is, I should have wrote a script really. So right now there's a big budget bill. Trump's trying to get this big budget bill passed. What a lot of pro-gun people are trying to do is get rid of the short-barreled rifles and suppressors off of the NFA. Completely get rid of them, so you would just go pick them off the shelf. It'd be illegal to own both of those without a tax stamp. Now, if we have to get this through this committee that's full of FUDs, and what we gotta make sure. We have to get this through this budget bill. So why do we want to get this through this budget bill? Because you just need a simple majority to pass this bill through the House of Representatives and the Senate, then be signed by President Trump. Let's say you just like, oh, let's just pass the suppressor bill by itself. You would have to need 60 Senate. You would need 60 senators to vote to end the filibuster. And so you have to name me 7 Senate Democrats that would end the filibuster and the debate on a suppressor bill. There's no 7 Senate Democrats. Okay, I'm glad I understand it now. If I understand, the best thing I can say is if you don't like, what the hell are you talking about? Just go on Twitter, type in, go on National Association of Gun Rights, Gun Owners of America. Heck, maybe the NRA. I don't know if the NRA is tweeting about this. Or Firearms Policy Coalition. Get more details. Retweet shit. Call your representatives. If your representatives are anti-gun, maybe call them. If you think it's a wasted opportunity, talk to Speaker Johnson, Majority Leader Scalise, or the Whip Emmer. I know I'm going to get shit on saying this, but why you need suppressors for your guns for self-defense? You're not going to war. Oh, okay. Because I can. I value my hearing. When you go to war, how many people in war? It's literally a safety device that helps your hearing. It's not silent. You can still go through it. I'm just gonna say it. It's your right to not have tinnitus. Hearing protection can still fail. That's one thing people seem to forget. Hearing protection can fail. And wouldn't it be nice to have something? It doesn't sound like a jackhammer. It still sounds like a fucking gun. It's still loud. It's not like John Wick. Oh my god. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be nice. But this is what I'm talking about. That's actual FUD if suppressors are so dangerous, why do anti-gun countries like the British and other countries, you can just go in and walk to a shelf, pick up a suppressor for your gun? If they're so dangerous, why don't they regulate that? It's because they aren't. They're not dangerous. It's not like the fucking movies. I really hope you change your mind on the suppressors, because if you do, guess what? It's so much better for your hearing. Oop, I went to the wrong place. You need to suppress. Now explain in Fortnite terms. You're trying to squad up, but you need like 4 people to join a squad, but you only have 3 people, so you're trying to force 3 people to join the squad. Oh, this is Fortnite things. You're not in a war, but barely anyone in. There's not a lot. Some militaries don't even use suppressors. They should be using suppressors. It's good for you. It's actually It's literally not dangerous. It doesn't hurt any. People won't. Oh, they might not know it's a. They might not watch. If you think suppressors are bad, go watch my gun control video. I did a part on the suppressors. So I want suppressors. There's no changing about it. It is our right to not have tinnitus. There's literally... Epic Games is threatening to take away your gold AR. Okay.
Friends are in the hot shelter. Hurry up and rescue them.
Hot shelters... Isn't this the hot shelter? The iceberg? It's the suppressor one is in the gun iceberg. I should do a sequel to that, because I can have better arguments with a lot of my things. Also, I'm playing this game because it's more, I can turn my brain off. Hearing is not human, writers. Human... I hope you're joking. Yeah, it should be a human right to fucking use your ears and not lose your hearing. There's literally no... So, what... Criminal... Okay, propose this. They're proposing a bill to default dancing on someone's as a hate crime. Yeah, that is stupid. Suppressors are incredibly easy to make. You could literally make it out of an oil can. If this is the best way... Why restrict my right? Why restrict when criminals aren't just going to follow the law? What the... Let's see. What the fuck is that game? This is a time attack mode. There we go. It's right here. Wait. Am I doing this right? Sorry, I'm trying to pay attention to the game. Lost stripe. Oh, okay. I have to literally touch it. No. So, if you don't know... Version of Genshin. I've never... Genshin... Oh, Genshin Imp. Oh, I know what the game is. I don't really play gacha games or anything like those free-to-play games with big anime women. It's just not my style. I'm just also not a big horny person. Keep it PG here. The ban on the time. I have to be really careful of what I say on YouTube. I can't just go like, the blood of the tyranny. I can't go like, all true patriots, all Q peach, all patriots rise up now. I can't do anything. I'm not gonna say anything like that because that's fed shit. That's fed shit. No. I'm glad this is. I'm glad my. Oh my god, am I going backwards? Where am I going? Okay, I see what's going on.
A high-speed cargo station is ahead.
It's so bull. So yeah, call your representatives if you haven't already. Do it. Do it. There's no downside. Except if you don't have a phone, then go mail them. It won't get there in time though. If you are too scared to do it, just I guess retweet shit. But I prefer you if you just called your representative. This is more important than a funny Sonic adventure. I can also the suppressors being mandatory. That's the gun control debate I want to see. What did I do? Oops. Yeah, suppressors being mandatory. I know that some European countries, they want to make it mandatory for hunting. I wouldn't make it mandatory, but I would encourage it. Because I believe in freedom to get tinnitus. And I also believe in the freedom to not get tinnitus. Pick me up! More control over my guns, yeah. Pick me up! Holy shit, pick me up! I'm doing E102 because funny gun. Do you see that? How this is Sonic Adventure jank. Okay, we got a checkpoint. Yeah, so like I said, if you just retweet shit, just retweet it. Oh boy, got another person. Indonesian here. What is happening? The only thing you could do is retweet stuff. Sorry. Hello from Indonesia. So in America, short-barreled rifles and suppressors are regulated under a tax stamp. We're trying to get rid of that through a budget conciliation bill where there's less barriers to jump over to get passed into law. And Trump's going to just sign whatever the hell's on his desk as long as it has some tax cuts in it. So what we're trying to do is cram this shit in. So what people are doing is calling their representative to make sure that they so they get rid of suppressors and short barrel rifles from the NFA, and for that to be implemented into this budget conciliation bill. This is the best way to further. This is one of the best ways to further your gun rights, because recently the Supreme Court's been shoddy. It could be way better. No, I don't want to die. I'm going to fucking get a game over. Oh, you're supposed to hold. I forgot. Do you think it'll personally be passed? Anything can happen. Anything can happen, but so probably, maybe no. But my point is, we did. For me personally, I wanted to do everything possible at the time to get this done. I wanted to know that I've done, let's say I did everything possible. So the Republicans they're trying to change it for the better. There's some FUDs that don't want suppressors off the NFA because they're too silent. Or short barrel rifles, you might put a Tommy gun under your trench coat, even though we have pistols. The whole point of regulating short barreled rifles was to get rid of pistols, but in that bill they got rid of they didn't ban pistols, but they kept the short barrel. It's so stupid. It's its own video. I thought the best gun was it would be Canadian style gun loans where you could get weak hunting rifles in places like Alberta. Yeah, it's just pretty sure. Is Canada? I'm pretty sure Canada doesn't regulate suppressors. Silencers are just a gimmicks. You don't need. You need us. You just need to get double up on your ear, bro. I know a guy who actually hurt his ears using a suppressor. Put it on as 1911. I got these monkeys. This is what happens. Oh, let's go. Come on. Just called your representative? Good job, Jokin. Good job. You did more than any other voter has ever done. Reminder, voters don't do shit. They just, like... Oh, I'm so dead. I'm so dead. No, I can make it to this checkpoint at least. I'm gonna take the death. All you need is American steel 911, son. You don't need that. Yeah, you don't need that plastic crap. That plastic crap's gonna snap in half just like those suppressors. You know, suppressors are just like grenades. They blow up after you use them too much. Yeah, that's my point. If notice all these other countries that are more anti-gun, more restrictive than America, don't regulate suppressors as much as we do. It's because our laws are just, it's bull. It's just bull. Yeah, it's just, so if you have any money lying around, go donate it to FPC, NAGR, or Gun Owners of America. Do that. Just like the movie. I drank a lot of water that day. Yeah. No, you could breathe on the water with snorkels. Why does anyone need a snorkel? You just need a bigger lung. So stupid. Yeah, we need to... Good thing is to educate people on suppressors. That they don't do the evil shit that we expect. They're not... They're so... some Jim Bob can make one in his shop, but no, they need to be heavily regulated because criminals will follow this law. Oh no, yeah, no. If you shoot a gun through a suppressor, it triples the velocity and shreds the meat. Of course, in Mexico you get all, yeah. Oh, they just steal it from America. They would still steal the guns. Here's the thing. Let's say we're getting to the point. There may be people might have a reasoning like, oh, if America regulated its guns more, there'd be less cartel guns. The problem is technology progresses no matter what. Technology gets better every single day. I don't care if my dogs are barking. Technology gets better every day. You're going to have mass printed 3D guns each year. Each year, more restrictive states aren't just going to see guns made in their backyard. Technology never ceases. I want to make it a video about this. You're just going to see more and more guns on the streets, so you can't stop technology from progressing. The only way to stop it is being a tyrannical asshole. That's the sad truth. So when it comes to these... So in a way, gun rights are going to get more... In some way, this is a white pill. Gun rights are going to become more important because it's just going to become easier and easier and easier to access and develop weapons. Yeah, that's the one thing I should have said. If I'm entertaining the fact it's just, oh, they buy the guns and ship it out of Mexico. The cartels are, the whole government down there is so corrupt. Oh yeah, the FGC-9. Rip to that guy who built that. I will... Sorry, I was doing the boss fight. Yeah. Whoa. Let's go. You can probably tell I played this game like 10 trillion times. Like, I wanted to play this game because it's like muscle memory to me. Looks like I could probably beat it tonight. So yeah, no matter what we do, I know I've done everything in my power, as it's my responsibility as someone who makes gun content to tell people about what's going on, or I'm just a big hypocrite in it for the money. I can't say, oh, what, the NFA, and not actually try everything in my power to I don't care if this is a long shot. It's a 1 in a million. There's still a chance. In the words of Dumb and Dumber, you're telling me there's a chance. There you go. And I just beat 1/6 of the game already. Would you consider doing a ranking of all European countries' gun laws? Possibly, yeah. That's up there. That'd probably be later down, because right now I'm trying to focus on videos that won't take me too long to make. So I'm just going to go down a list of like boom, 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 because I just want to get videos out. Like, and I will still take time with them, don't get me wrong, but there's certain videos that will take like 2 months to make. Like, I always underestimate how long it takes to make certain videos. Yeah, European countries. So if you haven't already, to the few who are watching, I'm going to sound like a broken record. Just retweet some shit. If you can't do anything, you live in Indonesia or somewhere else, just retweet some shit. Maybe like go in guys, go in your Discords right now, your ultra-based hardcore Discords, and tell them, hey, you better call your representative. You better go do that. People always have guns in the UK, or almost always, yeah, because they could just have, here's the thing, there's a concept called criminal carry. When you're a criminal, you could just carry whatever you want. It doesn't matter, you're going to get in trouble no matter what, so criminals will just carry the most craziest shit ever. So in some ways, they have more rights than us, because they could just carry whatever the hell they want, because they're just going to get in trouble no matter what. That's how crazy it is. All gun control boils down as a government monopoly on certain arms. The ATF got him. I don't know. I always do try to be careful what I say on YouTube, no matter what. Because there's some comments where it's like, I won't say it, but there's some comments where it could be feds. I honestly believe there's feds watching my channel. Like, how are you that paranoid already? You don't get how I see the world. There is 100% feds in my chat. Not this chat, in my comment section. So I'm always careful what I say. Same exact with Gumfrey, so this is a 2A 101. Yeah. No, it doesn't matter. Their reasoning of liberals, and not liberals, but liberal-adjacent politicians, not all liberals, because there are surprisingly some pro-2A people on the left side. Not a lot, though. They say just the presence of a gun can start a fight. It can turn a fight into a deadly battle. You would see more of it. Wouldn't you see more of an uptick of police using their weapons on things that don't deserve it? You'd probably see that. Fed Fuentes, yeah. Nick Fuentes. Oh, yeah. A beacon of the right wing. A YAG, yeah. But, yeah. Just gonna say out loud. Fuentes, what a funny dude to laugh at. really making that World War II guy proud of everything he's doing. Nick Fuentes is stupid. Yeah, that's probably the problem. Is I would love to joke around Nick Fuentes. YouTube would still get mad, like, how dare you say all this derogatory stuff or bad words about him? Like, but he deserves it. He's a fucking clown. That's probably more controversial than anything I've said so far, is dunking on Nick Fuentes. We're talking about Fed Fuentes. You cannot skip this, by the way. So, the rigmarole, you have to feel all the guys are wash up rap. You got it, Trent. You 100% hit the nail on the coffin. Let's just say I am way more representative of what Nick Fuentes thinks he is. I am way more European than he is. This, yeah, he goes, that one guy, that one artist is gonna go forward in time and go, what the hell is going on? My supporters look like this. They're not gonna. So please, Flaxo's first name ends with G. Who's the hottest Sonic girl? Oh my god. You gotta check their Wikipedia age. You know what the safest thing is to say? Rouge. Rouge is like 18. But there we go. That's your safe. That's the safe answer. Or that Cream's mom. There we go. If one of you guys say the fucking flickies, I'm gonna kill you. In Minecraft. I didn't mean it, YouTube. I didn't mean it. No, I don't play Sonic for the Guptails. Sonic can be classified as hot chick heaven. I don't play Sonic for the girls. I play it because because it's fun. I know you're just messing around. I personally think Nick Friends' secret. He could be a. They say he's not a Fed because he was charged during January 6th. You know, it's called being thrown under the bus. You ever hear about that? He's still. People seem to forget. Like, let's say I'm not going to voice my opinion about January 6th or anything because YouTube hates that. But he backstabbed everyone. Part of that, he's like, "Oh, I'm this tough right wing guy." Then he tattletales to get a better deal, if I remember correctly. This is half my job. I'm a great YouTube historian. I know a lot of stuff about a lot of YouTubers. 18 concurrent viewers. Thank you. 183 people have tuned in. There's 183 people thinking about, hey, we better get those deregulated now. My live chat of the day. Go, remember, tell someone to go call their representative. You'll buy them a Slim Jim in 2 years. Hope they forget about it if you can't afford it. Also, if you're afraid of, like, oh, are you gonna this is one thing that keeps coming up. Oh, are you gonna private this stream? Yeah, well, I unlist it, but you could still watch any stream I have a playlist on my channel. My sister was not a big sec. He is surprised. There's a video I want to do about Mustache Man. It's on Wikipedia. It's about, you know how gun control. There's a Wikipedia page, or is it a Rational Wiki page, where it's I won't use the exact same term, the Holocauster. I think you guys know Holocauster gun control hoax, where they said it's a hoax that gun control led to the Holocauster. That's complete bullshit, and you could just debate it with one thing. If you were a Jew in 1945 or 1940s, would you want a gun or would you not want a gun? What would give you a better chance? That's all you have to do is respond to it. If people say no, they're lying to your fucking face. They say, so what happened is, the Germany restricted its gun laws and stuff like that during the 1930s. Hitler, I just said his name. That guy, Mustache Man, he did back some of the restrictions, except against people he didn't classify as good people, aka Jewish people. So yeah, if I want to do a video on that, because they're just completely wrong. Oh, it's a hoax. No, it isn't. It just goes to the point. If you were a Jew or a Pole or a gay or one of these minorities in Germany, would you have a better chance if you had a gun? If the people say no, they're lying to your face. Yeah. Yeah, it's just so crazy. Of course you'd want it. Yeah, people will try to say no. If that's so true, so stupid. That is the dumbest thing ever. Okay, I have to go get finals tomorrow. Hey, you got your finals coming. Better go study up. I just clicked your video, dude. You can talk probably in an instant like that. Is the people who lie about that is so it kind of proved to me several biases. People have said, I'm gonna skip all the cutscenes just because. That kind of proved to me that Wikipedia. It proved to me that Wikipedia is always biased. They always have biases. You don't know who's writing it. No, it's literally. So if anyone just tuning in, go call your representatives to make sure the short-barreled rifle and the suppressors are added to the budget reconciliation bill. Make sure you call them. Sorry to bring up Mustache Man, but I want to say it was a right wing. Yeah. Besides funny memes that tell you online, he is not a right wing. The right wing shouldn't like him, but I don't think. Reminder that online people online aren't actually.
Knuckles, you should be able to get into
I can't even. I'm sorry. I'm drawing a blank. Oh, geez, I want my old trusty Springfield. None. Hey, there's FUDs in 1940s. You don't know. You don't want an MP40. What you need is a Springfield against those Krauts. Oh my god. You should try a White Monster and Jack Daniels. I'll try a White Monster. Actually, you guys I'm a teetotaler. I don't drink or smoke or do any funny illicit substances. It probably seems very. I do like Monster though. So yeah, I'm probably gonna be streaming until 1 o'clock, guys. Slumber party. Don't tell your mom. Wubba Wubba Bubba overnight stream. I gotta call my mom and make sure she gets me big pizza. By the way, side issue. I just love this level. I love the music. I wish, as a kid, I wanted to live here. If you think about it, it's the ultimate centrist. Honestly, and some, like, okay, this is not me defending him. I'm not defending that man. In a lot of ways, he's the most extreme of all sides. He was technically, like, pro-worker shit to everything. That guy, besides the evil atrocities, he's a fascinating man to read up on. And if this is your haha, you don't follow him, yeah, I don't. As a Christian, I do not believe in what he taught or what he did. And I'm not gonna fucking debate it. I love your TF2 videos, by the way. Come on, he was good. There's a different. I really don't. When people make jokes about that guy, I really don't take it as people endorsing it. What people say online is way different to what people do in person. There's a difference between some edgy kid than actual neo somethings in person, where they're disgusting human beings. I don't correlate the two, because one's uglier. Not all his beliefs are. Yeah, no, because he was piss off all the let's piss off all the communists. He was National Socialist. What was that second part? Huh? No, he was a dictator. He was completely dictatorship. He took over he was not right wing in like economics. He like took over certain industries, if I remember correctly.
Emeralds can even break down inside enemy characters.
Yeah. Neotech. So, okay, there's a joke I'm gonna make in my new video. When I'm making a video about r/liberal gun owners, it's more about Redditors than it really is about liberals. And I can't say the National Socialist Party on YouTube really, so I'm gonna say Knott's attendee, like Knott's Berry Farm attendee. So it's Knott's attendee. So you can guess what that means. What about the droid attack on the Wookiees? Oh God. What's Palpatine's tax policy? I need to know it.
This way.
Tell me. Which way did you go? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. The Wookiee war. You must give. My most offensive joke. The Wookiees desire their own country. This is the most offensive joke I can make. There's certain political topics I won't debate or even talk about on YouTube. They're just too. Like, notice I can talk about Trump, but let's say I bring up a certain two countries that have border disputes. That's when everything goes out the window, and you just get pissed off no matter who. So yeah, back to guns. I think he does a flat tax. We must know Palpatine's tax policy. Okay, no, it's not this way. Oof, this game's jank. No, but hopefully, what's the honest chances I think this is good? I actually have no idea how much FUDs are in the Budget Reconciliation Bill Committee. I don't remember what the committee is called it's in. But, like I said, call your representatives, even though 14 of you are like, you've said it already! Just in case there's like 2 more. Because I'm looking at my stats. It says 195 people tuned in. That's good. That's pretty good. Make sure you call them. No, but that evil mustache man was completely against guns. And people who follow Marx... Karl Marx said the gun shouldn't be taken away. Yet they did it anyway. Sorry, a lot of people who did socialism, oh no, the fake socialism or communism, they never listened to that one part of Marx where it says the gun shouldn't be taken from the ruling class or whatever. It's like communism always results in some group just like being totalitarian. Casinoopolis. If we're talking about Karl Marx was I guess he was there's a quote that communists use all the time, like, oh look, he was pro-gun. Then if Karl Marx was pro-gun, then just get fucking people who are pro-gun. There's never a pro-gun communist ever running. I'm not gonna vote for one. I'm not communist. I don't fucking like communism. Well, you don't like communism? Basic caveman shit. Where is it? Got the first emerald. So like I said, call your representatives. Go get a. Make sure. I do want to do a video on. So we all talk about these stupid Democrats, these stupid rhinos. They always vote against gun rights. The problem with that is even the industry doesn't. Remember, do you guys remember? It was during there was like ATF hearings during Biden's administration where a bunch of gun companies went up and said they didn't want to gut the ATF. Reminder that happened. There's a lot of history of like Springfield Armory caving into lawsuits, if I remember correctly. I want to do a video about gun companies caving into anti-gun positions. It's not just rhinos or those darn liberals. It's also the gun companies themselves. Like that suppressor company that doesn't want suppressors to be deregulated because that means Jim Bob will get you a cheaper product. So crazy. I'm not too worried about why I say too much on stream because here's the weird thing. YouTube streams are less stringent on what you can say. Pirates are... Just maybe... Yeah, Vintage... Yeah, you'd watch that same video. I learned about it on Twitter. I did not watch Vintage Warfare's video on it. I did talk... I've been in his comment section a couple times. We gotta get big enough. I need to get big enough to start talking with the big boys. Start at the big boy gun tube table. That only happens if I actually make videos. Which my the Liberty Safe, yeah, like that. Notice, so like you said, LM Cheryl. I'm pretty sure that's your name. No one's made a video on all those. I want to make a video. It's like 30 different companies or 30 different stories of, look, gun company, insert gun company that should be pro Second Amendment. Look, they're caving in. It'd be a good lesson, and it'd be entertaining. And I like making edutainment, where it's like, oh shit, I didn't know that. Better. I hate this level. You have to appear on the unsubscribe. Yeah, if I'm... I would... Okay. You really only... So, I am grateful for 10,000 subscribers, by the way. I'm almost at 10,000. I'm really grateful for that. For people to even give you a second look, you have to hit like 100,000 subscribers. I consider 50,000 subscribers you made it. I really do. 50,000 subscribers is you made it. Good job. So it means it's like above. It's like up here. Oh, is gun attachments a felony? It should. There's some. So stupid. Like angled foregrips on. It's like foregrips on AR-15 pistols could land you in jail. Shit like that. Stupid. I'm literally trying my best to find this. Oh, it's in the water. That's cool. No, I need 100,000 subscribers. Like, do you think you're ever gonna reach that? I don't. Like, are you being like an ego? No, I just see the data, and I'm just saying if I keep uploading, I'm just gonna keep getting bigger and bigger. When I hit 100,000 subscribers, I'll do a meetup. I'll do a meetup. That'll be funny. It'd have to be at like Seattle or some like some dog. Be like Salt Lake City or something like that. Who the hell's gonna go like Boise meetup? Who the hell's in Boise? It'd have to be like Texas though. I'm too broke to be at Texas. I forget this place even exists. Return. No, it's crazy. At 10,000 subscribers, I will be doing a Q&A video. Once I hit 2,000 subscribers, not 2,000, 10,000 subscribers, I will upload a video. It's like, drop your question below, and I'll do a 10,000 subscriber questions and answers where you can ask me. It'll probably be like an hour long or something. Like, not. I want to give like good answers. I was thinking about doing a Portland. We could do Portland. I don't care. We'll do it right outside Portland. We'll do it outside like a nice park. We'll go to a nice park or something like that. It's just Portland is probably, but Boise. There's a couple cities by me. It's like meet up at Missoula. Who's gonna be at Missoula? Who's gonna be at Missoula? Let's meet up at Butte. Like, no, that's not just gonna happen. Sorry. Wyoming meet. Yep, guys, got meet me up. I'm gonna be in Yellowstone.
Now where am I?
It's just poop land. Yeah, it'd be like if I did like Portland, it'd be like 10 miles, like a suburb 10 miles away from Portland. It'd be if it was Seattle, I'd do 10 miles out of Seattle.
No trains are currently in service.
It'd be like that. Portland is a shithole. Yeah. You don't have to tell me twice. I've been to Portland. I'll do a meetup at Station Square. That's like it just seems like Texas seems like, oh, you gotta do your meetup there. It makes sense. Texas is a big place.
Eggman, give me back the Master Emerald.
It's just like, but it's just money wise. That's probably what I do. I know. I'm talking like maybe 3 years in the future when I hit 100,000 subscribers. I've heard that your first 10,000 subscribers is hard. Each 10,000 after that, it's not that hard if you gain the algorithm right. Never take anything for granted, but I've been looking at some of my analytics when I upload. They're pretty good. My main problem is getting more videos out and getting them bigger on. I just like making videos though. It's beats playing shitty Call of Duty. If you don't know a Wubba Bubba fact, main reason I started uploading was because I just got old of Call of Duty. I was just playing Call of Duty every single day. Like like over, you know, battle passes. It's fear of missing out. I'm like, this sucks. This isn't actually fun. Oh, do I have to? Oh, here we go. So, come on, that's bullshit. Yeah, it's not about the suburbs being liberal. It's getting people to meet up, if that makes sense. It's not me like approving of Oregon. Where a couple of people who are just new, call your representatives. And if you're like, they're like, why? Then ask and I'll tell you. It's more just being courteous. Like, who the fuck's gonna do a meetup in like try to think of like some guys meet up in Lewiston. Meet up in McCall. Sorry, no one really goes to Idaho. Besides Boise. Boise's a beautiful city. Boise's pretty huge, but who the hell's there? No one. Everyone say where you live now, so I know where to do the meetup. This is a bad this is a bad survey. Some guy's gonna go Indonesia. I'm like, okay, meet up in Indonesia.
Attack the core.
Chicago, all. Yeah. So like Midwest though, like, okay, I will do a meetup in Cleveland. That's relatively close. Yeah, Chicago, yeah. Now that's dangerous. 6 hours from Boise. Oh, look. I'm going to narrow it down, yeah. So maybe in Boise. We get enough people. 100,000. I should have done a meetup when I was at 500 subs. That makes even more sense.
You can punch the small bubbles of water.
Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah, that's why I was like, Salt Lake City's a pretty big hub. So 6 hours away from Boise. I'm gonna guess you're somewhere around there. It's not really a meetup about Second Amendment enthusiasts. It's more just a meetup of fans of in general. It wouldn't be like a Second Amendment parade. Dun, 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 no, it'd just be a meetup of people who just like-minded content that I produce. I do know Mormon land, yeah. That's why, like, if you do, like, Oregon, there's, like, some parks where there's not just crime, if that makes sense. Let me kill him! I got him, okay. I'm close to Salt Lake City and Boise, yes. That's what I mean, Salt Lake City is kind of like a hub. Or it'd be like San Francisco and Step and Poop. This is all just, like, you see, guys, you're gonna look back at this in 3 years like, holy shit, you was talking about this 3 years ago when I actually did get it's not about it's getting a big following. It's all luck. It literally is luck. This it's crazy. Okay, so I think it is, if I remember correctly, 1 a.m. Eastern time. So what is it? 1, 2. Yeah, Oregon and Washington are beautiful states because you want to know how I know it? Because I've been to them a lot.
Something shiny in the caves?
Like money. No, Oregon. That's a shame because I would. Cascade is beautiful. That's what I was saying. Is if you meet up, we could meet up in Washington. Get a nice, beautiful park. Yeah, no, most of the crime, it's also that the district judge and the prosecutors don't even do their job in Oregon either. There's some horrific, there's something nasty almost happened to one of my family members who visited Portland. That's how fucking terrible it is. How do I dig? I wasn't paying attention. I thought it was like, it's just Portland. I've never been to Vancouver, Washington. I've been almost everywhere in Washington. I've been a lot of places in Oregon. I haven't really been to Southern Oregon. I need a I'm trying to find out how to dig. Do you have to like? Sorry, I'm trying to. Okay, I gotta look at the pad setup. Oh, Vancouver, Washington. Yeah, I don't think I've never been in the city itself.
I'd better hurry.
I was thinking north for some, like northern Washington, for some reason. Yeah, Washington is just shit. Yeah, people don't even know about like Spokane. Spokane's a shithole.
I've got to find the Master Emerald.
I wasn't paying attention. I have the digging gloves. Oh, what? That's how... No cap? Oh, that's cool. So, yeah, if you guys... Yeah. I had a lot of people... This is before I revealed I lived in Idaho. A lot of people were saying, "Oh, I live in Seattle. I live here. I'm like, holy shit, they live so close to me. Spokane was somewhat conservative. It was somewhat conservative. There was a couple of mayor shit. If you looked at I've been to Spokane several times, and it gets worse each time I go there. Boise, on the other hand, that's Boise, the city itself. I'm trying to dig. How did I do it? Okay, I'm sorry that this gameplay's shit, but okay, X and square? What kind of sick joke is this? Yeah, it's Spokane County is red, but hanging on, but yeah, barely. That was the only that's the only just everywhere in Washington is just moving left off a cliff. I don't know why people worked in Portland at times. She had to clock out early one day because we were supposed to. Oh god, it's just like that. It's just, you know, those annoying oil people in UK. You get those in Portland. You get those.
Use the self-destruction switch to get rid of that monkey.
Hey, that's not nice to say. Moscow's a bit tainted by Poland. Yeah, Moscow. Moscow's I pass by it sometimes. I'd never really like digged my heels into Moscow. Never really explored. I more just like visited Lewiston. McCall's beautiful though. If I had to stay in Oregon, Washington, I would honestly, what about or you could live next the Oregon bordering the Boise area. There's a highway over there. I forget what the town is called. You could live in like La Grande. Oregon has better gun laws than what's that place? Has better gun laws than Oregon has better gun laws than Washington. Washington has just awful. I'm not really saying what part. When I upload my hiking video, which is I have to upload it just for my own sake because I just like trying different content. You'll kind of guess what part of Idaho I'm in, so it's kind of, I'm not making it too much of a secret.
This way.
Damn, Tikal, it's far away. Ontario, Oregon, yeah. Thank you. It's where all... Good luck begging the government to give us our rights back. Yep. Well, at least we know we tried our best. I just know. You never know. Sometimes it's black bill. It's a black bill like the shadow government's already installed this, and that. Doesn't help trying. Best thing that... It's not... Reminder. Well, I can't say that. Let's just say we have the ultimate ace up our sleeve, too. I won't say anything else. It's time to put the... Can't get Jack in Washington. Yeah, you can't get Jack shit. No, you can't just get Jack. You can't get shit. Washington's awful. One time I went into there was a sports, was it Cabela's in Washington? Dude, it's so depressing. There's no fun things to get.
Emeralds are sometimes found underground. Try digging for them.
That ballot initiative, yeah. I'm just gonna hope that the Supreme Court stops being stupid. They ruled a couple of times against the Second Amendment, but they also ruled a lot for the Second Amendment. So we can't. We can just rely on. You gotta rely on other means. There's gotta be more means. I'm just glad it. Yeah, I got struck down. I need to look more into what's going on in Oregon. Oregon's pretty important. Washington's long gone. Good luck saying that that heaping fire. But Oregon, damn, it's beautiful. I wish. Okay, more politics is. I wish there was a red state on the Pacific Ocean besides Alaska. I want some beachfront property. I know that's Oregon. You don't technically own. But beaches are public property, but just a house near the beach, hell yeah, that'd be awesome. I'm trying to look for it, game. This way. I already know where it is, I just need to reach it. Oh, it's over here? Camera is shit. I read West Coast has the same chance of me getting a girlfriend. So you mean it's happening? Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. No. Was it the state of... Is it Jefferson? I forget what the state is that they wanted to make a state north out of everything to ever happen, the most likely thing to happen, still a long chance, I'm not saying it's going to happen because there's so much shit to go, is Greater Idaho. That is the biggest chance to actually happen. Still a long shot, but it's more realistic than Southern Oregon and Northern California making a state. Dude, that state would be awesome. I'd move there in a second. Greater Idaho. By the way, loved your iceberg video. I'm glad you liked it. I'm gonna make a sequel to that. Sequel time. I think I talked to Sonic. I talk to Sonic, then I go to the Lost World. Or I go to the Lost World, then talk to Sonic. I know this game like the back of my hand. Guys, one more hour until we start writing down names who to primary. I actually mean primary. I don't mean anything else. Like, actually, we need a primary. These assholes. They don't deserve to run for office if they don't follow the interests of the American people and the Second Amendment. Yeah. There's a link. The state of Lincoln was Northern Idaho. Yeah, Southern Oregon. It was like kind of that whole Northern Idaho, Northeastern Washington. Yeah, I've seen the Wikipedias of that. I read it. If you don't know, like, a lot of the time, I just procrastinate and read Wikipedias and stuff. So in 1 hour, is there... I should see if there's I don't know if the budget conciliation stuff is live. Like, if there will be a live stream, but I will probably be up.
Oh, jeez. Oh, no, the Chaos Emerald.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, Eastern Washington is... Yeah, all of almost Eastern Washington is heavily Republican. It's just like Spokane and Pullman are red. Things like Walla Walla is pretty red. What's north of Washington? It's I forget what it's called. There's some.
A Chaos Emerald.
I know it's. I like if you go on Zillow and you go on the Idaho and Washington border, you'll see the price differences. Washington is significantly houses are significantly cheaper than Idaho houses for a reason. Oh, the Washington desert is a big ass desert. I'm gonna guess what I got a lot of Washington viewers, so maybe I was probably right about doing a meetup in Seattle or either do a meetup in Spokane and get stabbed. Tri-Cities, yeah, I forgot about the Tri. I always go. Which one is it Pasco? And I don't remember all the names. I always pass through there. I think I passed through Tri-Cities a couple times. I haven't been there in a while. I just always avoid going to Washington or Oregon.
I'll make him eat dirt.
I would rather go to like right now I would rather go to Oregon, but I'm a Cali refugee in Idaho. Well, welcome aboard. Welcome, join the cause of Idaho. Why do I have so many Idaho viewers? It's like all feds. They're coming to find me. So honestly, maybe is it just? I know Idaho has a huge percentage of gun owners, so that's probably why. And we're also a fast-growing state, but damn, Tacoma Dome is affordable, dude. Tacoma. I went to the Tacoma Mall. Oof, oof, oof. That is scary. If you guys don't know what the Tacoma Mall is, I think it's the Tacoma Mall. There's a mall. When you're about to pull in, it's like a little bit out of Seattle. I'm pretty sure it's in Tacoma. It's a little sketchy. I don't like malls anyway. I don't buy anything. I just sit down and eat. Well, or sit on a bench and just play it. Military resident here. Technically a Fed. Yeah, you guys are coming for me. Oh my god, maybe I will do a meetup somewhere in Idaho. Holy shit, this is funny. How many Idaho? I'm gonna go to the meetup. They're like, you're gonna get that one obvious Fed. Let's all saw off our shotguns together. You're gonna get like an obvious Fed like that. Wearing khaki pants and polo shirt. Blue polo shirt. Well, bro, dude, Feds, you get to sit on your ass all day. There's like a Fed studying what he's trying to transcribe a code playing Sonic Adventure. What does it mean? Oh boy. So I gotta learn if they're actually do. I would honestly want to move to Texas or Tennessee. Good gun laws, good weathers. If you like humidity, yeah. Hey, we got another live Fed in the chat. Fed. Dude. Fed alert. Fed alert. Dude. I'm pretty sure Eggman's pro. Is Eggman. Eggman's pro Second Amendment for himself, no one else. So I guess he's not pro Second Amendment. How do you do, fellow gun owners? Yes. Let's all meet up. Hi from South Texas. So look, I was right. Texas, there you go. I would so look, I was half right about doing a meetup in Texas. It just makes sense for some reason. I'm just like Texas guns. There we go. I'm not a Fed. Yeah, he's not a Fed. Don't get him. I'm not fucking Fed. It's all jokes here. All jokes. No one's a Fed, or is he? It could be any one of us. Oh, right guy ain't a Fed. You know what? Feds don't comment. Feds are too lazy. It's only. Oh yeah, I did see. I have seen that video. 2 stone statues. I actually know what to do. I know what to do.
2 stone statues. The
You have to
doors
go
of
dig for it. I think the. Oh, Texas Blexus is never happening after this last election. Kiss all that good work by Beto O'Rourke. Goodbye. That's never gonna happen. They messed up so badly. The Democrat Party of Texas is terrible. Honestly, shockingly terrible. Tennessee, I'm going to sound critical in a second. Tennessee has a bigger chance of flipping blue than Texas. That's how much they screwed up. However, Tennessee's not flipping. Is Nashville, how blue is Nashville? I actually don't know. Oh, there's like, I remember. There's like some, I could get some claws. The few people who are watching, call your, who just joined, call your representatives. Good. Texas Poly wasn't gonna flip. No, it's never. It's too far gone. It was so close. It was, they really tried. They really tried. This is me being as biased as hell. They really tried. They just kept blowing it. Hell yes, we're gonna take your AR-15s, your AK-47s. Yeah, look how well that did, moron. Maybe pretend to be pro-gun. The problem with Beto O'Rourke, even if you semi-liked him, like, no one probably here likes him, but he just kept flip-flopping on so many Texas issues. It just kind of nuked his own party. It's shocking. Nashville is blue, but the okay. Boise is barely blue. The mayor's blue. She's awful. She wants gun control. But everywhere, but in the county in where Boise is, it's red.
Two stone statues. The door to the past.
Wait, is that the only one I need? I gotta double check. Probably not. I need that other gold one. Boise. No matter what I think about some of the Boise is such a beautiful. Like, I don't even. It's. If I had to move to a big ass city, it'd be Boise. It's done right. It's not garbage. The only reason it's not a shithole is because of the Second Amendment too. Jeb Bush, we need Jeb. Jeb's back. He's gonna help us buy his guac bowls. What is Jeb's views on the Second Amendment? That would actually be interesting. Is he more pro-gun than Trump? You may never know. I hate this. This is the worst part. This is where I'm almost. If you don't know, I used to like building stuff in like I used to build cities in Minecraft. I used to build. Is Montana worth visiting? Yes. Just visit Montana. Spoiler, go to Glacier National Park. Trust me, just you're like, oh, that sounds boring. Go Glacier National Park. Look up Going to the Sun Road. Go to Glacier National Park. Drop everything. Go to Glacier National Park. I promise you, you won't be disappointed. Have I seen The Killer? Yep, I've seen The Killer. I've seen John Wick's But Woos just scratches the niche. I like The Killer. I watched The Killer and I watched Hard Boiled. There's a game called Stranglehold that is a sequel to Hard Boiled, and I wanted to play that. I might actually go off the sale on GOG. I might buy it so I could play it for some of my videos. This next video I'm doing, okay, this is for my own sake. I gotta look up a guide, but I'm also gonna look up to see if there's anything. Is there anything? Sorry, I will talk. I'll keep you guys entertained. Is this what's happening with the NFA thing? Yep, this is 100% happening with the NFA thing. I'm just telling people, this is like a billboard. Go call them. Go call representatives. Oh, you want to go to Zion? Yeah, I want to go to Zion too. Let me look. I have to look up gold statue Sonic Adventure. Sorry. I use Opera, but the weird thing about Opera, it just shows your full name in the top right, which is so stupid. So I can't show Opera. I do have Brave. The gold statue. Where is it? Gold City. It's found in the Mystic Ruins jungle area on the cliff near the exit. So I'm trying to find it. Yeah, Brandon, I saw Brandon do that stream. Like, I should do that. I don't care if I'm copying. It's for the greater good. We just need to get more eyes on this. I don't care if there's like, I already got what, 4 or 5 people saying I called. It could be because of me or it could be because of anyone. It doesn't matter. As long as you called. This is not some measuring contest about, this is about the Second Amendment. I want to go to Zion National Park too, but back to your question. I'm glad you're a part of Idaho. I love Idaho. I don't know how, hopefully, I gotta get land here. I gotta get big. I gotta get big on YouTube so I can buy some land here before it gets way too expensive, like it already is. Buy that crummy ass Silver Valley land. So buy some Payette River. I'm trying to. Oh, it's at the top of here, isn't it? Yeah, that's how incompetent. You're right, Guy. They are that incompetent. They are so. This is why I'm okay. Honestly, this is not me being stupid. If the DNC hired me, I could win them so many elections, and I wouldn't even give them pro 2A statements. Like, a lot of politics to me is it's kind of just a game. It's about getting this specific amount of numbers to this specific goal so you get in power. How the Democrats played that game, that ball game in 2024, it sucked. While is that other factors into it, yeah, but the Texas Democrats are incompetent. They blew their chance. They blew it. They blew it for their whole party nationwide. And that's why made me respect Texas more. I actually didn't. I thought people. I legitimately. I didn't think Texas was as good as other people said. I thought Texas was overrated for gun rights until recent. It was. People really showed that. Because I remember how hard it took a while to get constitutional carry. I remember where I was watching videos like, how can Texas not get constitutional carry? That's how. But even like how politics is just a bunch of some simple reason hoping the block hops aboard. Yeah, that's why I always pay attention to what my representatives say, even state representatives say. One steps out of line, make sure we primary them. What about the thing is DNC bombed? They refused to do an autopsy on the park. No, you're right. They this is a more. I don't care if I'm getting less political. It's not even political to say they are bombing. They don't. Like they ousted David Hogg. Like they should have kept him for our sake because he's terrible. He's like he shouldn't even have a job because he sucks at it. But they ousted him just because of his skin color. David Hogg, the gun control guy, who was the DNC chairman. It's so crazy. They just like, I know what will fix it. We'll just pick someone based off of certain attributes. That is not a way to run a campaign. People shouldn't. People should have known that a lot of Republican Californians moved there. More Republican Californians than you may think if there's many more. It's but I think it's also that some that moved there, they're like, wait a second, California politics suck, and they stopped doing that. But a lot of Californians on both sides before 2020, they were moving there en masse because they're like, oh, it might turn blue. It's cheap. I'm going to work remotely. It doesn't even matter. And then they voted for the same shit that made California unaffordable. But a lot of those people changed their minds like after all the inflation and shit. Like, I don't want Texas to become a second California. What state you live in? Idaho. If you watched I'm making it clear. I live in Idaho. it's just gonna get to the point. The reason I
What?
the reason I did Idaho, the reason I outed myself as an Idahoan because I'm going to upload a hiking video and hiking videos, and it's gonna be extremely obvious where I live. There's talk they want to run AOC for the next candidate. I hope, for my sake, I hope they do. It'd be an easy. JD Vance is licking his lips at that opportunity. I hope so. I'd like to see her and Bernie, so she gets this. Oh, guys, 4th time's a charm, Bernie. Come on, Bernie, you got this. Bernie, 5th time. Come on, Bernie 2032. Come on, we got this. No refunds. Oh my god, that party's so incompetent. It's shocking. It is shocking how. It's shocking how incompetent they are. It's not even me being that mean. They're just that incompetent. Ooh, we got play the Majora's Mask. Dun dun. Jasmine Crockett. I actually don't know who Jasmine Crockett is on the top of my head. My main point when I try to talk about opinions and stuff is give a viewpoint, give an actual thing, not just like completely shit on it. My thing with Democrats, the Democrat Party, if you really want to win, one, be more pro Second Amendment, then you'd actually win a lot more from rural voters. But other than that, just run better candidates. They just suck.
A huge building has appeared deep in the jungle.
People are lying to you if they said Kamala Harris was a good candidate. She is not. She's an awful debater. She is awful at everything. She's the Dallas. Oof. Dallas representative. We got, dude, those blue cities in Texas. Boo. At least you can carry a gun in Texas, so it doesn't matter to me. But yeah, there's some of those Democrats in Texas were a whack job. They're a whack job. I'm trying to think, who's the nicest Democrat I'll be to? I actually can't name them off the top of my head. I will say this about Bernie. He is just very front up of what he believes in, kind of, sometimes. Yeah, no, if you go into the Democrat, actually, I agree more. The Democrats aren't against rural people. It's more the voters. There's this weird disdain with a lot of rural people. Not all of them. Like, rural Democrats, it's a dying breed, but when you see how, like, in some of my comments, you could see how, like, my hating comments, some of my haters' comments, I hate the term haters, but some of my haters' comments, they're just, like, assholes to rural people. It's mostly Redditors. It's the Redditors don't like it.
This thing's always changing.
No, they just need a better, female. I have no problems voting for a female candidate. I have no problems with that. I'm trying to think, have I?
In the entrance to the sky deck, the
What,
master is there.
I have no problems voting for a female. They've just all been shit.
I sense the Master Emerald. It can't be far from here.
It's just, that's the only thing these people, they're just like, oh, it's a girl, we'll throw her up, make it historic. It's like, no, that you gotta have a plan. Like, oh, you don't want women. We're talking Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton. That's the best you got.
Cargo lever to control the ship's tilt.
Urban Democrats hate rural people because they vote. Yeah, that's kind of a good general. I agree with that generalization a little bit. It's such a. I guess I'm just like. I basically have like two like really main things why I vote for. I'm like full on the market economy. No taxes on anything. Guns, and I hate China. That's the only thing I'm Warhawk. I'm not a neocon or anything like that. But I'm war hawkish on China's legitimately the big evil right now. Tearing down crosses and shit. That's only like I don't so much shit. It's more realistically, you're right. You just don't want a first female for president. Why don't you vote for Sarah Palin then? There's several things I won't voice my opinion on because it's just too divisive. But I can't even pretend to like China. I'm not gonna even pretend. Like, oh, China has some problem. No, fuck China. I realize, here's something crazy. You're like, okay, this is too grandiose. Wubba bubba, you won't actually believe this. I honestly believe I would get killed if I visited China. I'm probably on a list. I 100% they have list of like. Oh, you know what I have to do? I have to tilt the place. What? I don't want to vote. I look at their issues. I would vote for a Thomas Massey. But dude, okay, I get why he's not on board with Trump on everything, but dude, sometimes he just comes off as a whiner, but I do agree with Thomas Massey on almost a lot of issues though. It's just... Is this tilted yet? Sorry, I'm trying to tilt this. Oh, you're supposed to, like, grab it. So stupid. I do wish Trump was... I knew it from the instant why Trump was harsh on Canada. I will be pretty clear. I don't like Canadian boomers that just don't care about the death of their country. It's okay. I actually need to focus once then I could tell you about Canadian boomers. Canadian boomers are so bad. They are causing all the housing problems, all these issues in Canada. Them solely because they don't. It's so crazy. I can't even get it out. Okay, I want to pause and talk about Canada a second. Canada's never becoming a 51st state. Alberta's more likely to become a 51st state. Bubba, I'm runk. I bet you are, Plant. I bet you are. You're swallowing your sorrows. Okay, we're good. So with Canada, I read a story where it's cheaper to live out of a college town in Canada and fly there than to live in the actual college town. That's how expensive the housing is, because these boomers won't sell their property and they go to like these town events and they protest like any buildings being built, like apartments or whatever, because they want like their overpriced houses for like, just look at Toronto house prices. It's abnormal. It's a good case to be made. He wasn't harsh enough on Canada. Yeah, some people that is actually a very divisive thing. On if some people are like, oh, he's too mean. People are like, oh no, he's too nice. He backed off. People are like, oh, Canada should have not caved in. There's no defining answer with this Canadian war. This Canadian war.
Is this a dream?
What's my opinion on this, Bubba? I think in the long run, it's a good thing to bully Canadians so that Canadians also too have a. It's also a fake revisionist history that Canadians are always Canadian nationalism's always against America. Canadian nationalism is a kind of a lefty kind of thing, where they like, we're not America, and then when we did all this terrorist, they were our greatest ally. No, they're just like backstabbers. Honestly, was this 2A stream from Random Stream? I did see that stream. I'm like, I should do it too. I don't care if it's me copying. You could call me a copier. But as long as I got several, as long as we just get more of the word out that, hey, in an hour, we're going to see what happens. Probably nothing ever happens. Nothing ever happens. But there's just a slight chance. It's even the smallest chance something happens. Learn who votes against it and primary them. Bully them at the poll booth. We're going to vote for better people.
There you are, Knuckles. About time.
The fact Canadians are insecure about themselves, they can't take it. It's also Trump from the onset, I knew Trump. Here's how Trump. This is how. This is the greatest political insight you get from a random streamer. Trump literally says anything, and whatever is the okay. Let's say Trump puts himself in situations where he wins no matter what. The tariff stuff is either he becomes the tariff king, and everyone pays tariffs, but no taxes if you make under $150,000. The other side is if they want to make a deal, okay, we just lower taxes a little bit, but we all benefit from lower tariffs on every good. Trump just picks whatever's the most likely to happen. How people don't see that is really shocking. That he's always done that. He's unpredictable on reason. He actually doesn't believe you should build casinos in Gaza. We're not building casinos in Gaza. I'm sorry, that's not happening. We're not. America's not taking over Gaza. I could probably. But then something happens. Then I'm wrong about that. But people are. That's always how Trump's been. I'm just surprised people have not learned this stuff. This is how he negotiates, and that's how they fall for it. He knows how to meme and do a little trolling. Canada is more closer to Europe than us. Like they're technically a constitutional monarchy. No, that's why there's several. No. No, that sucks. I'm gonna die to this boss. I haven't died to this boss in like years. Okay. Sorry, I got quiet a second. I just wanted to focus. I'll read a little bit. Creates a scenario and takes the best option. Yes, that is 100% what it is. You could say you still don't like the rhetoric. That's fine. I'm not going to debate that. It's sometimes extreme. But I just don't get how people don't see it's Trump plays. It's all a game to him. I live Far Cry 5. Yeah, where I live, it looks a lot like Far Cry 5. I started to agree Alberta is more American. Oh, when it comes to Alberta, yes, I meant Canada as a whole. Alberta is only like a tenth of Canada. It's like, what, 4 million? Like, what I mean is, like, when you get to, like, the Yukon and stuff like that, they're kind of socialist lefties because of... Alberta is more likely to join America. That's getting more likely every day. I still give it, like, a 15% chance. We see it to the end and they become not a state, just a territory. Still no Dark Souls stream? I won't play Souls. I'm gonna guess that's what you mean. I want to play Dark Souls. Wait, I beat another sixth of the game. I beat Knuckles stage. Personally, I'd like to see us not taking any Canada, but if we must, for the love of God, only Canada's got. No, I 100% agree. We're not taking over Canada. We're not pulling a Fallout 2. What is that? Fallout 2? I'm keeping the peace in Canada. I would only... This is for any state. This is not me being some warmongering. You'd have to be completely like, oh, we're going to join China. That'd be like, annex you. I'm annexing you. That's the thing with Greenland. They were doing some backhand deals with China. I just know it. I don't care what the rhetoric is or what the media says. I do 100% believe Greenland was in cahoots with some type of China. I know Russia said publicly they don't want Greenland. That's a big fat lie. Everyone wants Greenland. It's Arctic land. Let's say the Arctic north of us is melting, you would want a piece of that pie. More shipping lanes. Yeah. I 100. That's what some Canadian, not all Canadians, like Canadian liberals on Twitter. When I mean Canadian liberals, they're even more of a left than liberals in America. They were trying to say we'll side with China. This tariff war, we can just go with China. Like, oh, so you'd rather be with the people who don't like Uyghurs that much and take down crosses and restrict internet and free information. Well, you'd rather side with them, huh? Enemy of my enemy's my friend. Yeah, good luck with that, pal. That's never gonna happen. People were in cahoots with China, it would never make it the light of day. We would never know about it.
But perhaps
Yeah, the Eurocucks.
I'm at peace once more.
I'm at peace once more, Knuckles. I hope we Ooh, look at that cheeseburger. That looks good. 25 viewers. I want to say thank you. This is one of the best. 25 viewers for this sounds weird. 25 viewers for a 10,000 subscriber channel is pretty good, actually. I'm happy with that. People are tuning into this. I am not a good streamer either way. Do you listen to Pink Floyd? No, I don't listen to music at all. I'm not really a music guy. I listen to video game soundtracks. Would you rather deal with us in civil discussion and with us on trade? Yeah. There are some ways where even America is ripping off parts of Canada because of like the oil refineries and stuff, like how oil is refined. We buy it cheap in Canada and refine in America. We rip them off that way. There's the thing with the tariff war. It's actually best for both of us to have zero tariffs. The live with China sewer that goes through. You should do a face reveal. You know what's funny? I thought about that. If that really happened, okay, I don't know. I actually don't. There's several reasons I'm not doing. It's because you're ugly, isn't it? No, I actually. You know, it's funny. I look way better with a without the that ski mask than I do with the mask. I don't think I look ugly. The only person who looks more pretty is the Fat Dream. Children, let their hope for the HBN short axe. I hope so. I'll pray. Pray for it. I'm not smoke them if we got them. I recommend Buckethead video, man. I don't know who Buckethead is. But with music, I listen to Marty Robbins and a lot of soundtrack. I also listen to Sonic Adventure music. I like. Here, I'm good. I'm good. Turn.
Muscles, hard as nails. It ain't hard to tell. I break them down whether they solid or frail. Unlike the rest, I'm independent since my first breath, first test. Feels.
Okay, to get it turned down is probably too loud. I saw it going into the red a little bit. Yeah, I can only stream at 720p 60 frames per second because Verizon cellular internet's not that good. Jordan Buckethead, GH2 real gnomes. I actually don't. I am completely. I recommend Buckethead video, man. And Song of the Golden Dragon from Estes Tone, high tier. Well, maybe I'll check them out. I do. It's funny. I do actually watch my old live streams. I'm just curious with what I say. It's weird. Have you heard the song To Keep and To Bear? No, I have not. I ironically F with Nightcore in the Big 25. Nightcore, just screaming high-pitched noise. I like issue with Canada is that they have an Ontario, Quebec, and British Columbia. They output the rest of the country. British Columbia is not as liberal as people think it is, but it's pretty liberal. I saw some of the. It did a little bit better in the. If I remember correctly, it did slightly better in Canadian elections this year, but that's mostly because everyone was getting. What's that other party? That's not the Liberal Party. The NDP. That NDP party crashed. I was Maxine Waters in the credits. Uh-oh. She's gonna put gun control in this video. I'm pretty sure Maxine Waters is that black gal who asked for gun control. I am going to use the bathroom. I'm going to be back in like 3 seconds. So I'll be right back. Guess who's back? I'm back. Okay, let's. I showed up too late, bro. I already beat it. No, I didn't beat the game. Well, you got 24 minutes to see what this budget reconciliation bill happens. Hopefully, there's some type of live stream. But it's gonna be interesting. Wait, is Waters the? I think she is that. That is as heavy as 12 boxes. Still got tails. So, British Columbia is just Canadian West Coast states, like our most states is red, but it's ruled by a few big cities, rather flipped by the Canadian. Yeah, what is that place? Yeah, Vancouver. Ooh, I've seen some videos from Vancouver. Yuck. Dude, Vancouver Island's beautiful, though. I wish we owned that. Let's make a trade. They can take, actually, no.
You're lucky I saw you come down.
I heard the HBA is doing very good. I'm God. I hope the same can be said for the short. Yeah, here's the thing. I will never do the tax stamp shit. I'm never gonna do like the tax stamp shit. It's just not in my nature. The only one I'm more likely, in Idaho, to get an enhanced concealed carry weapon, you have to get fingerprinted. They should have a law if there's something tyrannical happens, they burn your records. It should be a law. Because I am very concerned of. I think I'm already fingerprinted at birth or something. I don't know. There's something weird someone told me. You rather for every second or be constipated? Oh my god, that is an awful would you rather. That's an awful would you rather. Join the Rock Johnson, hopefully. Hopefully, would I rather, that is an odd question. I guess fart. Because not all farts are smelly. This awful reasoning. I think if you're constipated, you'd be hospitalized every day. You'd go insane. You go so insane. Every YouTuber does the their own Trump voice. Let's go. So in 20 seconds, we're gonna know how many FUDs are in the United States Republican Party. You don't need a short barrel rifle, you need a suppressor. 18 viewers, we're going hard. We're going hard. 313 people tuned in. That's how many people. I promise after this, no promises, but I hope to get this Reddit video. Reddit videos are slightly easier to edit than the other videos. I hope to get it out this month. Because I've actually got several more Reddit video ideas too. I can pump out pretty quick. But always, Trump has dominated meme culture for the next decade minimum. He has been around for like, it feels like, what, 10 years ago, it was 2015. Trump's been in the media sphere for 10 years. Holy shit. That's how, he is probably the most influential president we've ever had. That is, like, oh, that's crazy for you to say that. That is biased. No. 10 years of him being on the media constantly. 10 years.
That was just too easy.
Game volume is a little bit low. Sure, I'll change that. 1 second. I was when I was messing. I'll turn it up a little bit more. There we go. I did it. It's not about the game. It's about the message. Yeah. I'm not a good streamer. I'm not, I don't know. I don't have the right settings. I barely even have the right internet for it. This is for me just to get to the people. 10 years of hard left. It's not even, it's so crazy. I think that's what even more solidified me as a person who particularly likes him is, the people really hate him. dude, there's some broken cogs. There's also like the opposite of Trump derangement syndrome. That is, in some cases, I do agree with that, but 99% of the time, oh my god, TDS is real. I've seen some insane people in real life. It's just, you can dislike the guy. That's not the problem. It's just these people make it. People, there's like some like career protesters who've protested him for 10 years. That's how crazy he is. Actually destroyed them worse. TDS ruined the Democratic Party. I'm never a Democrat, by the way. Just saying that. It's not like it drove me away from the party. No, it ruined their party. They can't. It's just, we're not Trump. That's not a message. You're not going to win any elections doing that. It's just insane. They just don't have a... They lost their way. They don't know what they're doing. It's just insane. It's just stuff like that bugs me. Like, I'm almost to the point, like, here, let me help you. Let me help you. No, that alone is what's made them just... It's just shocking. They need better game plan. Joe Biden was their game plan, and he got old. But the problem is they realized this old status quo wasn't as good as people thought it was. They traded Trump's rhetoric for a more terrible economy then with hindsight, they realized Trump's economy was actually pretty good. Night, Bubba. Night, Plant. Hopefully you wake up to a nice suppressor under your pillow. Let's go. I need to go to Casinopolis, I think.
Go to Station
Yep.
Square. You may find something.
Tails levels are pretty quick. Actually, might even beat this game. 17 minutes. Dun dun. You guys ready? Doomsday's here. Like I said, which side are you guys on? Nothing happens, or something might happen. The happening is happening. Most likely, nothing happens. Most likely, we just get revealed more information we already know. Who is actually not pro Second Amendment.
The train headed for the Mystic Ruins will be departing soon.
Fired so much on the HP and short. Hopefully, Blanchard pushes it. I really hope that got like 100 people. When I made a phone call, their lines were busy. It was what was it? I could only leave a comment. They couldn't. I'm not too concerned about my representative. I don't think I am. If he does vote against, or if he does go against it. Oh my god, the camera on this. I'm not worried about Idaho's hand in it. I do know one of our representatives. Is it Mike Sim? That's Mike Sim. I don't know their full names, but one of them's, I think, like a NRA FUD. I want to do a video about... There's so many video ideas I have. NRA... There are some good things that NRA does. Like with helping like fund ranges and stuff. Sometimes I go to a range and they get like grants from the NRA. Is there a realistic chance to be where machine guns are taken out of the NFA and also our FRT triggers work? I think FRT trigger technology is going to get better. Where I would prefer machine guns to get taken off the NFA, but FRT triggers, short barrel rifles, and suppressors, I think we're getting to the part of like. There's a video of a FRT trigger outrunning a machine gun. I forget where to find it. In your stalkers, you might find an SBR in it. Yeah, might be under the tree. Little Saint Nick might have it. Poison gas. Is there realistically good? I wish. Minimum. I think minimum. The Hughes Amendment. You know what? I need to look into this. What if like some president, I'm not sure if Trump would do that. What if we just do another, I know we do a I know they did this one of these years. I remember watching a Forgotten's Weapon video on it.
safe?
where they did.
He
I
must
forget
be
what it's
desperate.
called. It's when
The emerald count is 2 to 1 and Eggman's winning.
where basically people turned in their NFA items after 84 and got them registered. We need to have one of those permanent. We need to have that. The more NFA items we have in circulation, more likely it's ruled to be common arms and deregulated. I can't remember what the exact term is. I feel like it's more possible we get the Hughes Amendment amnesty. Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure there was one year in 90s we did an amnesty, or 2000s, where people who didn't register their machine guns could register them without consequences. Why don't we just do another amnesty? Get more NFA items. More machine guns. No questions asked. Do that for a whole year, print as much, and I actually won't say what the preferable game plan is, but I think that's a way to look at to make the Supreme Court rule a certain way. Yeah, 89, I think. Yeah, amnesty. Yeah, they did that. They should do an amnesty. See if the unless did that take an act of Congress to put that amnesty in? If not, then couldn't Trump just do an amnesty? Get more NFA items registered so that you can use it as a term to see that they're common. Like, for example, the reason I'm coming back here, there's an upgrade I missed. The reason I'm bringing this up is because stun guns or something where there's only, like, in a certain state, I don't remember what the exact thing was. It was stun guns or something else where there was 300,000 of them, and one of the courts ruled those were common arms. 300,000. So if you just get a certain amount of machine guns, those could be rolled as common arms. It's really schizo thinking and really like a long shot, but it's better than nothing. But there was a clause that had to be made before 80. Oh no, the serial number of this was scratched off. We don't know if it was made before 89. Boo. Okay. Thank you for correcting me on that. We cannot go down that path. Okay, Trump. What if Trump goes, nah. Nah. That's evil. That's not going to happen. Well, that was just a thought. I'm glad. Oh no, this SIG P320 was from the 80s.
Train headed for the Mystic Ruins will be departing soon.
It was so funny. Thank you for clarifying that. That's been bugging me. I've been thinking about that, and I'm like, can't we just call another amnesty? Damn it! That would have been a 4D chess play. Okay, well, we got 11 minutes till D-Day. Put the Terminator sound on it.
Tails? You made it.
I'm actually really close to being the game. Would you unironically trust a P320? No, I would not trust. This is just my personal opinion. Too many stories, SIG being inactive over it. I'm never gonna buy a P320. They just need. I don't care if it's true or not. They just need to axe it. It's just tanking their brand. No one's trusting SIG products. Less and less people are gonna trust SIG products. They just need to axe the P320. I know that's probably gonna make a couple people mad. Just make the P365 but bigger. There you go. You fix the 320 problem. Just axe the 320. I'm just serious about that. In theory, yes, but we wouldn't be able to just be able to can Hughes, yeah. That one Hughes amendment, that is that one thing that makes it'd be different if a shotgun. Dude, that one Hughes amendment makes a lot of things harder in the gun world, because that means that machine guns each day become less common. Less likely to be rolled as a constitutionally protected weapon like they should be. So the only way to really do it is legislation. But that's ever gonna happen in the words of Shrek. No, I didn't want to buy their build stuff. Yeah. A320's build quality control in India or China. Yeah, it's just that. I've actually I haven't lost a race in so long in Sonic Adventure. If I lose, that's pretty sad. It's really hard to lose these. I've been hating how the company has been acting. The SIG time to clear the air once and for all. That fucking backfired so badly. That was the funniest thing ever. I laughed my ass off for a whole day. So this is it. We're gonna put this in the dirt. They didn't prove jack shit. they needed to fire that guy. They're fine. I'm not sure if my ref's phone's on. It's almost 10 p.m. Yeah, I will probably take down once we hit 10 p.m. I'll take this down. No, keep calling them. Call them. They get a phone call. Maybe you're the one person that changes his mind. Hey Knuckle, what's up?
Oh no.
Do I have to do the stupid chaos fight for the third time? YouTuber asks, addressing the controversy. Keep the lions hot. Keep them hot. I knew just people would cover the SIG stuff better than me, so I didn't cover it. I'm not that compared to some other people, I'm not that as knowledgeable as other gun tubers. I am a pretty normie when it comes to guns, but when it comes to the reasons why we have guns, I'm not normie, if that makes sense. Like, I can't tell you what Trunnion is right now. I forgot. I forgot. Like, the reason is like, oh, why don't you know this stuff? When you're broke, you don't want to research stuff. I don't want to get excited and research red dots because I can't afford a red dot. So I won't be able to tell you, whoa, what's the laser? What's this? Are you a Trigicon, or do you like a ACOG, or do you like a EOTech? I'm like, YouTube apology video, but the kind where they don't apologize at all. Yeah, it was so terrible. They need to fire that person. Well, there are Salem. I live in Oregon. All my reps are in Portland. Oof. Good. Oh yeah, go talk to Speaker Johnson and tell him go eat a Slim Jim. We need to start bribing politicians with Slim Jims. Ooh. Don't worry, I'm hitting that at 50k. I'll say a slur. 50k subscribers, I'll do my slur special. I'll play PUBG and go to that PewDiePie bridge. ruin my whole life. PewDiePie. Sorry you feel that way, Sig. Yeah, I hate. I'm sorry you feel that way. That is 100% what Sig did. The M9A3 was a superior pistol and already had an upgrade program for it to be the M9A1s. Not to mention it had a different grip size too. No, I want an M98. I want an M9A4. Those look awesome. I like Beretta. Beretta is such a good company. I love Beretta. I'm pretty close to not being in this game. Oh, 5 minutes. Okay. I'm going to beat this airplane level, then I will pause it so we can look at it. 50 pounds, the best all meat. Yeah, oh yeah. Here's a jerky platter. So we get put in jail, but people donating, the pharmaceutical companies donating, you don't get a slap on, don't even get prosecuted at all. Sorry for the, you probably can hear the clicking. Sorry. It's this, you have to like spam click. I have a big spot for Berettas. Yeah, I have a PX4 pistol. Those are awesome. I bought it before they started getting more expensive because people were saying, "Oh shit, these are actually good guns." Yeah, I like I want to buy more. I want to buy IWI Pro. I haven't bought a gun in so long. It's been almost like what, a year. I need dude. I'm the poorest gun tuber. I'm literally the poorest gun tuber. I could barely like I could barely buy anything cool. But when I get bigger, maybe I could buy some cooler stuff and use it. Most of my YouTube money goes directly into some of my medical bills, and it goes towards like improvements to my, like, I bought a microphone, I bought a GoPro because of you guys. I bought a lot of stuff to improve my videos, all because of you guys. Yeah, PX4 is it's such a nice gun. The only thing I'm sad about is there's a PX4 one with the, you could get optics on it, dude. That sounds sweet. So M17 M18s will be replaced with the M94. The M7 Spear will be relegated. Yeah, probably. I love a Galil Ace, but even if the money wasn't a problem, I don't think I could. I want a Galil. I want a Galil Ace. I've always Counter-Strike. Just Counter-Strike, that's why. I've always wanted. I'm like that type of guy where I'm like, I want a Tech 9. I don't care if a Tech 9's garbage. I just want a Tech 9. Okay, I will pause it in a second. Oh, Slayer Joe just donated $5. Congratulations, you're going to be in my next video. I'll put you at the end of my next video. I hear that VTuber Kirsch is having a 1911 with a custom paint job of her being made by a sponsor. Oh, that's going to be cool. I did know about, I think Kirsch was the one that was trying to get canceled over, she was trying to get canceled over a game. But thank you, Slayer Joe. That is really appreciated. If you don't know, any people donate, even by Steam Islands, I put them at the end of my next video because I don't want a Patreon where people get locked out content. Like, oh, you get to see it a day earlier, or I just release it when it is. Maybe I'll do that later, but no. I just really I thank you a lot. Shit like that. Yeah, I just didn't. Yeah, I've been pretty busy. Life's been pretty busy. I wish I could get more videos out. We got 2 more minutes. Gangbanger blast. Yeah, get me a Draco. Can I please have a Draco with a stock, please? I want a Draco with a stock so badly. Come on, Trump, come on. Trump could be the biggest. Trump could be so base if he got his head out of his ass and just like, if he's like, I love machine guns, I love them. We can't have them. I wish it was politically possible, but again, thank you, Slayer Joe. I'll put you at the end of r/liberal gun owners. We got 12 viewers. Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay, let me get my I'm gonna pause. Maybe I'll beat Sonic Avenger another day. Let's see what happens. I'll get my Twitter open. Okay, sorry. This is gonna be like sorry for the, oh my god, the chat feature sucks. I'm not a good streamer. Capture a specific window. Make sure I don't have anything that can just, oh, here's your IP address. The countdown, so it's 10 p.m. Let's see we'll be on Twitter. Up there goes my dogs. They know what's going up. They know what's going on. I'll be on National Gun Rights because, okay, I almost got it, guys. Oh my god, why is it not working? It really doesn't want to show this capture. Okay, I'll tell you if there's anything. I really am trying to the dogs hope to live with less fear. Yeah. Shut up. They're right outside. God. I use OBS to stream. It is not working. You should low-key start a Discord. I did start a Discord, but I stopped it for a couple reasons. There was a reason. There's several like things I enable monetize. I do not want to monetize that. Okay, I need to completely add a new capture. That is so stupid. I'm just trying to show what's on my screen. That's so annoying. There's there was one or a couple members where there's certain things no matter what you do as a YouTuber, you could say these people don't represent me. Not every single person you follow or show. A Discord still is affiliated with you. There's like 10 reasons. There's like a lot of reasons I didn't. One, it took up a lot of time. That's the easiest one. Okay, I'm literally trying to display capture. I'm literally trying this. For some reason, it doesn't want to show my Twitter. That is so stupid. Oh, I'm not feeling it, Mr. Krabs. Okay, I gotta get rid of the. You're gonna see nothing for a second. Let's see what happens. Remove this image. Now it's dark. Okay, I hate. Dude, I'm gonna flip. This is awful. Why won't it work? It literally. Okay, new game capture. Game capture 2. Capture a specific window. Games built on Chromium can't be used. Use window capture or display cap. Okay, fuck you. Son of a bitch. This is annoying. Son of a bitch. I am so sorry. I have a colorful language, but display window capture. Thank you. Thank you. Brave. Oh, looky do. Look, I fixed it. I don't use Brave. I'm not some schizo. This is just what I okay, let's see. 10 p.m. You know what? Okay, let's see. This is NAGR. See what any updates? Nope. I will go type in what is it called? I'm sorry, I am not prepared for this. Is there any like budget reconciliation bill live? Is there anything? Okay, everyone's hyping me. Oh god, the NFA. Where is it? I'm waiting 1 a.m. 1 a.m. everyone. That's funny. I almost doxed myself. That's funny. That's really entertaining. Let me pull up the chat. Sorry, the chat is up. Well, 19 viewers. 19 viewers are watching me full with the. What does my notification say? Okay, thank you. Let's check Gun Reserve America. Anything. C-SPAN. Thank you. Using your brain. C-SPAN on? C-SPAN. Where's live TV? I'm on Blog TV with my. Oh, this is not even live. Where's. Oh, shit. I almost got it. Wait. Wubba Bubba fights with technology. Oh my god. Click on that. Continue. The what? It doesn't want us to know. It doesn't want you to know what's going to happen. Okay, I'm going to turn it up one second.
Media criticism and the historically small House majority we are right on track to deliver, and that's what you'll see this House do this week. Now, we're not going to take a lot of questions this morning because we've already done a ton of media with you in the halls. The president gave you a lot, we gave you a lot. What we're leaving to do right now is gather up the small subgroups in the House Republican Conference and tie up the remaining loose ends. I'm very confident that we'll be able to do that. There's a great esprit de corps in the room this morning because everybody knows what's at stake. All the things we've talked about here this morning, we are going to get this done. So this is a rare thing. I'm going to say hold the questions and let me go get back to work so we can finish this thing up, okay? Thanks for being here this morning.
Oh.
Thanks for being here this morning.
What happened? What happened? Wait, recorded 5:20. Okay, this is live. This is live. This is not a video. No, it's wait. What?
C-SPAN is live on Capitol Hill, where the House Rules Committee is gaveling in for a late-night session to debate the Republicans' proposed tax and spending cuts legislation.
Here we go.
You're watching live coverage here on C-SPAN.
Here we go, guys. Hopium. Hopium, everyone. It's been a pleasure streaming. Oh, look at these look at these old assholes. Oh, we're screwed. Oh, why do you need a suppressor? I just want a tax break. Oh, we're screwed. We're so screwed. Wait, is my chat still going? Oh no. We're so screwed. Rip in chat. It's Joe over. Hopefully in the making right now. Let's see. Let's go. This is Brave isn't your default browser. Yeah, it's not it for a reason. It sucks. I'd rather have my Opera Chinesium. Okay, audio good, everyone. Audio good. If you think like you're too loud or they're too quiet, I will try and shut my mouth if there's anything happening. Let's see these old schmucks not listen to us. Let's go. Have I been really streamed for like 2 or 3 hours? Holy cow. 1 a.m. You guys are just... So I'm typing this and say, yeah, Walter White. You're younger than these people, Walt. Let's see if these oh, there's some younglings. Yep, I will try and shut my mouth unless there's just like boring shit. Oh look, this guy, he's waiting for his pay increase. Relatable. What's his name? I like how I was shilling his phone number so that you can contact him and tell him what you think. I forgot his name instantly. That's how forgettable he is. He's the Speaker of the House. What's his name? Mike? Frizz, like... Oh, we are screwed. Look at those old guys. We got full flood house. I've also forgotten his name. Yeah, we're all here. Mike Crotch, yeah. Dude. Oh, I brought my lemonade. I still got my lemonade from earlier. Oh boy. In the words of Anakin Skywalker, this is where the fun begins. Dinosaurs belong in a museum. Yeah, I know. Oh my god, Miss Fox. Youch. Dude, you're like 100.
Good morning. The committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. Today, the Rules Committee is convening to consider H.R. 1, the One Big Beautiful Act. Before we discuss the legislation that's before us, I want to respond to a letter I received yesterday from the Democratic leader and the ranking member of the committee. The letter calls the decision to hold a hearing at 1 a.m., quote, unprecedented, end quote. However, let's look at the record. In the 110th Congress,
oh my god,
Democrats held a meeting.
Yeah, it's time, weakest hater.
Precisely the same time, 1 a.m. on August 2007.
Shush, everyone, the old lady's talking.
On the Children's Health and Protection Act. I was there. When this was discussed on the floor yesterday, Mr. McGovern responded that this was decades ago. However, we've looked back and observed that you did indeed convene a hearing at 1:30 a.m. only a short time ago in 2022. It was for an omnibus, in addition to a short-term CR. Once again, those who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. Secondly, the letter asked, what else are you hiding?
1 second, I got put on Subway Surfers.
I have been as open and transparent as possible throughout this entire process, as has the speaker and everyone else involved. We posted the text of the Rules Committee print late Sunday night after the Budget Committee ordered the legislation reported, and we posted a comparative print at the same time showing the changes between the reported bill and the Rules Committee print. There have been many complaints from my friends on the other side about not knowing about whether
Skate
there
3
will be a
gameplay,
manager's
yeah. We
amendment
need some Skate.
and what will be in it. There will be a manager's amendment. It is how reconciliation has operated under both Republican and Democrat control. I certainly can't control the time that it will be ready, but I can assure my Democrat colleagues that they will certainly have more time
Spot the difference.
than we were given in 2009 when a 309-page manager's
Oh my God, do something. Holy shit. Get to the point, dinosaur.
motion to report a rule for H.R. 2454. 309-page manager's amendment was dropped on us when the now ranking member began reading the motion to report
Dude,
a
this
rule
is some
for
North
H.R.
Carolina's governor.
2454. The record
This is someone's
there.
representative. That's
Our
sad.
friends on the other side of the aisle love to cherry pick the facts about how this meeting is taking place.
I'm
in
turning
the
it down a
dark
little
of
bit until
night.
there's some actual,
They've
like,
done it for several committee markups thus far.
all this yapping about past events.
Never mind the fact that the only reason
I like-
the hearings went as long as
Well, it
they
is
did
Tim Waltz. I like
because
how this
Democrats engaged.
this is like the most one of the most consequential things for gun rights, and these people, this is just another day. This is just another day for these grandmas collecting tax dollars for representation.
Supporting legislation
Holy
in
shit,
the
we're
dark of
screwed.
night, when the only reason it went so late was because of their own actions. Now, in the case of the Rules Committee, the same holds true. The Rules Committee has a long tradition of meeting late into the evening and reporting legislation long after most of America has gone to bed.
Except
It is
us.
our duty to advance the agenda of the House of Representatives.
It's also your bedtime, Grandma.
Let's roll the clocks back to when Democrats held the majority in the 110th and 111th Congress. They reported legislation out of the Rules
Oh,
Committee
I gotta fix it. There you
well into the twilight hours. I know of what I speak. I was on the Rules Committee then. For example, HRES 587, 3:47 a.m., HRES 480.
This is literally just how well, remember when the Democrats did this? Aren't they hypocrites? This is just, I don't care. Just give me short barrel rifles, please, Grandma. Just hit the yes button. Hit that yes button. Complete my chicken sandwich. I hope you I'm gonna make a chicken sandwich later. I'm gonna eat late night chicken sandwich. 30-minute speech for no reason, of course. Yeah, she would fall asleep on no. Look, I make fun of both sides.
Reporting not in the dark
let's
of
see.
night,
Grandma,
but after the
what do you
day
got,
has
Grandma?
dawned. I encourage my colleagues on the other side to prove me wrong.
Oh my God, who
Now
cares?
to the business that's before us this
Oh wait, I
morning.
could just press this mute button and not even do anything. That's cool.
From our friends across the aisle about what is not within this legislation. We'll experience ad nauseum a lot of granular level grievances, legislative indigestion, and I'm sure considerable
Here, I'll keep you guys entertained. I'll
allergic
find more images.
reactions to everything under the sun. It'll be the same song and dance routine that we've seen and heard for months, likely with
same song and dance routine like you do every time saying you're pro Second Amendment and vote for the most fudge shit ever. Yeah, come on. Sorry, both parties do that.
Had their opportunities to deliver when they had full control.
Young
and passed
Sheldon.
their own reconciliation packages. They did
Oh,
nothing to make the middle
So far, this is my
class
favorite stream. I'm
centered
making it.
Trump tax permanent. Despite the existence of the expiration of these tax cuts,
Each time I meet it, one guy goes, "No, I want to hear what I need to know her tax policy." Sorry, if you wanted that, you should go watch the Star Wars prequels.
instead they passed the so-called Inflation Reduction Act
Jokes. I like Star
and
Wars
the so-called
prequels.
American Rescue Plan Act that led to reckless spending and record inflation. But Republicans are here to do our jobs. And our jobs, in this case, isn't out of discretion. It's grounded in statute. We're considering legislation that executes the instructions given to the committees pursuant to the budget resolution, one that passed both chambers and is binding on this body
If you guys,
in the Senate. And our express purpose.
This is the time to take a bathroom break, get some snacks, get some juice. This is the time to do it, guys. Surprisingly more let them by all. That's sad. Don't tell Biden that. You might get sad. I don't know. I want to see who wins in an ice cream eating contest, Virginia Fox or Biden. I think Biden's going to take that incredibly easy challenge.
Government. Americans cannot afford the largest tax hike.
Man, this is
in our
Congress.
nation's
I thought it was
history.
whole country buffet.
Americans cannot afford the
I muted her. I'm just gonna listen to her and see if there's any. Nah. I'll let the
Democrats
grandma
in the
talk.
last
Let her
4 years.
talk. She might be
Americans cannot afford a soft, fragile embrace of President Trump's successful policies on the border, national security, and growth. Inflation
cooking.
has
21
fallen
viewers.
to the
Congratulations.
lowest level
You're
in more
spending
than
you're
4 years.
you're along
April's
around the
consumer
age of
price
18 to
index
30
smashed
watching
expectations
C-SPAN.
for the third straight month.
Congratulations.
Workers'
You're
real
old now.
wages are up 1.9%,
Oh, dude.
increasing each of the last 3 months. Encounters with gotaways, the top threat to public safety, are down by 95%. In March of 2025, fentanyl traffic at the southern border fell by 54%.
This is just a test. I want to see if
compared
gifts
to
work.
March of 2024.
Gifts work on no beans.
Lastly, Americans and
Yeah,
the
this is
government,
trigger the
and this
libs, own the
government
libs.
cannot afford to ignore the specific pro-growth provisions that President Trump campaiged on. Our
I
bill
get it. I
delivers
get
on
the tax stuff's
specific
cool,
acute
but it's going to happen no
policies
matter what. You don't need to do a
American workers
speech.
embrace.
You don't need to do a
We
big,
end taxes on
fat
tips. We
speech
end taxes
over
on
tax cuts
overtime.
that benefits
We
us. I'll
boost
just get
tax
to the meat.
deductions for
Get to the
seniors.
meat.
We expand family-centered tax incentives like
bo-
the child tax
boring,
credit,
boring.
the standard deduction, and family leave. The One Big Beautiful Bill is our answer to the American people's mandate from November. It is a clear, full-throated response to the millions of hardworking men and women across the entire nation
Go pick
who
up some,
demand a serious
go
course
pick up a pizza
correction
or something.
from the last 4 years and the setting of our fiscal situation.
You guys
on
want
a
anything? Go to
sustainable footing.
7-Eleven. Want a Slurpee or
The
something?
committees within the House have all completed.
Dude, I'm
their
gonna go
respective
back. I'm gonna
parts, and all
go
the
sleep
pieces
on
have
the
come
stream.
together.
It's gonna be like a
I commend
24-hour
all the
stream, but I'm
committees,
gonna be asleep.
chairmen, members, and staff who worked for months, often well into the night and early hours of the morning, to craft the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. We're here
I'm glad GIFs
give
work
this
on
legislation
OBS. They don't
to
work
the
on my
House
video
floor.
editor, DaVinci
With that, I
Resolve.
look
It's so
forward to
sad. I
good
have so many
discussion.
funny GIFs.
I now yield to the ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any comments he wishes to make.
Okay, wait.
Well, that's a lot to digest. Thank you.
Someone new.
Madam Chair, before we get into
Oh,
the substance
Democrat.
here, I've got a simple question.
Sorry.
What the hell are Republicans
Sorry.
so afraid of?
Just instantly,
What the
Democrat
hell are you so
Massachusetts, I
scared
just
of that
think
you guys are holding this
anti-gunner.
hearing at 1 o'clock in the morning. It's a simple question that speaks to the heart of what's going on here, and one that I'm going to keep on asking. If Republicans are so proud of what is in this bill, then why are you trying to ram it through in the dead of night? If you guys are so proud to kick 14 million people off Medicaid, if you guys are so proud to rip food assistance out of the refrigerators of moms and dads and their kids, if you guys are so proud of shutting down rural hospitals and hurting our farmers, if you guys really think these are such great, awesome, beautiful things to do, like Trump keeps saying, then why not hold this hearing at 1 p.m. and not 1 a.m.? Why not debate this bill in prime time when most of the American people can watch? It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I think it's prime time in Guam. And I think it's crystal clear. It's crystal clear to everyone what this is all about.
I like how he says, "Oh, like, why don't you hold this in prime time?" This is the game of politics. Never play these games with these people. He would do the exact same thing in this situation. It's just fake grandstanding and shit. I would do the same thing. I would hold this at like 2 a.m. so all the grandmas would go to sleep at
1 a.m. And I guess is that supposed to be some kind of gotcha? I'm actually glad she went back.
Also,
two
did he
decades
just say,
to
"Why
bring
aren't
it
you
up?"
doing this in the down?" This is basically, yeah, because these are boring. He's getting mad. He's bitch mad that it's just gonna get passed.
To rip it away. Now look at the record. George W. Bush was president, and the Children's Health Insurance Program was about to expire.
Sorry, sir. We had to hold it at night because if the sun came out and the reflection off your head would blind him. Bald.
Because he didn't want to cover those additional kids. So you guys caught us doing what exactly? Trying to protect coverage for uninsured kids. Great.
Real
We're
question:
proud of
who
that.
would want to watch this
There is
porn
no
junk Reddit?
comparison here. This is a one.
Old liberals, like really old people, like those like ancient people. I don't even think Redditors are watching this. They'll post Redditors would post like this is how Reddit works. Reddit would post like, when people post news stories on Reddit, no one reads them. Barely anyone reads them. It's just, people just read headlines. They're just gonna read headlines. Only like really old dinosaurs watch this. That's why I completely forgot I needed help to remember C-SPAN existed.
To ripping away people's health care. Now, of course, you don't want anyone to know what you're doing here.
Male pattern baldness is affecting almost half this generation. This is why I'm sponsored by Keeps. This guy needs it. McGovern needs it.
Pull out your big centerpiece legislation at 1 o'clock in the morning. This isn't just incompetence. It's much
I'm
more
keeping them
nefarious than
unmuted
that.
just in
You
case
are
he bitches
intentionally
about
hiding
suppressors.
what you are doing. What an insult to the people of this country. What disdain you guys must have for the people who voted for you. You know, people are so
disdain.
so
Everyone
tired
has
of getting
disdain
screwed
for
over by a
like
system
most
that doesn't work for
politicians.
them.
What do you
America
mean,
is
including
fed up
you?
with this BS, and people want change, and I don't blame them. I'm fed up too. They want us to make things better for regular people. And what your big ugly bill does is the
Big
exact
ugly
opposite.
bill. Oh, you got him.
guys
Got
and
him with that
Trump are
zinger.
perpetuating the exact broken system that people hate.
Broken system?
You're rigging
You mean
things for the
tax-
rich and powerful. More
Sorry,
tax breaks for
we should have zero
billionaires
taxes. That's
while
actually
regular people
that's
get
against the
screwed.
grain.
More giveaways for those at the top while moms and dads struggle to get by. More loopholes into
Not
the tax
disdaining-
code for Wall Street
No,
CEOs and
guys.
bankers while working families fall
I
further
like
and
when there's
further behind. That's the Republican agenda. That's what you guys think is big and beautiful. Greed, corruption, and tax breaks for billionaires. You want to steal from the wallets of
Oh, I
working-class
muted my mic.
people,
Boo.
steal from their ability to
Never
buy
mind, you
food
didn't hear
and
that
get
joke.
health care. And then you have the nerve to claim that this bill is about cutting costs and reducing waste. Give me a break. This bill raises the debt limit by $4 trillion. $4 trillion with a T.
Okay, I'm gonna get my bias in, dude. Oh, the Republicans spend $4 trillion. That's bad. You'd spend like $20 trillion. You'd spend way more. I hate this. I don't want anyone to spend any money.
Higher, a cost shouldered by the American taxpayer. So
He has
you
never
wanna cut
struggled a
taxes
day
for
in
the
his life.
rich and
He
pay
struggled
for it
keeping that
by
hair,
exploding the
that
debt
hairline.
and stealing from the American people.
All jokes here,
Stealing
YouTube.
from
All
people
jokes.
with the least, so you guys can give more to those with the most. And I just find that fundamentally wrong, fundamentally cruel, totally out of touch, and totally and
it's
fundamentally immoral.
I turned down the
Now, let me
audio a little
walk
bit.
through your-
I won't.
what
I
your
won't.
bill
I'll stop
does, since you
muting
guys
it.
are so eager
But
to sweep
is
it under
the
the
audio
rug.
all good?
First, you are making the biggest cuts to Medicaid in American history.
I'm pretty
As
sure
a
that was a
result of this
lie.
bill,
I'm not trying to be
nearly
biased, but I
14
think that
million
was a lie.
Americans will lose their
I need to
health care,
double check.
and millions more will pay higher premiums, co-pays, and deductibles. That's just a fact.
Lester from
Hospitals will
GTA
close,
5, it does look
nursing
like
homes will
Lester.
shut down, and people will die. And not a
GTA
single
5's
one of the
real before
proposals in
GTA
your
6.
bill is
What?
about making
No way.
Medicaid work better. Not one. Your bill doesn't save Medicaid. Your bill destroys Medicaid. We can and we should make Medicaid work better.
I should take a picture of the
Absolutely.
audio. So I
Instead,
can
your
keep
bill
it like
creates
this.
more red tape, more hurdles, and kicks struggling people off their health insurance. Now, who asked for this garbage? I mean, more red tape? Oh boy! When I talk to people back home, that's exactly what they want with their health care. More red tape. I mean, come on.
Okay,
And
then let's
if that's not bad
deregulate
enough,
several things with
you're
the
you
medical
are making
industry.
the
Oh wait,
biggest
you
cut
won't
to
because you're
food
probably
assistance
paid off.
in American history.
I want to
According to the
deregulate the shit
nonpartisan
out of the
Congressional
medical
Budget
industry
Office,
because our
at
medical
least
shit
5
sucks.
million Americans will lose food assistance under your plan. 5 million more hungry Americans because of this bill. And that's probably
No, the people a part of at a Old Country Buffet at 5 a.m. is listening.
comes
1
from
a.m.
veterans who served this country and now rely
I
on
hope
food
William
assistance
end up
just to
getting
get
gutted
by.
before GTA
And
6.
why?
Let's go.
And why? So that the top
Side note, I'm probably not going to
0.1%
buy GTA 6 until
people
like 2
making
years
over
later because I'm just not.
$3.5 million
Still got to beat
a
Red Dead
year
Redemption 2,
can
but the
pocket
story of Grand Theft Autos are never
$314,000 a
really
year
the strong
in new
point.
tax giveaways.
Except San
I mean,
Andreas. I want to
you
beat
are
San Andreas.
literally
That looks like a
taking
lot of
food
fun.
off kids' plates to buy Elon Musk another yacht.
Just fucking
I guess
shut up
he's
about
getting a good
Elon Musk.
return
He's
on
not
his
that
campaign
important. He just
donations,
sits in a
but I just
fucking
find
room
this whole
far
thing
away from
disgusting.
Trump.
And look,
God, I wish he was as
the end of
evil
the
as
day,
people
this is
say he
simple.
is.
It is
I
simple.
find him
It's about
annoying.
whose side you're on.
But he's not as
You guys
evil
wrote
as
this
people
bill
think
for
he
the top
is.
0.1%. You wrote it for the billion-dollar
Yeah,
corporations who
they
offshore
actually
jobs
don't
and
want-
dodge
if-
taxes. You wrote it for the big oil and big pharma CEOs.
Yeah, you're
who
right,
rip
Ellen
people
Sheriff.
off. You wrote it
We
for
have
the
actually
rich
one of
and
the best
famous,
systems in
for the
place.
people
It's
who
just the red
never,
tape
ever
that
have
keeps
to
it
worry about where their
expensive.
next meal
If we
is
cut
coming
all the
from
red
or
tape,
how to take
we're gonna
care
have
of
the
their
best.
elderly
We would
parents.
have the best.
So you guys pick the side.
We have the
okay?
best doctors. We
You
have
pick the
everything. It's
billionaires.
just
I
the
get it.
cost. If we
You
fix
wanna
the cost,
betray the
we
people who
literally
voted
beat
for you.
Canada.
You want
Canada
to sell
sucks.
them out because Trump told you to. But guess what? Democrats are picking a side too. And we are siding with the vast, vast, vast majority of Americans who you are going to screw over with this bill. We are siding with the 14 million parents and grandparents who are going to get kicked off health care if this monstrosity passes. We're siding with struggling families who are already having a hard time.
We're gonna mention that
buying
jet
groceries,
Saudi Arabia
and the
gift to
farmers
America.
whose incomes
Dude,
will
I'd
drop
that
because you're cutting
jet's
the
gonna.
nutrition program
There's gotta be
to
something
create
funky with that
demand
jet.
for the food
He's
that
probably
they
gonna
grow.
mention it though.
And the
Would
rural
I take the
grocery
jet?
stores that they
I'm trying to think
support.
if I'd take the jet.
And the nurses who will lose their jobs.
If I took
when
the
you
jet,
start
I'd go
closing
to
down
jail. If
rural
this guy took the
hospitals.
jet, he probably
That's
wouldn't go
who
to
we're
jail.
siding with.
This guy-
And that's who we choose to fight for. Now, I've seen a lot in my time in Congress. I've seen my fair share of bad bills. But this one,
Hurry up, ball man.
this one,
Please
this
bring up some.
takes
I
the
want to see a
cake.
meltdown about suppressors.
This
That's
is
unifying.
not policy. This is theft. It is a direct transfer of wealth from the
You know what's
working
theft?
and middle
My
class
taxes going
to
to
the
dog
ultra-wealthy.
shit.
And
That's
it's
theft.
being done on purpose and under the cover of night. Republicans have had every opportunity to make
Everyone's
life
on their
better for
phones
the
in the
American
back. They're
people.
bored.
You
They're
guys
like,
have
get
a
on with it,
unified
old man. I
Republican
want to go
government.
home and go
You
to
have
bed.
the House. You have the Senate. You have the White House. You could have invested in housing, in child care, in clean energy, in community health. You
Spending
could have
money.
closed
We don't got
tax
the money.
loopholes
Spend it though.
and make sure that billionaires pay
This
what they
dude's net
owe.
worth is 2.7 million. I
Instead,
believe
you
that. Seeing
chose
these
to
people
side
turn out
with
guns would
those
be
at the
amazing.
top.
I
You
agree.
chose to line the pockets
Please,
of your
I
rich
want to
donors,
see him. I want to see. This
and the
is
health
Elon
and
Musk.
security
This is
of
the
regular
only the
people
rich
be
benefit
damned.
from suppressors.
This is not
Or
a
some
governing
the,
philosophy.
the gun lobby
It
only
is a scam.
benefits.
It is a scam. A scam. And I wasn't sent here to vote for trash like this. For the life of me, I
You were
cannot
sent.
understand
You're
why
sent
you
because
were
you
doing
were
this.
trash.
Why the
That's why
hell
you were
did
sent
you
to
choose
this
a career
this
of
late
public
night
service
thing because
just
no
to
one
do
else
this?
wanted to go to
Just
it.
to rip away the health care and food assistance
To
and
spend more. No,
security
it's literally
of
this.
working and
Is,
middle-class
that's the problem with
Americans.
Democrats.
Is that
Spend more
really
money,
what you came here to
and then
do?
the problem
I
with
don't
Republicans,
understand
they
this.
don't
I
cut
don't
enough.
understand the cruelty.
They just give
Let
up
me say
because
this
of
to every
pushback.
Republican
You have
member
to rip
who
off the
votes for this.
Band-Aid.
You
If we
own it. You own
if we
it.
default, we're
You own every
screwed.
hospital that closes, every child that goes to bed hungry, every senior who loses care, and every American family forced to choose between groceries
This is the
and
thing
rent,
people forget.
between their heating
Cutting
bill
shit
and
is
their
so
childcare,
unpopular
between their
until it
kid's birthday
defaults. It's
party
like
and their
when
parents'
you have a
long-term
gun, you
care.
get
So you guys can.
I'll get mute over this. The thing with defaulting over our debt is it's like having a gun. You're ridiculed for having a gun until you're the one who has to use it to protect others. It is exactly like that. No one wants to cut shit, but until we have to cut. But once we default, the Democrats are going to free fall. Everyone's going to free fall. Even the Republicans were not cutting enough.
If we let this pass quietly,
defaulting
I'm going to
is so
fight like
bad.
hell. And I know I won't be alone.
What the hell?
This is a farce, an outrageous insult.
This is my
to the people
headphones
of this
muted, not
country
the
to
thing
bring up
muted,
a
my bad.
1,000-page bill at 1 o'clock in the morning, a bill that's still being written, by the way, by Republicans
Yeah,
as we speak.
yeah, it's so crazy. This last these last months felt like already 2 years.
Nobody is watching.
So much
It's just
shit has gone down. You
unbelievably
could disagree or
cynical.
agree
This is why
with, but
people
Trump's
hate Washington.
second term, so much
if you
shit
guys
has
think
been
this ugly bill
happening.
is so
Each
damn
day is a
beautiful,
new thing.
Like Trump keeps saying, you should have the courage
Biden, it was just
to
like
debate it in
snore
prime
fest.
time.
It was literally
Madam
boring.
Chair, we
It was
should
literally
reconvene
boring.
at a reasonable hour and debate your bill in full view of the American
Democrats
people,
have been
not
more,
in the
way
middle of
more
the
in
night
power
like
than
cowards.
Republicans
And for
ever
that
have.
reason, I move that
The
the
only
Rules
problem is
Committee do now
Republicans, when
adjourn.
they get power, they don't do jack shit. Democrats do the same.
The gentleman, the question is on the motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Adjourn?
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
As for a roll call, Madam Chair.
The gentleman has asked for a roll call vote.
I want to suppress. Okay, roll call.
Clerk
What's the
will
roll call
call
about?
the roll.
Wait, if the no's are, I think we want no's because you don't want this to get passed forward because I don't think the short accent is. I will double check. I'm gonna go on my Twitter, on my phone, and see what NAGR and what other people are saying. Watch this be a big psyop. Haha, you actually thought something cool was gonna happen tonight? Nothing's happening tonight.
Ms. Fishbach? No. Ms. Fishbach, no.
No.
Mr. Norman? No. Mr. Norman,
Braden
no.
Lang.
Mr. Roy?
No.
Mr. Roy, no. Mrs. Houchin? No. Mrs. Houchin, no. Mr. Langworthy?
Whiny bitch, let's go
Langworthy,
home.
No.
Adults in the
Scott?
room, no.
Mr. Scott, no. Mr. Jack?
No.
Mr. Jack, no. Mr.
Chris,
McGovern?
Aye.
Mr. McGovern, aye. Ms. Scanlon? Aye. Ms. Scanlon, aye. Mr. Neguse? Aye. Mr. Neguse, aye. Ms. Legge-Fernandez? Aye. Ms. Legge-Fernandez, aye. Mr. Griffith?
Chairman still laying out
Griffith,
backhands.
no.
Again, the
Madam Chair?
amendment to
No.
remove suppressors is
No.
number 487. Okay.
Clerk will report the tally.
4 yeas, 9 nays.
The noes have it. We will move on.
Okay. Oh, yeah, you don't want it to adjourn.
Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses may have will be included in the record. I now welcome our first panel, Chairman Rogers and Representative Smith from the Committee on Armed Services, Chairman Arrington and Representative Boyle from the Committee on the Budget, Chairman Hill and Representative Waters
I'm on,
from the Committee on Financial Services, and Chairman Comer and Representative Lynch. There he is. Chairman Lynch from the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform.
Okay, so
Your
if you want
full
more accurate
statements will be
updates of how
submitted
the
for
room
the
is
record,
feeling,
and we ask that
I'm
you
on
summarize
Braden
your
Langley
statements
on
in 5
Twitter.
minutes.
He's a
Chairman
YouTuber.
Rogers, I
He's
welcome
giving
your
like live
testimony.
commentary on Twitter, so I'm gonna
Thank
see
you,
if
Chairwoman
anything
Fox
pops
and
up. I'll
Ranking
tell
Member
you guys.
McGovern. I appreciate the opportunity to present the Armed Services Committee reconciliation title. The HAS title provides $150 billion in mandatory funding to modernize our military, revitalize the defense industrial base, and improve quality of life for our service members. The time for this level of investment is long.
Okay, I'm gonna mute it for a second. Psycho, what's going on? We're trying to get suppressors and short-barreled rifles into this budget bill. We're gonna try and cram it in. Brandon Langley said, "A lot of fair warning. This is going to be a lot of Dem obstruction from a very long time. I bet this is gonna be even longer because of how much that intro was so long. I'm really not looking forward to. I will be up for all of this. Oh my god, I will unmute it now.
In fact, we are currently at the lowest level of defense spending as a percentage of GDP since before World War II. That anemic level of investment is endangering our national security, and it must change. Reconciliation gives us the opportunity to do just that. It forces the department to start building the future of American defense now. It invests billions to accelerate deployment of new, low-cost, attritable autonomous systems. These unmanned air, surface, and underwater systems are the key to victory on future battlefields. The HASS title will go a long way toward restoring American deterrence and building our ready, capable, and lethal fighting force that President Trump has promised. Finally, I'm very pleased to be able to report that the committee reported this out on a bipartisan basis. I think that demonstrates the underlying bipartisan consensus we have to increase investment in our national security. Thank you for the opportunity
Brandon
to
was
testify.
the
and
one
for your
Republicans.
help in
They are
moving this
apparently
critical
worried
bill
that this
forward.
could last till holy 6 a.m.
Thank
Oh
you,
no,
Madam
no,
Chair.
I don't
We
want
just
to.
have 2 points.
Okay,
And certainly
hopefully
I agree
7.
with the chairman of the Armed Services
Oh my
Committee that
God,
we face
I might
a
have
very
to go get an
complex
energy
threat
drink
environment
then.
and a need to modernize our military in a bunch of different directions. I'm not sure I agree on what
Oh
the total
God,
number of the
we're
budget
up.
should be
We're
for
up
the
all
House Armed
night.
Services
Cancel
Committee.
your cancel
But 2
work. Call in
crucial
sick. We're
points.
up all night.
If you believe that the Defense Department needs more money,
God.
that we need to spend more money on defense, you cannot vote for this reconciliation bill. This reconciliation bill is going to cut taxes over 10 years by somewhere between
tired,
$5
boss.
and $7 trillion, depending on how you guys all finally decide what you're going to put in there and what you're not going to put in there.
Oh no,
It is
that
going
time.
to
I don't want to know
increase
the time
debt
zone.
and the
Oh God,
deficit
how long
by
is this going to last?
$3.5 trillion or thereabouts. So whatever we cram into this bill, whatever $150 billion I guess they're going to try to throw at defense, will be irrelevant a year or 2 or 3 or 4 years from now, because our $35 trillion debt will continue to grow. Our $1.8 trillion yearly deficit will continue to grow. You won't have money to make an investment in anything, not even defense. So we are not going to see an increase in defense spending over the long haul because we are giving away all of the money. If, in fact, you believe that defense is that important, then you ought to be willing to pay for it. We simply cannot continue
If
to
you
borrow money
leave,
forever.
I wouldn't blame
So it's
you.
not
I
going to
wouldn't
help
blame
defense.
you at
If you
all.
are a
Oh my
defense
God.
hawk, you cannot vote for this reconciliation bill, which leads into the second point. I have heard for a very long time from my Republican colleagues that the reason they have to pass their budget is because of the existential threat that the debt and the deficit pose for our
Wait, is
nation.
Maxine
I
Waters
wish I
going to
could
be?
replay
Oh
all
God,
of
Maxine
the
Waters is here.
incredibly
Oh
passionate
no!
speeches that I've heard on the floor and elsewhere from my
Oh, you
Republican
guys aren't
colleagues about
ready.
how
Oh
terrible
no!
this is.
we
And
got
that's what the
probably one of the
reconciliation
worst gun
bill
controllers
was going
here.
to do. And I
Oh,
can
God.
picture all of your constituents who you
We
made these
are so
promises
screwed.
to. And then you get back here and you put this
Let's get it.
reconciliation bill up there and they say, well, how'd we
Yes,
do?
she's right there. The
You know,
box
how'd we
lady's
do
right
on
there.
getting the debt down? Well,
Are you gonna?
it's difficult,
I will.
it's
So
complicated.
this
But we
video will
actually
be in a
added
playlist. I don't.
$3 trillion
I
to
unlist it.
So I
but
just,
you can
the
click on a
budget hawks in the
playlist and you can
Republican
just watch this
conference,
anytime.
I mean, are you going to stand up tomorrow and say we were lying to you? We never really meant it? I mean, it's just ridiculous that you would consider passing a reconciliation bill that's going to add $3 trillion
Big day
to the
for the
debt
unemployed.
after, my gosh, the speeches I heard would have made you
Stay
think
strong.
that not getting the debt
Stay
under
strong.
control was going to kill us all in like a year. So this reconciliation bill is an utter
gotta stay
disaster
strong.
for the country for a lot of the reasons. I associate myself with many of the remarks that Mr. McGovern made on all the things that are being cut. But if you care about defense,
I can't
you care
wait
about
to
the debt,
watch this all night. Like,
how in the hell can you vote
boo,
for this?
we don't get it.
I look forward to someone making that argument at some point.
We have to
So
manifest this
hope
one. Manifest
that the
it.
Republicans who care about the debt and care about defense will vote this bill down. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Chairman Hill, you're recognized.
You got the wrong
Morning,
guy.
Madam Chair and Ranking Member McGovern. I've never considered myself much of a morning person, and this takes it to a whole new level. A few weeks ago, the House Financial Services Committee completed work on the assignment to us under the budget resolution from Congress adopted early in April. The resolution asked us to decrease the deficit by at least $1 billion over the 2025
I already have a headache.
period.
Oh my God.
We've done that. We've rescinded the remaining unobligated balances with the Department of Housing and Urban Development's Green and Resilient Retrofit Program created under the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. We ended the Public Accounting Oversight Board's authority to collect regulatory fees and transfer any
you guys
unused
are
balances
not
to the
missing
Treasury.
anything.
Audit oversight will continue without disruption.
Oh my God.
We put a firm cap on the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's budget, setting its funding at no more than $249 million for fiscal 2025, with an annual adjustment for inflation going forward. For the CFPB Civil Penalty Fund, once direct
I'm going
victims
to do
are
something one
compensated,
second.
remaining funds will be
I have an
transferred
idea.
to the Treasury's general fund. Finally, we capped the assessment collected by the Office of Financial Research at the Treasury, aligning them with the average annual expenses of the Financial Stability Oversight Council over the past 3 years. Any
trust
surplus
me on this, guys.
will,
You guys see
once
this?
again,
Okay,
be returned to
boom.
the Treasury.
Boom.
I'm
Mute
pleased
that.
to report that the
Boom.
Financial Services Committee
I'm
exceeded
gonna make
our
this
instructions
way more
by the Budget
enjoyable.
Committee, and that the CBO
Oh,
estimates
God, I'm
the
messing up
deficit
my-
will decrease
messing
by
up my everything.
$5.2 billion from the efforts of our committee. During our markup, we spent over 9 hours
Okay, Pepe, you gotta
debating our
go.
portion
You
of
gotta
this
go. You gotta go
reconciliation
bed. You
bill.
gotta go bed.
We considered all 40 amendments that our
Okay.
Democratic colleagues offered and did not limit the minority's ability to propose modifications to the underlying legislative text.
Okay, get rid of
After
that.
this long, comprehensive process,
guys are
we favorably
you guys want
transmitted our
this all,
committee print to
big
fulfill our
screen.
obligations to the reconciliation bill before rules today.
Okay.
I want to thank all my colleagues. I want to remind all my colleagues to recall why we are here. The American people voted for fiscal responsibility. They voted for change. Our country is currently $37 trillion in debt, paying billions of dollars in interest each day on that debt. This year alone, we'll spend almost $1 trillion on total interest. If Congress fails to get our fiscal house in order,
Okay.
our debt will continue
Okay,
to
we're
grow
gonna play Sonic.
exponentially, and our
And-
grandchildren will pay the consequences.
And we are going
For too
to.
long, government spending has been on a one-way
and we're going
ratchet
to
up.
watch this.
So we're
'cause
here
I
today to
cannot
finally do the
do
difficult
either.
work of extricating our nation from this fiscal predicament. Financial Services Committee portion of the
Okay.
concurrent resolution does more than its part to reduce the deficit. I'm eager to finish our work and finally tackle these
Oh
issues.
my God! Wow,
I
isn't
ask
this
the
better?
committee for your
Isn't this
support
better,
in
guys?
advancing this
Oh
bill
God!
to the House floor.
Here's our Subway
I yield
Surfers.
back.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Representative Waters.
Where's
you're
my
recognized.
controller? I gotta find my controller. Where the fuck did I put my controller? There it is.
Drag us here in the dead of the night, under the guise of having a productive meeting about it. Well, I can't let that not be heard. Well, here we are.
Here she
Republicans have
is.
dragged us here in the dead of the night.
Oh God!
Under
Here
the
here's the
guise of
here's your
having a
favorite
productive
person.
hearing about the GOP tax scam bill, but the truth is that Republicans couldn't care less about how bad this bill is. They're going to sit here and ignore every single thing that I and my Democratic colleagues have to say about this bill and how it will harm hard-working American families. And it's all
Donald
because
Trump.
they
Like a
are
Brit-
afraid of Donald Trump. They're
No one's
so
afraid of Donald Trump.
Donald
Oh my
Trump
God!
that they will gladly
Steve-
allow the
well, maybe
American
they
people
are for dumb
to
reasons.
serve as collateral damage to the $5 trillion handout, $5 trillion handout
I gotta fix
to
this.
billionaires in this bill. They're so afraid of Donald Trump that they're okay with him getting richer while their constituents are getting
The rich
poorer.
get richer and
This
the poor
isn't
get poorer. That
hyperbole.
doesn't
This
work.
is real life. This bill cuts programs.
That's true. That
that
we'd all
will
be like
literally
medieval
make
peasants.
American
We'd all be
families poor and make Donald Trump and his billionaire donors richer. I was there at the
If I was a
Consumer
politician,
Financial
I'd speak
Protection
like 3
Bureau
words.
after Trump and Elon Musk illegally attempted to shut down the Bureau. I heard from consumers about what shutting down the agency means for them. This is the very same
Oh.
agency that
Oof, this is,
following
guys,
the 2008
we're in for a long night.
financial crisis, which many of us in this room remember, was created to stop predatory financial institutions from ripping off our constituents. The same agency that has saved American families $21 billion by returning to them funds that were swindled out of them.
Well, yeah,
Trump failed
it's
to
always
shut the agency
it's
down
always
in
tax
court.
the rich,
So
not
now
steal
they're
politicians'
trying to
money. It's
solicit
never that.
the
Oh, gee, I
help
wonder
of
why.
Republicans. This bill, this budget scheme will slash the Bureau's
I got an
budget
idea. How
by
about we tax the
70%
super
and
PACs?
put the agency's crucial work like cracking down on illegal junk fees, tackling discrimination in housing, and protecting service members and students from scams to a grinding halt. This is all to cut taxes for billionaires like Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. Republicans are also pushing to gut the Financial Stability Oversight Council and Treasury's
Mark Zuckerberg is going to make so much
Research
money off of
agencies
Facebook
that are
with,
designed to prevent
so
another financial
stupid.
crisis like the one in 2008. They're eliminating funding for affordable
Mark
housing
Zuckerberg,
construction,
basically, if you're not a
despite
healthcare
national
CEO,
homelessness
they really
crisis.
don't care. They
I
don't
also
care
showed up at
who
HUD
makes the money. As long as you're a
because I know
healthcare
the
CEO,
harm
then you can make $1 trillion,
this
and they
will
don't
pose
care.
to families. They're also so desperate to do Trump's bidding that they're eliminating another agency that doesn't cost taxpayers anything. The Public Company Accounting Oversight Board, which oversees auditors
I don't want
to prevent frauds like Enron and ensure that companies controlled by the Chinese Communist Party are on the up. What's even more sinister about Republicans dismantling our financial institutions,
Chinese Communist Party
that they're
is
doing
actually,
this
is she
in the middle
based,
of an
guys?
economic crisis.
Are
Our
she one of the
economy
cool ones?
is falling behind Europe, China, and Canada. Americans are so economically anxious that they're holding off on starting a family and buying a home. The
There's a
so-called
power-up somewhere here.
pro-family party is making it harder for Americans to have kids and ripping away the American dream of home ownership.
I'm a fed, and you all know on my
Inflation is
watch.
rising,
Yeah,
the
I already
dollar
knew
is
that.
down,
I'm already
yields are up,
getting my
and
preparations
borrowing
in
is
store.
getting more
I'm
expensive.
probably going to be in
And
the
just this
slammer
past
for a
Friday,
long time.
Moody's lowered the United States credit rating because
Hello,
of
fellow
Trump's
gun owners. Do you
reckless
like sawing
tariff
off weapons?
policies and growing concerns about how this bill would jack up our debt by giving a massive, unnecessary handout.
Ever
to
forget
billionaires.
politics
Don't forget,
is
he's all carrying out the
other
most
than Second
egregious
Amendment shit?
crypto scheme in history.
I don't
A
blame people who are
scam
one-issue
that is
voters when it comes to
enriching
guns
himself
because everything
and
else
his
is so
family,
boring.
While average investors
I'm
lose
not
money.
interested to be on a
But
watch
nothing
list. Join
in
the rest.
bill
Join the club. We got
addresses
jackets.
This crisis, Trump has thrown the U.S. economy.
Canada is not. Yeah,
put
wait.
us
If
in
she
this
said Canada's
position.
prosperous, no, it ain't.
Republicans,
They're fucking like
let's face
rotting.
it, you're not serious about
Who
helping.
would boring politics and guns. This is the
characterized as trash.
This is so.
Only in the mind of a Democrat could giving our soldiers, our sons and
Ooh,
daughters in
I got the
uniform,
missing texture.
what they need to be ready to protect us, to keep us safe and free, be a scam. Only in the mind of a Democrat would keeping illegal immigrants from receiving taxpayer-funded social services so that we could sustain
Wait, how do you tell your
those
representatives
programs
to not do shit? You
for
just
American
you just have to
citizens now
call them
into
and
the
leave a
future
comment.
Could be a scam.
Just say
or
I don't
trash.
like this. I
And
hope
I got
you
a whole
like.
lot of other
I,
talking points, but
I did a pretty bad job, and I did it. It was pretty.
and I
not
look
too
forward to the conversation.
Cool.
Reconciliation bill under consideration today is the principal legislative vehicle for advancing the full America First agenda to realize President Trump's vision
UK
and
is
House
a shit-
Republicans'
yeah, it is a
unwavering commitment
shithole.
to making America
So
safe
you're-
and prosperous
Yeah, you-
again. Our goals were as follows: to strengthen our military and secure our border.
Dude, if
to
you're a
reignite
real based
economic growth and
Republican like
unleash
you say
American
you are, Texas
prosperity,
man, you'll vote for
and
that
to rein in
short
wasteful
barrel rifle.
Washington spending and begin the process of restoring the fiscal health of our great nation. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act contains the largest tax cuts, security investment, federal energy asset deployment, and spending reduction in the history of the United States of America.
Well,
This is an historic moment.
for Massey. I do like
believe it's a
Rand Paul and
generational
Massey.
opportunity
It's
to
it's
reclaim the
literally
American
if
promise,
Trump
to renew
was
the
if,
American spirit and restore
if Trump had
America's greatness. The American people gave
Thomas
President
Massey
Trump
and
a
Rand
mandate
Paul's
and
policies
unified
and talked the
Republican
same way, he'd
leadership
actually be
in
even more
Congress
popular.
to reverse course
But
on the
if I,
failed
it's
policies
literally
of the
like
last
with
4
me,
years.
it's like, do I like
Their
Trump
message to
or
Washington,
do I like
Madam
Trump's
Chair, I believe
rhetoric
was
or
crystal
do I like?
clear. They want competent leaders,
I don't think if Thomas
common
Massey
sense policies,
or
and a
Rand Paul was
commitment from
president, I don't think they'd
everybody
get a
in
lot
this
done
room,
just because
all of the
I
lawmakers
don't know,
and
just
leaders of our
cutting as much shit
great
as
country
you should is not
to be
popular.
committed to putting America and Americans first. Let's give the voters what they asked for today.
People who vote for Rand Paul get what they vote for, though. People who vote for Thomas Massey get what they vote for.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you,
That's the one thing I'll
members.
say.
Thank you to all
to some respect,
members
this is my
who,
bias.
go above
When
and
I
beyond
voted
by
for Trump,
serving
I
on the
got
Rules
what I
Committee.
voted for.
So
in
when I
that
was a
respect,
teen,
that's why
my late mother
I don't
would
really
often
care about
say,
other
"Nothing
politicians.
good
Those are kind of like the
happens
only
after
three I kind
midnight."
of like look towards.
Now I know what she meant. This big bill for billionaires,
Democrat
will truly
ignore
hurt
opinion.
working
Democrat.
Let me highlight.
We should
some of
find
the
a way to
major
keep
points.
Ron Paul. Oh, Rand Paul. Oh,
First,
Rand Paul. Yeah, I
it will
would
bring
vote for
about,
Ron. Okay,
According to
that'd
the
be so tough.
nonpartisan
Okay, they're both the
Congressional
same
Budget
age.
Office,
Ron Paul or Trump.
the
I'd
greatest
probably
loss
vote.
of health care coverage in American history.
I like Trumpster,
It
but
does it
dude,
in
Ron
several
Paul,
ways.
dude, come on, just one
First,
term, one time.
by
Then I'll
providing
vote for you next
and
Trump. Just
instituting
Ron Paul. We need
the
Ron
biggest
Paul.
cut to
and
Medicaid in American
Trump, you
history.
could be VP. Come on.
Second,
What
by
do you-
launching
Ron Paul,
devastating
that'd be.
cuts
Oh, dude, I wish.
to Obamacare.
Ron Paul was too ahead of his time. Sadly,
Those
he's
two
too old. He's just too old to run.
Will result in a loss of health care for about 14
Rand
million
Paul's
Americans.
probably not going to be anytime
But
soon
that's
because
not
J.D.
all.
Vance is the
Just
presumptive
tonight,
nominee.
A few hours ago, the bombshell
I
came
need
out.
to hop. No shower. No time for
Nonpartisan
shower.
CBO's official numbers
Come
show
on, no.
this bill will bring
You want to
about
call what's going
an
on?
over
Absolutely
$500
nothing.
billion
Nothing has
cut
been going on.
to Medicare. One of the largest cuts to Medicare since the program was
Nothing
created
has
in
been
1965.
going on. It's all just
So the
boring.
largest cut to Medicaid in American history.
Yeah, old folks being old folks. Yep,
Devastating
you're right.
cuts to the Affordable Care Act, and one of
We
the
just
largest
want something to
cuts
happen.
Medicare
Something
in
has to
American
happen. Don't tell
And
Chud
why?
Jack no. Something's gonna
to
happen.
help
You
subsidize
tell him
tax
Chud Jack
cuts
go away.
that mostly
Something's
go
gonna
to
happen
the top
here to stay.
1%. And of course, those cuts I highlighted to healthcare aren't the only cuts that are in here. We also have included the largest cuts to nutrition assistance
That's
and
funny.
food programs.
This stream,
in American
this is
history.
gonna be so long.
Cuts to all
I'm
sorts
really
of
close to being
education
Sonic
programs.
Adventure. I'm like
And the list
30
goes
or 40
on
minutes away
and
from playing the
on
game.
and on.
So these
And
old
does that,
fucks are
in the
still
end,
gonna be
mean
talking
most
after
working
the credits
Americans are better
roll.
off? No, because also out from CBO just tonight are the
Old
distributional
politicians. I have
effects
nothing against old people.
of this
I
bill.
gotta say
It's
that for
in
YouTube.
It's in its entirety. And what does it show? The bottom 10% of Americans will actually be poorer as a result of this bill, with the biggest benefit going
Yeah, I did it.
to the top 1%.
First Wubba Bubba
of
clickbait.
Americans.
No, it actually
What
matters.
is
This does.
also quite clear
If you tuned in earlier,
is that
it's
this bill is not entirely
it's,
paid for. Even after
the
all
short-barreled
of those cuts to
rifle
Medicaid,
and
all of
short-barrel
those
and
cuts to Medicare,
suppressors
all
are
of
on the
those
menu.
cuts
Maybe
to the Affordable Care
they're
Act
gonna
and
try and
the
shove into
nutrition
this
assistance
bill.
and on and on.
We got hope they shove
They
into
don't
this
come
bill.
close to
We
paying
at
for the
earlier
cost
we were
of the
making a
tax
big
cuts.
stink. Like I
So
have
how's the rest
we were
paid
calling
for?
representatives and stuff. Like I
Just
mean,
tacking
everyone,
on
not just me.
more and more to our
It's
national
it's actually
debt. No
it's actually
wonder
is
just
if
on
you really
Friday
care about the
evening,
NFA,
Moody's
this is the
delivered
time
the third credit
that
downgrade
this is the
this
closest
nation has
we'll
ever
ever
received.
get to a short barrel rifle
This
suppressors
is
getting off the
truly,
NFA.
I
This
think
is
all
actually
sides will
it.
agree with
This is the best
a
chance people have
significant
besides
piece of legislation. Frankly, I think one
Supreme
of the most
Court
consequential
rulings.
in our lifetimes.
Or-
Sadly, though, I believe the consequences for my constituents and most working Americans will be absolutely devastating. I urge you to reject it. With that, I yield back.
I'm also waiting for like
Thank you, Mr.
people
Boyle.
to melt
Chairman
down.
Comer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Dr. Fox and Ranking Member McGovern. Today I'm here to talk about a generational opportunity to realize reforms that address the budget deficit. The provisions proposed by the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform in Title IX of this bill are part of President Trump's larger effort.
Okay,
to
yeah,
improve
you're right.
the
This is the
fiscal
most
health of the federal
generational
government.
bill ever. Now pass
Last November,
suppressor. We need
Democrats offered to
suppressors.
provide more of the same, but the American people instead elected President Trump to a historic second term on promises
Oh, yeah, I heard
to
it
change
proposed.
Washington, D.C.
They're going to maybe
The deficit
deregulate
reductions
it.
in
This is
Title
the
IX of
closest. This is it.
reconciliation package codify part of
Actually, is it
President's
this?
vision
This
for
is the
enacting his
this
agenda and achieving
boring
significant taxpayer
C-SPAN
savings.
stream is
Congressional
actually
procedure,
extremely
precedent,
important.
tradition
That's
too
the
often
sad thing.
contribute
This
to
is
an
so
ever-expanding
boring.
federal government.
You guys didn't see that.
Meanwhile,
Dev.
too little is
You guys
done to
didn't see that.
shrink the administrative state and make the federal bureaucracy more efficient. The budget reconciliation process provides a rare opportunity.
It's actually
to
really hard
reverse
to
that
die in
trajectory. Fundamentally, Congress instructed the Committee on Oversight and Government Reform to advance policies that reduce the federal deficit by at least $50 billion. Despite our committee's limited jurisdiction,
jurisdiction over mandatory spending programs
We passed a package of budget reforms that save a significant sum.
More
We are
focus
in
on
a
the
fiscal
game now.
crisis.
Okay. Look,
The
finding a gun
reforms we
for
moved
it.
out of the Oversight Committee met the
What's the
moment
point of
in
suppressor if you
terms
don't
of
even have a
addressing
gun?
that fiscal crisis. We did the job we needed to do on behalf of the American taxpayers
Oh my God,
and future
the camera's
generations.
gonna be the death
The
of
simple
me.
truth is that federal employee retirement
you guys
benefits
see that
significantly
jank?
outpace those of the private sector. To this point, the Congressional Budget Office issued an April 2024 report that I requested, stating that, quote, benefits for federal workers cost 43% more per hour worked on average than benefits for private sector workers, end quote. CBO stated further that, quote, benefits also constituted a larger share of total compensation
Oh
for
my
federal
God,
workers
this camera's
than for
awful.
workers in the private sector, end quote. Most of the costs associated with these
No, we need to go
benefits
this
are
way.
funded by hardworking taxpayers in the private sector and federal borrowing. I understand that our conference includes members that represent different constituencies.
I feel like they're
I
bringing
support leadership's work to combine our package
Yeah,
with the
that
provisions reported by
CEO.
other committees into
That's
one
something.
bill that can gain the
Something
support
I will
of our
say about
conference.
this. I don't,
And I thank my colleagues
if
for
it
working with
really,
leadership to
if
represent
it
their
really was
constituents and
going
reach
to
an agreement
affect the
on a
deep
package
state
that
or whatever,
advances
like
significant
healthcare stuff,
budget-saving
where if
reforms.
it really mattered in the
I
long
fully
term,
support our collective
that
efforts to
CEO
advance a
story would have
package that
never
works
aired.
for the House and supports President
And that's
Trump's
the only
agenda.
thing I'll say about it.
Title IX of the legislation before us today advances most of the Oversight Committee's important budgetary reforms. These
Let's go.
reforms will save taxpayers money
Let's take
while
backs.
protecting
Never
current
underestimate the
retirees,
deck.
as well as law enforcement officers, border patrol officers,
One
air
second. I
traffic
gotta bring up the
controllers,
doc. There's a
nuclear
doc
material
to make sure
couriers,
I'm
and
not.
firefighters who serve a clear public interest and
Oh, come
typically have
on. I'm trying to do
shortened federal
something.
careers due to mandatory
There's a
retirement rules and early retirement
YouTube live
incentives.
panel. Thank you. It tells
Taken
me.
together,
Thank
the
you,
reforms
19
now being
people, for
considered
watching this
in
late
Title
night
IX will reduce the
C-SPAN
deficit
garbage.
and move us toward the more accountable federal government and the American people demand and deserve.
Oh my God.
I ask
It's
the
already
Rules
been an
Committee to
hour of
promptly
this.
advance this
I'm so
legislation
tired.
for consideration by the House, and I welcome the committee's questions. I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. Representative Lynch, you recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's going on at 2 a.m. because the Trump administration and congressional Republicans want to unload the cost of $7 trillion in tax cuts onto
The
the
thing
backs
is,
of
there's
American
certain like
workers,
topics, like
families,
let's
and
say I talked
dedicated
about the
public
healthcare CEO,
servants.
I would be banned. But if
And
Sam
because
Piker
this
talked
bill
about
is
it
so
for like 3
disgraceful, it
hours,
can't stand the
saying
light of
stuff
day.
that's probably would
In just
get me
over 100
demonetized or even
days,
throw me
we've
off of
witnessed
YouTube,
the Trump
you get a pat on the
administration
back
lay
from
off more than
Twitch.
200,000
It's harder to talk about
probationary
certain
federal
touchy
employees,
subjects
including
when
leading
you're not like
researchers,
Hassan
public
Piker.
health experts, veterans, and other critical positions.
Yeah, you missed a.
Trump has
Hopefully Gus-
coerced 75,000 civil servants into
Gus,
resigning.
Gus already killed
Trump
Holly.
has
Too
replaced
late. Well,
50,000 nonpartisan
this is the last
civil
sick day
servants
you'll ever
with
take.
political appointees. And Trump has illegally terminated nonpartisan, independent inspectors general and federal watchdogs. This partisan bill threatens to further undermine the federal workforce by reducing the take-home pay, benefits, and workforce protections of 2.4 million federal employees, most of whom are middle-class American workers, and a third of whom are military veterans. This is more of the same, an unprecedented assault and political purge of the nonpartisan civil
Twitch
service.
is anti-Sneed. Yeah, it is.
And the people who pay most for these attacks are the veterans, children, seniors, and other Americans who rely on our federal workers.
Bro, you don't care
to
about
deliver those- to deliver
veterans.
those
You wanted
life-saving
veterans
services.
disarmed. Your party wanted veterans
federal
disarmed for not
employee
managing
retirement
their bills
system-
correctly. Dude, come on.
Annuity supplement, a monthly bridge payment for retirees before they're eligible for Social Security at age 62 would
It's
be
Massachusetts
eliminated
is
for
such a-
anyone not actively receiving
I'll
the
definitely
supplemental
tell you guys
payment
this. I'm not
by
doing a meetup
January
in
1st,
New England. Yeah,
2028,
yuck.
or who does not meet a specific exemption. Federal workers like letter carriers, VA
lemonade.
hospital nurses,
I
food
need some of
inspectors
this
who have
more
committed
Calypso lemonade.
decades to the job are eligible to retire would not be able to receive this vital payment to make ends meet. That's $18,000 per year in retirement income for the average beneficiary eliminated because
I
billionaires
want to know this guy's
need another tax
opinion on elf insurance.
This legislation would also retroactively change the annuity formula to base most employees' annual retirement payments on their highest 5 years of earnings instead
Yeah,
of
New
the
Hampshire's pretty
highest
cool.
3.
Is that
as they were
technically New
promised
England?
when they were hired?
Yeah, I think it is.
This is an outright theft of earned benefits that would cost federal retirees thousands of dollars
24
annually.
viewers watching
And my Republican
C-SPAN. Oh
colleague,
my God, look at
Representative
your
Mike
life,
Turner
guys.
of Ohio was exactly right to speak out and vote against this provision during our
What
committee's
is wrong with
consideration of this bill, making the rejection of the oversight provisions bipartisan. Another particularly egregious provision of this bill would force any newly hired federal employee to accept at-will employment or lose 5% of their take-home pay to increase retirement contributions. Federal workers
for some
who
reason,
choose
a
to
lobster
remain under
roll
the
sounds
merit-based system would be
Too
forced to
broke for
contribute
one.
nearly
Lobster is, like,
10%
expensive, too.
of their paycheck towards retirement.
I forget. Wait, I'm
CBO
tails. I
estimates
could
that
fly.
75% of new
Yeah,
hires
this,
in the federal government
this level
would
is
now become
pretty
at-will
easy.
employees subject to political
Tails
purges
tails
of
levels
the
are
federal
really easy.
workforce with little to no protections. I'll be introducing amendments to strike this bill's at-will employment provisions and to exempt veterans and federal workers who entered the workforce prior to the bill enactment from the changes in the annuity formula. Despite the claims of this administration, federal workers are not leeches on the system, but hardworking,
I'm a
dedicated public
C-SPAN
servants who are
Frank calls
paid about
Bubba Booey.
25% less
It's low-key nice, but they
than
make
their
it bones
private
fuck
sector
expensive in
counterparts.
IO.
A strong, nonpartisan federal
dude.
workforce is fundamental to a
I
functioning
love
democratic
I love
government.
Winco.
These
I
dedicated workers
want
deserve our respect and our support. Like
I went
most
shopping at
Americans, federal
Winco today. There
workers
was some,
faced increased
I bought a
costs
bunch of
for
cheap
groceries
shit,
and housing
cheap
and economic
lemonade,
uncertainty
cheap
because of
drinks.
President Trump's
I didn't
reckless
expect to do
tax
this tonight.
and
I was
tariff
just
agenda.
100% on the shit.
The
Like,
Trump
yeah,
tariffs
shit,
are
let's try
estimated
it.
to cost American households $4,900 per year, the largest tax increase since 1968. President Trump and congressional Republicans are also advocating for a tax
I'm gonna look
regime
back on
that
this
will
day a
actually
lot.
increase
Even if
federal
nothing happens,
deficits
this has
by
been
more
a
than
really
$4
great
trillion
stream.
over the next 10 years. And worst
Got
of all,
to
they're
discuss a
seeking
lot
to
of things.
offset their tax
I'm still probably in this for another 4 hours or whatever.
$800 billion from
Guys,
Medicaid programs.
if I,
My Democratic
I'm gonna be so
colleagues and
tired
I
tomorrow.
strongly oppose that motion. Oversight Democrats stand with struggling families. We oppose corruption and abuse of power, and we are committed to solving our nation's crises without sacrificing the well-being of our civil servants. I urge my colleagues to reject this reverse Robin Hood legislation, which robs from the poor to give to the rich, and instead work towards a budget that respects American workers and the basic needs and services they
don't
provide.
die at the end.
I welcome the committee's questions, and I yield back.
That's funny. I almost said my name.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis.
I almost said my name in like third person. That's funny.
Chairman Arrington,
I had to like use all my soul
We
to not
keep
say
hearing
it.
a constant refrain from the Democrats that the
It's gonna
tax
get to.
cuts
I'm
were
probably.
driven
This is
for the
probably.
wealthy.
This is probably the only time
Washington
I would
Post
accidentally spoil my
fact-checked
name
what
is on
they
a live
referred
stream.
to as Democrats' quote zombie claim end quote.
Brandon Herrera's gonna
83% of the
like
benefits
make this
from
look like
Republican tax
he's gonna
reform in
cut up like
2017
9 hours
went
of
to the wealthiest 1%.
9 hours of footage
They
into like 1 minute.
fact-checked
Like this is what happened on
multiple times.
C-SPAN.
The Post
The
gave
struggle
claim
of actually waiting for something to happen
pre-Pinocchio,
though.
saying, quote, the tax
Well,
bill has
oatmeal
been
cream
in
pie
place
sounds
for
good
more
right
than
now.
3 years, and it's clear from the available data that the top 1% did not end up with most of the tax benefits. Do you agree with me that the Democrats have a credibility problem when they discuss President
Okay. I'm
Trump's
trying to remember how to beat this boss.
They have a major credibility problem because the facts are contrary to their mischaracterization. The top 1% actually pay a higher share of their taxes than they did prior to TCJA. So in that respect, it became a more progressive tax code. But every other income level saw a tax break. In addition to that,
Oh my God, I'm
we had record
taking some.
wage increases. In fact, the bottom 10% of wage earners grew their
need to
wages
get
at
rings.
twice the top 10%. And it's 3 times
Didn't
the
know.
income increase of the bottom 50% relative
I remember
to the
when Trump
top
passed the
1%.
first tax
So
cuts.
I would just add that
I remember people
it-
said they
it
didn't save
couldn't
money.
be
I
a
remember all
scam
this.
on
Oh, it didn't save anyone
working
any money.
people and poor people when we achieved the lowest poverty rate.
If the
in
tax,
in
look up what
recorded
happens if
history.
Trump's tax cuts expire, and
So
look up how much dollars you'll
People
lose.
got
It's actually
better
crazy.
opportunities and bigger paychecks. And the people
That
at
was
the
like one of the
lower
first things I
income
realized that the media
spectrum
lies about certain
got
things.
the biggest benefit
That
from
was like when I was really
TCJA.
young.
So mischaracterization may be an understatement for how they describe tax cuts for the rich.
I need to get
And let's
rings.
remember, The top.
Oh, there's no
10% of
rings. Oh,
income
I'm so
earners are
screwed.
paying 70% of our salary, the lights, and the
I
entire
died to
freight
this
of the
boss.
federal
That's
government.
been a
So
while.
when we talk about tax fairness and equity, they have an interesting perspective
We'll
on
stick
that.
along longer tonight. Good night,
Thank
my
you.
fellow
I
chuds.
think
Yep.
the word
Good night.
mischaracterization
I don't blame you.
is
I
what
don't
they're
blame you.
saying
I don't
is
blame you at
a
all.
kind
There's nothing you
way
can. You
to
can.
say
There's
it.
nothing you can do now. So yeah,
There's-
get a good night's sleep.
There's a three-letter
Oh, you just
word
hold
that
the circle button.
characterizes
Okay.
it better, but we'll leave that alone. When President Biden stated the Trump tax cuts went to the top 1% and not ordinary people, didn't factcheck.org
Oh, you're
have
supposed to
debunk
go
him?
under it.
And didn't the liberal tax policy center even have to correct President Biden? And didn't even the New York Times state that,
my
quote,
God, I hate
studies consistently find that the 2017
At the time,
law
though, they said it didn't
cut
work.
taxes
They have a
for
50
most
cal
Americans.
not liberal, but Trump has done jack shit. Okay,
That's
And
correct.
doesn't this constant refrain
do want to do a
we're
video for
hearing
that.
from
He's
Democrats
done
now
more than you think,
match
but there's a
exactly
reason why
what
people.
has
There's a
been
justifiable reasons why people don't think he's as good as he is. He could be way
debunked?
better.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't
Yes,
blame you.
ma'am.
That's not.
And nobody knows
I
that
think
better than
I think
the
anti-gun
average,
people think Trump's way more
family
pro
of
2A
four
than
who
he
saw
is, and I
about a
think anti-gunners.
$5,000,
I mean, I think pro-gunners think he's more
increase in their
anti-2A than he
take-home pay
is.
because of
When in
their tax
reality,
relief,
this is
which-
my opinion. I will
which
go
is
over a video.
almost
He is the most
the opposite
pro-gun
effect
president
of
of the
the,
last like 40 or 50 years, which is
the,
pretty sad. If
inflation
you look
tax
at
they paid over the
Nixon's,
last
I talked about
3
this
or 4 years.
earlier in the stream.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGovern.
But this is above party
I think
politics.
what you're talking about is not what we're talking about here today. We're talking about
Yeah,
the Republican
No,
reconciliation package
I don't have
that,
problem with
gonna be
people shitting on
jammed
Trump's
through,
thing, but
this committee and
compared
rushed
to a
the
lot
floor.
of others, it could be
And if
worse.
I'm
I want to go
understanding
into that
the
with a video.
Numbers correctly, the latest version of their
Where
tax scam.
2024,
top
if you just look through the
0.1% stand to
lens,
gain $255,000
I think this is one thing
on
people
average
forget. He was
in
shot and didn't
2027
call for
alone. That's
AR-15
$700
bans.
a day, every day.
I know that's not
Million-
a lot.
the people who make
He could
over
have
$1 million
probably got
a
a
year
lot
will
out
also
of
get their
milking that and
pockets
saying
lined.
we need.
On
we
average,
need-
these
he could have won
millionaires
over more
will have an
voters if
additional
he ran on a.
$81,500
this is
per year.
If he ran on an
but
anti-2A
pennies for
thing,
everybody else.
I think he could have
For those
actually
earning less than
got more
$50,000
voters if
per
he
year,
did
the
that.
average benefit is $265.
Right, he
That's
actually
less
didn't
than
go over.
$1
He didn't go
per
after
day.
the AR-15,
That's
which is
laughable
surprising.
when you begin to look at
And
the
also, I
gaps
can't
that are
skip
gonna be
this,
created
cutscene.
by these cuts in other programs. But
I don't
Mr.
blame
Boyle,
anyone for hopping off.
I have
Is
a letter
a
here
time.
that you received along with the Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries.
What did I do?
The director of
Oops.
the Congressional Budget Office. And I'm looking at this chart.
Oh, it's
here
telling me.
about
Oh my
the
God, what is
benefits
the
from this
setting?
bill.
Okay,
It
concurrent
doesn't seem
viewers.
to match what
Okay.
Chairwoman Fox and Mr. Arrington.
Leave out a
just
beer for
talked
Brandon
about.
Herrera for me.
You wanna comment on
If you,
this?
if
What
you,
that
if
chart
you
shows-
truly believe in
By the
Brandon
way,
Herrera,
not-
you
that's
might
not
leave
my
an AK
chart.
under
That's
your
not
pillow.
your chart.
CBOs.
That is the
Anyone who wants to hop up, you
official
probably want to
scorekeeper's
hop up.
chart.
We're gonna be up all night.
The nonpartisan Congressional Budget
This is gonna
Office.
be so
If you
long.
can show that chart again, what it shows is the poor get poorer while the rich get richer. And so let me quote again from the CBO, specifically their numbers. For people in the bottom 10%, they will experience a 4% loss of household wealth. Meanwhile, for
Representative
people in the top
McGovern
10%,
says the bill is still
they
being
will
written
see
in a
their
back room
household
somewhere. Does
resources
this mean the Short Act
increase
could still come
by
up?
2%.
Only one way to
It is
find
as
out.
simple
Keep
as that.
calling. They're
Can I
still
ask you to
writing this
consent that
bill.
Be entered into the record, Madam Chair.
Without
Bullshit.
objection.
Come on, someone. Hey
I-
guys, someone
my
sneak
view,
in the machine guns
on
being
legislation
off
is
the
that
NFA.
if
Come
you
on, just sneak it
believe
in.
the legislation,
Sneak it in.
you
Trump
oughta
said
vote
he
for it.
wanted that.
If
Yeah,
you
let's
don't
trick
believe
him.
in it, you ought to vote against it.
I'm in
So I
California.
would
Nothing
say
has
to
changed
my
in
friend
Colorado and
Chairman
Washington are even worse
Arrington,
now. Yeah.
if you believe the stuff that's contained
The
in
problem
this
is federal.
reconciliation
It's
bill,
so
if-
hard to
if-
change
if
guns at the
you
federal
think
level.
these priorities are the right priorities, and if these
The
represent
thing with
your
like
values,
the
then
problem
by all
with
means,
Washington,
go for
California.
it.
Oh
I
yeah,
will-
we won
I'll
the
disagree with you.
FRT
I mean, I could spend
trigger
all day
ban.
here,
Yeah, by the
because I'm also
ATF,
on the
not
Agriculture Committee, and we had
legislation.
a lengthy
That is the
hearing
problem
on
with
the impact of the
that.
nutrition cuts
We need need to
on
put
average
a
people and on
a
states,
federal
too. There's an unfunded
preemption
mandate
law.
there as well.
This would be
and it's going to be significant.
Pro-guns, pro-gunners, wet dream
but
is
if
to put a
this
preemption
bill
law
represents your values,
where there can't be any
just say
more
for the record,
restrictions
it
than there
doesn't
are in
represent my
federal
values.
laws.
And so, you know,
You need something like that, just like what they do at the state level. So, like, so Boise,
let me
like
ask you a
for
question,
my
though,
example,
Chairman
Idaho,
Harrington.
Boise can't
I mean,
pass gun
this is
control. That's the
Rules
only way
Committee
to really
print
tell.
of what we're
The only way to
talking
get
about.
rid of shit like that, Jimmy, is
and
it's the
and,
Supreme Court. Even the
is this
Supreme Court is
Rules Committee
50-50.
print in front of us, is this the final
Oh my God.
version of the bill, or a change is going to be?
Yeah, I feel bad. Right?
Sir, it's the final
so
version
shit.
of the bill until,
Washington's even worse.
the manager's
Washington's
amendment
pretty
is
bad.
completed, and then we'll know
assault
what those
weapons
definitive changes
ban.
are.
So are negotiations still
It's
ongoing?
worse in, Washington.
And if so, with whom? Where are they, and in what room? Shouldn't you be in that room instead of being here right now because you're the budget chair? I mean, during the markup, during the budget markup on Sunday night, you said that
I'm
you
gonna
weren't
double
aware of any
check
changes being made, and then
and
my
see
colleague
if
on the Rules
okay,
Committee,
this
Mr.
is.
Norman.
I'm just gonna refresh
this
it just in
committee
case. They're bringing up the same question. Just gonna refresh it just in case. I want to make sure I'm not behind. Oh no, it stopped working. No. This is what you get, Bubba. Never refresh anything. This is entirely my fault. Okay. Ooh, C-SPAN coverage of the papacy from. Oh my God! Come on, work. Is this like blocking? Oh, here we go. Here we go. That was weird.
Right, yeah,
in this process.
But in the Budget Committee markup, you said that we would have an official score from the nonpartisan budget
Illinois.
experts at
Oh
CBO
yeah,
before we
Illinois has a
vote on
pretty
this
bad
bill.
one.
And when will we
Yeah,
get
SCOTUS is just being weird.
I believe
SCOTUS
we
is
will
so.
still have
Sometimes
a
they're like
score on
juggernauts,
the
like
final
yeah,
bill.
let's
So you think we'll get
that
the score
bump
before
stock,
we-
it's gotta
we
go.
vote
Then
on
the other times like,
That's
oh,
my
we don't know
expectation.
about
If we
ghost
don't,
guns.
would you recommend that
Oh.
we hold off until we get
I think we
they're-
got a lot of the
I'm
bills
pretty sure
scored
it's
at this
just,
point. My expectation is that
it's the
they'll
black
have the
guy.
bill scored.
The black guy
But
gets
the
it right
changes-
each time when it comes to guns.
I mean, one of the things about CBO is
I do
it's
know
not
there's
only
some
just about the,
skeletons in his closet.
you know, the
so.
impacts on the
So
deficit
he
and the
might be
debt,
g-
but also on
We
like how
just
many
when
people will lose healthcare
when some of
benefits
these old
or, you know, and other
dinosaurs
benefits. So you know, any change
quit off the Supreme Court, that's another
will
fight.
impact
Make sure
our
we get some
constituents
pro two-way
So I
Supreme
guess I
Court
just wanna-
justices in
I mean,
there.
do you think it's okay for us to vote on this bill without knowing how much
Stop,
it will cost the
stop
American
kicking the can
taxpayer,
down the road. I agree.
or how
The
many
reason
people
is
will
they
get
don't
kicked
want to
off of
have
their
any
healthcare?
contra.
I mean,
They don't
if
want.
you're
They
saying
want a
we should-
long
we should,
career.
you know,
Oh
we
shoot!
should absolutely
No,
have a
the credits have been
a
paused.
final
Oh
CBO score
God!
before we vote on this.
No.
I could live with that. I just don't. I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're committing to or not.
I
committing
hope
to.
this goes more consistent on the guns.
I'm
I
committing.
think,
My
has
expectation
he ever?
is
I don't
they'll
think he's
have
ever
all the
voted
scores,
against
Mr.
a gun thing.
McGovern.
I will double check
But
on that.
I think they know the
that bump stock. I didn't expect the bump
various
stock.
machinations.
The
and
guy who argued.
what that will
Here's the
do
thing
to
we got to talk about
ensure
too.
a
The
certain
guy who
number of
argued the
people
bump stock
who
stuff,
receive, for example,
like in favor of
Medicaid, who are
bump
in this
stocks,
country
the lawyer
illegally
on our side,
under
he
the
was
policies of
terrible.
President Biden.
He was downright
And what
awful.
That will change when we put
No one talks about
prohibitions
that. That
against
guy who was,
taxpayer funding,
I don't
funded,
remember what gun rights
services
group he was
going
part
to
of.
be
He was
available.
downright
I'm not looking
awful.
for
They
a
should fire him.
Prediction. I'm looking for kind of certainty about
Yeah,
what
sure.
we will be. Mr.
Van
Boyle,
Dyke. Who's Van
as you
Dyke?
know, statutory pay-go, which stands for pay-as-you-go, is a law that requires tax cuts and spending increases to be offset, meaning that they do not add to the deficit. If at the end of the year, congressional legislation
Holy shit!
collectively
I'm wearing
violates
like.
pay-go, those deficit effects trigger across
I'm
the
wearing
board
like
cuts
I
to
completely
programs
have tuned
like
this out. I
Medicare.
have a huge headache.
Does this
because of,
bill trigger
just
statutory
where
pay-go?
I don't normally wear
Yes,
headphones.
and it's not me saying it. It is the Congressional
You know what?
Budget Office
Shut up.
confirming
Yeah, I'm
it
gonna
as
turn
of
it
a
down
couple hours ago. And look, this is really the breaking news because when the Budget Committee kicked off this process approximately 3 months ago,
There's like 5 decibels.
there was a commitment by President Trump that there would be no Medicare cuts in this piece of legislation. And indeed,
Ouch.
over the last several months, there's been no
Supersonic.
discussion
This is the end of the
Medicare
game.
at all. There has been of Medicaid, but not of Medicare. Well, here we are tonight because, as you explained, because of the size of the deficits, because of the pay-go or pay-as-you-go act, that would
I'll
trigger
let the cutscenes play, even though
sequestration
you
of
don't want to hear
Medicare,
'em.
and it would total
Oh,
over
dude.
$500 billion. The official figure that CBO confirms is $535
What we
billion
need to do is
in cuts.
we need our own compound, like
And
Angel
this bill
Island. We need our own compound.
Doesn't waive statutory pay, though.
No, it does not.
So this will have a direct impact on Medicare and the federal budget, which is, again, I think a lot of people who are not following this as closely as you are probably are not aware of and will be surprised to learn about tomorrow. Chairman Hill, as you know, military service members and veterans are disproportionately targeted and endangered by financial fraudsters. And the CFPB, whose funding Republicans are aiming to cut by roughly 70%,
28 people. Oh my God!
received nearly
Must he be here for the
85,000
song?
financial complaints from service members and veterans in 2023. And the
I was not.
CFPB has
Oh, I
provided
started skipping cutscenes just
$363 million in
instinctively.
monetary relief.
Doesn't matter. We're
from
just gonna get to
enforcement actions that
Supersonic.
involve harm to service members and veterans.
In
Our
Louisville, I'm not
colleague
sure about an
from Connecticut,
island.
Mr. Himes, spoke on an
Ooh,
amendment in your
Wubba
committee
Bubba Island. Ooh,
that would
that's not.
prevent
You don't want to
funding
be there.
cuts to the CFPB from harming veterans and service members.
Seems like a
This
lot of bad
seems
people
like
own
a
islands.
common sense amendment
Seems
to
like
me.
certain people own islands.
Yet
That's not
not
good.
a single Republican spoke in favor of it.
Or
And no one on your side
basements.
even spoke up to explain why they were in favor
Pretty sure I have to go
of not moving this amendment forward, which
Must
again,
be-
I think
this is what I
threatens the
get for
financial
skipping the
safety of our
cutscenes.
service members and our veterans. So at the end of the day, I mean, this amendment was voted down.
Oh God, my microphone's
So
blocking
I
my
just want to give you
view.
an opportunity to explain why
I deserve
cutting an
every
agency
second for not looking
that
at my.
protects the financial well-being of our
Okay, I'm
service
not
members
supposed
and our
to be here
veterans is a priority in this bill. I don't
It's an
quite
awfully
understand
hot
it.
pot of coffee. I
Well,
haven't been
thank you, Mr.
watching
McGovern.
it
The
when
plan,
we're
the
staring at
Republicans
coffee
advanced in
pots
this reconciliation
at
plan was to save mandatory
at,
spending, and it's our judgment
Wubba
going
Bubba-
back
I
and looking
cannot
at the
even
history
afford
of the
ammo.
CFPB
I can't
since
even
its
afford
inception
ammo.
in the Dodd-Frank
How am I supposed to get
Act,
an
that it could
island?
continue its core function.
Okay,
and
I
meet
need
its
to get more
statutory
crypto
obligations
kitties and
at a 5% cap of the Federal Reserve's budget, which would be about
crypto coins. I need more
$249
crypto coins.
million
Bubba
this
coin.
year.
We need some Bubba coin.
And that it could meet all of its statutory obligations in meeting what Dodd-Frank directed it
Jeffy,
to do,
yeah,
which
yeah.
is
I'm
for
glad
large
you know what I'm talking
financial
about. Yeah, Jeffrey,
institutions,
you kind of
and
ruined the whole
non-banking
evil
companies,
island. Now
comply
Eggman
with
can't have
consumer
evil islands
compliance.
anymore.
And we believe they can do that.
Oh God, I forgot what I was supposed to.
I'm hearing great concern.
Oh no, I'm
about,
supposed to go like
about the
details.
impacts of
I'm
these
supposed to
cuts.
go
And what I worry about in a number of areas with regard to this bill is that cuts are being made not necessarily
I have
on the
to
merits,
go.
but just
I have to
because
get.
cuts
I
have
hope-
to be made.
If you have to leave, you gotta leave.
Ranking
True,
Member
we need to
Waters, the
rebuild
CFPB has returned
Oh, I
$21
have two
billion
GATs. Okay,
to
CZ
consumers
75
over the last
Glock
14 years.
I have like
If Congress proceeds to slash
my
70%
go-to carry
of
pistols
the
are Shield
CFPB's
Plus.
budget, a vital agency whose sole purpose
Yeah, I
is
got
to
a good
protect
price on it a
American
while back.
consumers in the
Oh my
financial
God, get on
marketplace,
with it.
would the CFPB be still be able to fight for consumers and seek remediation when they are harmed with this kind of cut?
I'm going insane. I gotta look up what I'm supposed to do.
Absolutely not. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is extraordinarily important for consumers.
I'm sad. I'm mad
I
that they
sat on the
disabled
conference
to
committee
call. I
of
need
the
to.
Dodd-Frank reform.
As long as he didn't have a okay, I
when
think we
we
can sell this just whole
created,
evil. Yeah.
the Consumer Financial
Maybe he did.
Protection Bureau. A lot
Well,
of work
one,
had
we
been
can't put it in
done,
the U.S. Virgin
by
Islands.
Senator Warren and others.
Okay, separate.
But I want you
separate
to
tab.
know, prior to
Open this
the
up.
Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the consumers really had nowhere
Supersonic
to turn. They had nowhere to really
Guide.
lodge their
Sonic.
complaints. And this is very important because now, with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and the excellent work that has been done, they've
Gotta
been
make sure
able
I
to
mute
return
anything on
$21
this
billion
awkward tab.
over 14 years to our consumers.
my
I
God.
want you to know that our consumers, the victims, are mostly the least of these.
What?
These are
Yeah,
people
I
in
literally
poor
couldn't see
communities, and not only in inner city, but in rural communities. They are the victims of everybody with a kind of
I was in the
broad
right area.
scheme,
It's just I
that
couldn't find
see them
Eggman.
as vulnerable and target them. I want you to know,
Massachusetts-
without the
No,
Consumer Financial Protection
they have to be
Bureau, we
represented
would not
by the
have
most
been
annoying
able
people ever.
to deal
Ugh.
with the big fines that we had
Massachusetts.
to do some of the
blah.
largest banks in this country
rather hear
that were
some
literally, in many ways, had less
They should be
risk
paying me to listen to
management
this.
that they should have,
That's what
and
they should
all
be
kind of errors and mistakes and fraud was taking place. And so this proposed cut of 70% literally would kill
Oh, look, they're
the
right there. How did
Consumer
I miss
Financial
them?
Protection Bureau. And I want you to know that even, and I'm recalling,
Is Maxine
acting,
Waters from
Mick
Missouri? Oof.
Mulvaney was acting
Oof,
director
yeah.
of the Consumer
thing I
Financial
got
Protection
any-
Bureau. He basically said, I'm bound to execute the law as written. When he first went in, he did not request any money. And then in one quarter,
Oh, dude.
he and I think one other, Kathy Kraminger, when she was there,
I need to like start. I need to
requested
start
almost
controversy
the
right now, so I'm not
maximum
bored
amount
anymore.
in
Okay,
one
guys,
quarter
gotta say
of
the
249 million.
certain
So
word
this
that
is
every gamer
extraordinarily
uses.
important.
Let's say it.
All of us, Democrats
gotta
and
wake everyone
Republicans
up.
alike, should care about our consumers, about our
Okay, Tickle,
voters,
take me away.
about the fact that they need the
Oh,
money that
God.
they earn.
I'm so bored.
Hard-working
I need to be
people
controversial.
to put food on the table, to pay the rent, getting ripped off in so many ways, and
I
nowhere
almost
to
died.
turn would be absolutely disastrous.
Thank you. The oversight portion of this bill would reduce pay, pensions, and protections for current and future federal employees. The bill would force the federal workforce to foot the bill for tax cuts for billionaires and comes as the Trump-Musk administration is
they
carrying
just
out a
keep
cruel,
repaying this.
full-scale
Yeah,
assault on
Jimmy,
the
you're
federal
pushing it.
workforce.
Don't,
The American people
guys,
and the
don't
life-saving
say it. Don't
services
say it.
they rely upon will suffer
worry, I
the
got
most
you. Oh, God,
as a result of
no.
Republicans' efforts to purge the federal government
Oh,
of its
God.
dedicated, high-performing public servants.
Yeah.
And politicize
The
the
only
delivery
time
of
I would
basic
ever say that
needs
someone
and
tricked me with
services to our
Assassin's
veterans,
Creed
our
chat.
children,
Oh,
and our
oh,
seniors.
you scared me a
Republicans
little
also
bit.
want to extort future
Assassin's
civil
Creed
servants
chat. Oh
into
boy, that
giving
game
up their
didn't that
protections,
game do so well?
protections which
It did so
serve
well.
the interests
Ubisoft
of
looks
the
almost
American people
bankrupt.
who want good government
That
workers,
game
not
was
completely subject
that game
to
was
the whims
awful.
of whoever occupies the White House.
The game.
Representative Lynch,
I don't think it was
what would the
mechanically
approximate
bad. It's
financial
just
impact
too much.
of these provisions
It was
be
on
on
top
the
of
average
just
federal
all the
worker?
social things about it.
You got to press your mic.
And
If
just
you add everything up, so
it's just how many Assassin's
the
Creed games do we
FERS
need a
annuity
year?
supplement would cost
The Tower of Banhammer,
the average
Tower of
employee
Babel.
$54,000 in retirement income. When they average it out over the 3 years that the average employee uses that for, then
No one should own a Chaos Emerald.
changing the high
No one.
three
There's weapons of
to the
mass
high
chaos
five
destruction.
costs them
What else Sonic Adventure jokes can make?
$16,560 over
Holy
20
shit.
years. And then
If you guys are, I'm
finally,
tired. It's 11
the,
here. I'm so tired.
Converting new employees
I'm
at
so
will,
tired.
unless they accept, and plus the added money that they have to pay for their pension if they want to come under the
Oh.
Merit Service Protection Board. That it brings everything to
I've
over
never been so-
$106,000.
I've never been so tired in
over
my
a
life.
20-year career.
Basically, she seals
Yeah,
away
I just-
chaos.
but-
The end.
and-
Okay, let's get in the next cutscene.
Mr. Ranking Member, I just want to add your previous question about service members. This bill eliminates the Office of Service Member Affairs, which is the CFPB department that really watched after. If you go to any of these Army bases, you get onto Fort Hood, outside the bases are all these money services and you know, their
Carry all seven,
short-term
carry all
loans,
seven,
things
but
like that.
we may never know.
Payment systems that are exploiting
Oh, God,
these young
7
service members and
a.m.
their families.
Ah.
That office that used to
Can someone
protect
tell
them
me
is
the
being
minimum
eliminated in this
time?
bill.
I want
And
to know
what would
that.
the effect on our nation's
Minimum
nonpartisan
time.
civil
Tell me the
service
minimum time.
be of effectively extorting new hires to become at-will employees? I mean, would we see the same level of nonpartisan excellence?
It would gut it. So the estimate is that 75% of our federal employees, remember, these are new people coming into the workforce, they would
Each
reject
second
paying
that
the extra money for their pension
and
and
stream
instead become
button looks
they
mighty
would become
fine.
at-will
Looks mighty
employees.
fine.
So because they have no pension
If
at the
we're-
end, they're probably
I just
going
want
to
a
be
hint.
relying
Let's get on with
public
these
assistance
people need
instead
to
of being
cut it-
allowed
cut
to
the
build
cut the
a
fat.
pension for themselves during their working lives.
And Chairman Comer, is it correct that under this legislation, your pension contributions don't increase, but a newly hired VA nurse or Department of Defense education activity teacher who wants workplace protections from political purgers would pay 5% more of their salary towards their pension than they would under the current law?
No such thing.
They would
when you
have
could
a choice.
filibuster. Yeah.
They would have a choice.
The answer is
There's
yes.
minimum.
They would have a choice to be an at-will employee.
I wish I could click
and make more money.
You could just
or-
fast
or
forward.
be a
Just
traditional
fast forward this shit. This is so
government
annoying.
employee,
Wait,
like
I
we
know.
all
I
suffer.
just want them to hear like
me is
they're trying to
inherently
sneak
wrong
in
about all of this.
suppressors
I mean,
and
we should
SBRs.
want
I'm trying to wait for that.
federal civil
I'm
service
waiting
that
for like
represents the best
the
of the
biggest chimp out ever.
I disagree. I think
that alone
you
would
may
be
disagree
worth
with
it.
that. That's fine.
No, I
But
don't disagree with that. I think it's okay to give people a choice.
Right.
Give federal employees a choice. They can make decisions. The government doesn't have to make every decision for everybody, including all the government employees. Government employees can have a choice here.
Right, but the incentives here are backwards, which that's the point I'm trying to make, is that I think there's an attempt by this administration, and you may agree with it, to basically politicize our federal workforce, to make everybody just say whatever the administration wants, and that's it. And I think this is about incentivizing that. But let me just say,
My soul is getting
to Ranking
sapped.
Member Smith,
Each
from your time on
person
the
who
Armed
watches
Services
C-SPAN,
Committee,
you're
it is
starting
clear
to add
that you understand the value of
the reason these people are
defense
old, they're
spending and
sucking their
investing in our
souls through
military.
C-SPAN.
You
They're adding
believe
days
that
to
an
their
increase of
lives.
$150 billion for defense over the $848 billion provided to the Department of Defense in fiscal year 2025, and with few guardrails, makes sense when the pay for is devastating cuts from essential programs.
I
the
never
American
thought
people
this would
like
ever be.
Medicaid,
I
supplemental
thought
nutrition
me
assistance
doing
program,
Nintendo
SNAP,
streams would be
and
boring.
student loan and
I
grant
thought that
programs
would
at the
be boring.
Department
Oh
of
god,
Education.
that was wrong.
I do not,
Okay.
and then that's why I voted against it in committee and opposed this. I mean, adding $150
wait,
billion
you guys
to
ready
defense
for
is
this? I'm
debatable
gonna
in and of
do
itself.
something
But where
quickly.
it's coming from, as I think a number of people have articulated,
Pause. I don't care. We're gonna hear some great music. I bet you guys. Wait, don't pause.
coming from all
Mute.
these-
I'm gonna go on a hunch. You guys are not gonna miss too much. Good. Do that volume. Get some Sonic back on. This is just the end.
By your master, stupid beast. Now you must be destroyed at all.
You guys are missing absolutely nothing. I'll put money on it. Nothing happened. I could beat this before anything happened. This one's the music. No! No! Oh, I messed up. Moxley's right there, yeah, Bonk. Who was spared Kane. I got 25. Oh, that's from my Sonic playthrough. Let's go. This is the swamp. This is the deep state. Sonic needs a bump stock on it. Yeah. Super Sonic's him equipping a bump stock. Okay, it's gonna be incredibly funny if I miss the jump out. That would be so funny. Come on. Let's go. Oh, that's not the end. There's a four. I have to hit 4 more times. I hate how it switches to like dumpier music. It sucks. By the way, this does not look like Station Square at all. answer. No, it's the DNC. What's the difference? Oh my God. Oh, wait, I just realized I'm gonna die. No. Okay. I will. 1 second. I'm gonna mute the game. I'm gonna mute that. Sorry, you're gonna hear old people again. Fix.
Visible gang tattoos. If they ran the scans on them or ran the system on them and they did not have an Interpol hit,
you're a little quiet compared to the game. Yeah, I don't
roll
care.
them into this country.
You want to know why? Because
even
the
if they had
soundtrack's
visible gang tattoos. So we've got $5 billion for border security. That's
now
a
I'm
huge
quieter
investment
than the
for
old
people
people.
in this country that I think will go a long way and pay tremendous dividends for us. We've got $7 billion for air superiority, $11 billion for Pacific deterrence, $12 billion for readiness.
I'm also more quieter because.
Can you speak to these issues and what they mean to every American citizen and our ability to protect them?
I'm so
from
dead.
Our adversaries, both at home now, more so than ever, and abroad.
Yes, sir. On the first issue with the border, I would make the point that every administration going back to President Clinton has had to send National Guardsmen to the border to supplement border patrol efforts.
The controls are
that has been a higher demand right now because of the policies of the last
border
administration.
debates, that's more interesting.
For 4 years.
The
problem that generated for us, though, is we already are spending at the lowest level on defense that we have as a percentage of GDP since before World War II.
But the problem with that argument is we're way bigger on our GDP. Do we really need our GDP to match the military spending of that much, though? It should at least be better than China, but
secure that border.
We're like $1 trillion country. Do we really need a GDP
just one leg
military to match that?
We have a real problem with our nuclear triad, which is the most important
nuclear triad. How about we just, if we want to spend $5 trillion, why don't we just spend $5 trillion on nuclear planes? Solves us so much shit. Well, waste my dollars fine. Put on nuclear.
Behind schedule.
Put
These
on
are
the
1970s missiles that we have got to replace. And we've got to have the money to do it. This reconciliation goes a long way toward that. Our nuclear submarines, which are the most valuable element we have in the triad, we're behind on both the Virginia class and the Columbia class. This puts
I was double checking my
lot of money toward getting them caught back up. We just have a lot of elements. You've heard about the Golden Dome, which is really a layered level of defense against attack that we have been
actually
needing
getting
for a long
physically
time.
sick watching this.
This puts $25 billion against that threat. I can go on and on. There are many threats. I really disagree with the argument
I was
that
so
the
close.
$150
So
billion
now I
isn't
got
needed.
back up.
The fact is, this is just the first installment of what we need to start to get our defense back to where it should be so that we deter aggression and stay out of wars.
Mr. Rogers, thank you. I want to be respectful of other people's time. There's an additional $9 billion investment for service member quality of life, $34 billion for shipbuilding, which will be a lot of jobs.
We need our if we want to save a lot of money.
$25 billion for Golden Dome.
We need an Iron Dome like
a lot of those systems.
We need an Iron Dome like Israel
to defend us from
like
systems
leverage
that
one
are
out of them.
significantly slower.
That's like my
significantly
least controversial
larger
take ever.
Than the weapons that we face today, and if we do
not
invest in that,
if you don't know this,
that defense system, then
I have to go back or I'm
at
dead.
risk for hypersonics and other weapons that are extremely fast, extremely small. And I appreciate you, Mr. Rogers. I want to say this:
all the money,
Chairman Smith. It's always good to have two members who.
I hate
for the most part
this level.
We're able to work together. I appreciate your professionalism on the Armed Services Committee, and this is one we
okay,
just
good job checking out. Hopefully you wake up to
Madam Chair, I yield
a
back.
nice
Thank you,
short
Mr.
barreled rifle
Scott.
under
Ms.
your
Scanlon,
thing.
you're recognized.
I'm gonna
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our chairs and ranking members for
hate this
joining
boss.
us at
This is the last
extraordinary
boss, by the
hour.
way.
I also want to welcome our dedicated C-SPAN viewers and rules aficionados. You know who you are.
Stop trying to be a suck up to me.
For our special edition of DC After Dark. We're
C-SPAN
meeting in the dead
viewers,
of night
dude,
so that House
I hate
Republicans can try to jam through their disastrous reconciliation bill with zero transparency or scrutiny. This meeting began at 1 a.m. because our Republican colleagues know that a bill this bad
No one
can't be
watches
exposed
C-SPAN.
to
I'm
the
sorry.
light of
No one
day.
watches fucking
1 a.m.
C-SPAN.
is when you work on
I
bills
forgot
that
it
you want to
existed. Maybe I'm
hide from the
biased. I
public.
don't care, but no one
Why
watches.
would they want to
I
hide
don't
this
watch
bill?
C-SPAN, so no
This
one
bill
else
is going to
does.
enact the biggest cuts to Medicaid,
Look
the
at
primary
this.
health
Look at
insurance
this.
for nearly a quarter of Americans in our nation's history. This bill is going to enact the biggest cuts to SNAP, which prevents Americans from going hungry in our nation's history. And this bill is going to enact the biggest
Oh
tax
my god, I'm
cuts
so close.
for
I just need one more hit and enough
in our
rings.
nation's history.
One
Not
more
only
ring,
that,
enough
but the
hits.
Congressional Budget Office has
Also,
just
441
released
total
analysis
people
showing
have
that this bill
checked
is going
into the
to
stream.
result
Thank you.
in a wealth transfer, not from the rich to the poor, but from the poor to the rich. It's a bill for which there's still no agreement to guarantee its passage. That's why some of our members here aren't here
This is
right
it.
now. They're out there trying to cut some more deals with the Speaker in the White House. And these deals aren't just tweaks.
Come on. Yes, I did it. I beat the game. Let's go. I beat the game before
whether or not this bill
GTA 6.
at all. Although if it does pass, it's going to be a strict party line vote.
Oh my god.
So after months of debate and
Well, I beat
deliberation,
Sonic Adventure
in
2
the Republican
and Sonic
caucus,
Adventure 1 on
certainly
stream.
not
That's a
bipartisan
bucket
debate
list
with
item I've always
Democrats,
wanted to do.
House Republicans still don't have an agreement. What have you been doing all this time, other than lying about whether or not you were going to cut Medicaid?
Cheeto Man.
You've
I
had
hope
multiple
Cheeto Man
member
comes in. He's
meetings
like,
with
I hate you.
President,
I hate C-SPAN.
Committee markups that went for
Oh
dozens
god,
of
my
hours,
jokes are getting
and
pretty
you
shit
still
when
haven't
you're
ironed out
retired.
disagreements. Not only is it sloppy, it's disingenuous. We're meeting in the dead of night to consider a terrible
guys-
bill, and you
you
haven't
guys-
even
you
drafted
guys-
or
you
shared
guys
some
can
of
go
the
to
most
sleep
critical
watching this.
parts
You
of the
go,
bill.
shh, you go bed.
Haven't shared them with
I'll
your
speak in a
Republican
very
colleagues,
monotone
haven't shared
voice.
them with the other half
And
of
then, like,
Congress, and most
break up that
importantly,
noise with, like, a
haven't shared them
gunshot,
with
like,
the American people.
Wake you
As
guys
the
all up.
chairwoman acknowledged when she gavelled us in at 1 a.m.
That's some guy in my
if
old Discord
Republicans
made
are
that
able
joke.
to
He
pass
said,
their rule tonight,
I was
it will
thinking like
include a
it'd be funny as a
magical
one-off
manager's
video
amendment
to
that
make
will
a
allow them to
hour-long
change the bill before it goes
gun
to the House
facts to
floor.
sleep
a manager's
to.
amendment that none of us have seen.
And I
that we won't be
decided,
able to
and then he's like,
review
it should
or
be
debate
interrupted
or
with
change.
gunshots in the middle of
When
it.
we
Like
do get
that'd be
that
funny.
magical amendment,
Like
it's
sound
likely to be
effects,
dozens
YouTube.
of
Have to
pages
be
long
very
and include
specific when I say this.
significant changes to the underlying text. To make last-minute changes
Oh
that will
my
move
God,
around
I'm
hundreds
so-
of billions of dollars.
My head
These
hurts.
deserve transparency. These deserve scrutiny,
I'm
and these deserve debate.
Desk pop,
As
yeah.
some Republicans have suggested,
Oh,
y'all
oops.
should probably
Game
go home
freeze.
for the long weekend, collect yourselves, and come back to rules when you actually have an agreement. We're here in the middle of the night, of course, because the Speaker and President are trying to
Oh my
rush
g-
this bill
dead,
through by July
dead
4th.
chat, dead
A
chat.
timeline
No,
that
I'm
doesn't
messing.
seem
There's
plausible,
nothing. There's
even if
nothing to say.
Republicans
We've
manage
already
to
said
jam
everything
their
that's
BS
possible to
version of
say.
this bill
We're just waiting
through
for
the
these
House this week.
people just to
It's
get to the
clear they don't
point.
have the votes. The deadlines are made up just so they can jam the bill.
What is this? What
before
you
anyone really
overreact
knows
on
what's in it.
everything. You did clickbait. You did
All
all
your
this.
consternation over this
Not
or
my
that
fault.
provision of the bill, no matter what
I expect
agreement
old. I
the
thought
House
1 a.m. they'd be like,
after
ah,
this
yep,
tortured
this.
process, y'all know that the Senate is going
Don't
to
use
rewrite
y'all.
the
You're
bill
not from the
anyway.
country, lady. You're in a
Senators,
big
Republican
glass
senators
penthouse.
have said this bill is a non-starter. And in
Non-starter,
addition, since the bill
you know,
has not yet been finished,
not a
we don't
non-star-
have a CBO score.
Oh.
How much this bill will cost?
She just said it
We
wasn't
don't have
finished, so
any
they're
score
guys.
except
They're
on
shoving in
prior
machine guns.
versions
Get
of the
ready.
bill. All
Get
we have are
ready.
some back-of-the-envelope
Hope for a chimp.
estimates cobbled
I
together
think
by
the bill.
Republicans in
My
their
only thing I'll
backdoor
say is I
meetings.
think the bill might be
Mr.
way
Roy
too
and
big
Mr.
for them to
Norman
chimp
have
out
long been
specifically at
big
that.
advocates for making sure that we have a CBO score. So it's hard to believe they're going to think it makes
Oh
sense
my
to pass a
God.
bill that doesn't yet have a CBO score, where hundreds of billions of dollars worth of taxpayers' money
I'm gonna take my
is
headphones
penciled
off.
in by staff with a
Oh my
calculator.
God, it's like a 9-day
a slide
difference.
rule, possibly an abacus.
I get
Or,
a headache
you know,
for
are they going
using.
to, as seems likely,
I get a
throw
headache
caution to the wind
using
and cave again because the president.
Mike's fine. Yeah, I get a
Of course,
headache
business
using
leaders
my
and
headphones.
economists are calling this
my
bill
God.
an economic disaster.
This is
that
what
will
I
add
will say.
trillions
This is
to our
probably the
national
most
deficit by
entertaining
extending the
stream
tax cuts for
about
billionaires
this right now.
at the expense
That's how
of
sad.
American families.
That's how sad
Just
of
like
affairs
the
we're in.
2017 tax cuts did. We've seen this play before. The rich get richer, and the American people
Get
working
cram and go,
families
yeah,
get
cram it
left
in, shove it
holding
in
the
before
bag.
they're looking.
It was
Okay,
confirmed by
when
the
we pass
Congressional
this
Budget
bill,
Office just a few
you gotta
hours
sneak
ago
it in. You gotta
with
sneak
a
it in.
damning report that shows that
I don't care if
this
it's
bill
legal.
is
We're
going to
sneaking that
increase the deficit
sneaking
likely by
daily machine gun.
$3.8
We got
trillion.
machine gun vending
It's going
machines
to
in
cut
every city.
billions from Medicaid and SNAP, and it's going to reduce household income for poorest Americans and raise household income for the richest Americans.
Oh my god!
We can't emphasize enough
I
how
gotta look up. I'm gonna see
insanely
if
rushed
any
this
other gun
bill
tubers
is.
streaming
We're
this.
proposing major health care changes that will impact every American, whether they get their health care through
Oh my
Medicaid
god, it's
or
just fun.
Medicare or
I
some
like the
other
thumbnail.
source.
It's like the
The
black on
impact of
the
those
sign on
Medicaid
the stream.
cuts
Call your
will
representatives.
reverberate
It
throughout
looks
our
and it's
healthcare
just
system.
Sonic Adventure.
Cuts to
It's the
Medicaid will
fucking
push
small thing in the
hospitals,
corner. It is.
nursing
This
homes,
is
and
pretty
health clinics
consequential,
into
but
bankruptcy.
at
And when those
first
places
look, it
close,
doesn't
it's gonna
look
be
like that.
harder for
It does.
everyone else
This
to
looks
get
like
healthcare.
fake
Now,
fear mongering, but no,
turning to
this is
the
actually
panel
really
before
important.
us,
So
Mr.
important,
Arrington,
everyone's
Mr.
asleep.
Boyle, I assume you both
Ooh,
saw
one,
last
I need
week's
one
news,
rocket launcher. I need
that
the
Moody's
dude.
downgraded
I
the
want
United
the.
States credit rating.
I don't remember what's
and
originally
I'm
called.
sure you've read about it because one of the biggest reasons
The War
for
Machine
the
from
downgrade
Black
was
Ops 2. I
extending
need
these
that. I need
unfunded
that in real
tax
life.
cuts for billionaires.
Called like the PGL
Moody's
something.
explanation is as
Dude.
follows, and I quote, if the 2017 TCJA is extended, which is our base case, it will add around $4 trillion to the federal fiscal primary, excluding interest payments, deficit over the next decade. And
Oh, wait,
as a
I
result, we
technically
expect
beat the
federal
game.
deficits to
What the
widen,
hell?
reaching
I'm
nearly
debating
9%
if I
of
want to go
GDP
bed.
by
I want to
2035,
see something
up
happen.
from
I'm
6.4%
really
in
want to see something
2024,
happen. Though.
driven mainly by increased
Let me
interest
check.
payments on debt.
I know you guys
rising
can't see
entitlement
it.
spending and relatively low revenue generation. We anticipate
would
the
require me
federal
opening
debt burden
another
will
thing. I
rise
don't
to
wanna
about
fuck up OBS. I'm gonna see if there's
134%
anything
of
on Twitter
GDP by
people are saying.
2035, compared to 98% in
God.
2024. So doesn't it worry any of you on that side of the dais? It certainly seems to be what you've been talking about. It seems like a pretty damning indictment of the fiscal situation the Republicans are putting us in, and one that is going to become worse if they pass
I think
this
I'm.
bill. There's also
Am I,
this tidbit
besides
from
Brandon,
liberal
am I really the only
journal,
one
the Wall
on like
Street
YouTube
Journal,
who's like
earlier
shilling this shit? I am not
And I
finding
quote,
anyone streaming
investors
about
sold
this.
U.S. government bonds and the dollar on
Oh my
Monday.
God.
After Moody's ratings late last week stripped the U.S. of its last AAA credit rating,
That's so
citing
crazy.
large budget deficits and rising interest
This is
costs.
one of the best
Adding
ways
to the nerves about America's
to get
debt
fucking
trajectory,
machine.
the House Budget Committee
They're still writing it.
approved a
Here's the
tax
thing.
and spending bill
This is
Sunday
the nice
that is
white
projected
pill.
to add
They're still
trillions
writing
of
it. There's a
dollars
big chance
to
they can
that
still get
deficit.
in.
And another Wall Street Journal article this week
I
was
still
entitled "The Stark
took my
Math
headphones
on
off.
the
I couldn't stand her
the GOP
speaking,
tax
not
plan."
because
It
she's a
doesn't cut
Democrat. It's just
the deficit. That article put it
ears.
this way: the plan won't reduce federal
I'm
budget
almost, like,
deficits
tuned
and will
out.
make
I'm almost
America's
wanna go to
fiscal
bed.
hole deeper. While Republicans who've
I'm
vowed
really
to
trying
reduce
to see if
ratings
there's
say higher
anything I
economic
can show
growth
you.
will fill the gap,
Anything I can tell you.
budget
Anything.
analysts across the
Has
political
Gun Owners of
spectrum
America tweeted
have
anything?
panned the Republican plan,
No.
warning
There was-
that it worsens the
all
US
these
fiscal
gun rights
picture.
people went to
So,
bed.
there's no way around
all
it.
these
The math
they
ain't
went to
mathing.
bed. No one
And the
actually.
consequences are
People
gonna
are
be
like, go
disastrous
wake up
for
the next day and
entire
figure out what
country.
happened.
Now,
Who do you main on Team
as
Fortress
we've
2? What's your
been
load up?
looking at this bill
My
over the
main.
last
I actually
few
don't have a
months,
main.
as it has been clear
I main.
that it was going to
It's just
require
whatever I play it
drastic
for the day. I don't
Medicaid
have a.
cuts. We
I do
have
play a
this
lot of
breaking
engineer though.
news this
I'm
evening
pretty.
that it's
I'm
also
getting better
going to
at
impact
engineer
Medicare.
placement. So if that's your main here, that
Mr.
there you go.
Boyle,
I play
this is a
literally
major
any
revelation,
character.
and it's
The
exactly
worst character I'm
why
as Spy, but
this bill
besides
is
Spy,
not ready
I'm
for
terrible
prime
at
time.
Scout.
Barely
I am
ready for the 1 a.m.
downright
time.
terrible at Scout, so I wouldn't consider myself
So
a Scout
can you
main.
talk about how this is
I do like. I like
backdoor
heavy.
cut
I like playing
to
demo.
Medicare,
I like playing soldier.
which is going to cut for seniors.
I don't
and-
rocket jump
and
though. I'm not good at rocket
What's
jumping.
going to happen if the bill passes?
Yes, as CBO showed, because of
I guess-
the deficits that are baked into the Republican bill for billionaires, that would,
Holy
because of
shit.
something called the Pay-As-You-Go Act or PAYGO,
I have no other
that would
games to play.
trigger
I could-
sequestration of Medicare.
I'm going to play like
and
a
it would,
match.
again, according to
I'm
the
gonna-
Congressional Budget
I'm gonna
Office,
take this in like
be
20 20-minute
tune
increments.
of
If I'm
over
feeling too sick,
$500 billion to Medicare, one of the biggest cuts
right
to
now.
the
Really,
program.
I really want to see. I'm
Indeed, I would say
toughing
the
it out.
largest
You know why I
outright
said?
cut to the
I said I was pro
program
two-way
in
for a
American
reason.
history. There are some who might want to argue
Team Fortress
and
2.
rebut that by saying, well,
Sorry, there might be
we'll just go ahead and waive PAYGO.
Team Fortress 2
It's
might
actually
blast your ears for
impossible
a
in
second.
reconciliation
Sorry, it might
because
cover
it
up
would not,
this compelling
meet
speech of
to the
what's going on
requirements
right
of the
now.
Byrd Rule. So you cannot waive PAYGO.
I'm gonna play something
These cuts to
extremely.
Medicare will
I'm gonna play
happen
like
if this bill becomes law.
or something like that. Where's?
Thank you. That's obviously really concerning. Now, we've talked a little bit already about the fact that there isn't a CBO score
Okay,
for
Team
whatever
Fortress 2's already
the current version of the bill is, but we also know that there are ongoing negotiations about this bill.
Capture a specific window.
One of the things we've
We're
heard
going
is
to,
that there
who do
may
you-
be an agreement
My
on
load up,
this
but when it, I didn't
SALT,
even answer the question.
deduction, which has been so concerning to some of the Republican members.
Sorry, I have to
Is
cut that.
agreement with respect
I
to
have to-
SALT likely to
I really don't
increase
like,
the deficit or
OBS
decrease
is
the
so,
deficit?
like,
Well, I
finicky
mean,
to
obviously, if
get used to it, though.
the SALT cap is
let me-
raised
let's just
even
play some
further
Team
than what
Fortress
was in the bill that was
I'm
voted
gonna have
out of Ways
terrible
and
pain.
Means and
Tell you
passed
that ahead of time.
at a budget when we basically put all of the component parts into one, then basically one of two things would happen.
Okay, I know the
Either
strings aren't shown
the
for a
majority
second,
would
one
have
second.
to find even more cuts in order to pay for the
Okay.
loss of revenue.
Okay, bun.
Or you would simply see these deficits increase by even more.
That's what I thought. Thank you. The prints from oversight and
what do you
financial
mean?
services
Stop-
aren't too great either.
stop
It's
this
in these
shenanigans.
committees that our Republican
Shenanigans.
colleagues snuck in some
Now
really
this
bad
doesn't wanna
stuff.
work?
To the Republican bill for billionaires.
Live.
Stuff they're hoping will get lost in all the
Zoom
headlines
in.
about taxes and Medicaid. I'm really concerned by the Oversight Committee's contributions to this bill because the
I'm trying-
proposed
how did I do
changes
this?
to the federal employees'
like that?
retirement system amount to a
It's
major
not
pay
working
cut
now.
for our
Is-
nation's
this
civil
is
servants.
so
It's a cruel
ass.
policy. It takes earned compensation away from millions of hardworking people just to make a
Oh, is it
paltry
because?
dent.
Okay, 1 second. Try it. Pull it over here. Cut that out. Hit the play
and the
button.
staggering
Do
cost
that.
of their tax giveaways. So I know we're going to talk about the tax
OBS.
cuts later, but this is a multi-trillion-dollar handout to millionaires, billionaires, and Fortune 500.
Oh, okay, I fixed it. Fixed it.
companies.
Let's
It's
go.
the biggest government handout of all
Oh.
time. And to shave some
20
dollars off the
holy
cost,
fucker, there's gotta be
Republicans are
bots.
going to cut
22
13 million
bots.
people
There's
off
22
their
bots
health
watching
care,
this.
and it's going to force a punitive pay
Okay.
cut on
Put
federal
my headphones
employees.
on.
Mr.
Actually
Lynch, I
gonna
think you
listen to
said
what she's saying.
2.4 million employees. These are the public servants who work for you and me
No
and
capture the
our
flag.
families and
Fuck that.
neighbors all across America, and they often do so for less pay than they would receive in the private sector, not because they're dumb, but because they're committed to public service.
Oh
they
my
give us
God.
tomorrow's weather
Any
forecast
second
and tell
now.
us whether we
Any
need to
second now.
shelter from tornadoes.
Come on,
and
girl. You
floods.
don't want to
They
chimp out.
prevent
Come on.
crop blight and the
You know
spread of
that
dangerous
dirty Trump. He's
diseases
trying to
like
put machine
bird flu.
guns.
They make sure
and
that the
evil
respirators
stocks that
used
go
by
up and
coal
down,
miners and
short barrel
surgeons
rifles that you
actually
hide
work.
under
They
your
make sure
coat.
our
He's gonna
food
put
is
those
safe
in.
to eat and our water is safe to drink. And these people whose pay is being so casually cut are FBI agents, Coast Guard employees, and doctors and nurses at VA facilities. So at a time when
my-
the FAA is
make
struggling
sure-
with staffing shortages
Oh,
that are
live
impacting air
chat.
travel,
Okay, that was weird.
Republicans are going to make that problem worse by cutting the pay of their
We need
traffic
to stop
controllers.
doing that.
These provisions are an unmitigated mess. I'd like to think that we can all agree, no matter the size or shape of the federal government, it should be effective and responsive to the needs of the American people. It should be able to efficiently carry out these core responsibilities, and the provisions in this bill are undermining our ability to do that.
Hey, how long?
So,
My Team
Mr.
Fortress
Lynch,
2
can you
games always
speak
take
to how
long.
the
So I have
oversight
no clue
provisions
why
in this bill
it
are
takes
going
so
to
long
impact
load
federal
in.
employees, including those serving in roles that are critical to our national security, our health, and our transportation safety?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. Your reference to the VA is very astute. So in a city like Boston, our VA nurses probably earn between 25 and 30% less than the nurses at the private hospitals, and there are a bunch of them, right? So now what we're seeing happening is that
Oh boy,
because of
something.
the shortage of nurses that occurred after COVID, a lot of nurses just retired. Now they're pulling nurses from the VA. They're leaving the VA and they're going to work because they've got less hours. They got more pay, more benefits. So we're competing now. And this is going to make it much more difficult
telling
to
you, my
retain
ping is
those
awful
nurses.
when I
And the
stream.
ones that have been there a while are the most valuable, right? It takes a while to get a nurse trained up
Ouch.
and fully skilled. It takes a few
old.
years.
I think I'm
And,
good. Probably
so
quit.
that's created a huge shortage.
if we
in
clutch
that-
this, then I can't go to
that,
sleep.
That whole metropolitan area, and that's happening all over the country,
Ugh.
where nurses are leaving the VA.
I really hope
Doctors in some
I
cases
might have
as
to
well,
go
therapists.
soon
so
because I'm not
we're
feeling good
creating
at
this
all.
real shortage at the VA. Our case load. So right now we have a 250,000 backlog of cases at the VA because we don't have the personnel to respond to that need. So we're really in a crisis. Obviously the
Get 'em.
the suicide
That
hotline.
sucks.
We've laid off people there, which is ridiculous because we've got a
Impelling
crisis on our
gameplay.
hands right now. So all
Compelling,
of this
not
will
impelling.
exacerbate the problem.
Oh, wait, it
You've-
might be
you've-
easier
you've-
just to
you've
play
hit
as
on
a
that in your
engineer.
remarks already, but
Oh, we're
this
losing
just
this match. We're
amplifies the
losing
problem,
this match.
tenfold. With
I
these
don't believe
cuts.
19
They'll be
people are
leaving
watching.
in
I
droves.
honestly,
Your remarks
actually
about
want
the
to
VA
know
are
how
very
much.
well taken because I've heard the same
What
thing
hap-
from
it's like
the
not dead
VA
air internet theory.
facilities
That's kind of like a
in-
Redditor
in
thing,
my
but they're
region,
kind of
that
right.
The staffing cuts and the potential for pay cuts, the standards that are requiring nurses and doctors at the VA to see so many patients that they feel that they are not only not helping the veterans who they're trying to serve, but in some cases, the standard of care is becoming harmful.
Okay, there we go.
And under those
Oh, no.
circumstances, we
Blow-
are starting
good
to
job.
see an
Good
exodus
job. Good job.
of doctors and nurses from the VA, which this bill is only going to
Oh,
put on steroids, I'm
boo.
afraid. The financial services print, of course, is
Since
no
I'm
better.
dropping frames, I really don't
What
care.
Republicans are trying to do here is deeply alarming. It guts the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. I mean, if you want to talk about a bureau that's had a fabulous return on investment, as you mentioned, billions of dollars returned to American consumers. This bill defunds the only federal agency dedicated to making sure consumers aren't getting scammed by credit card companies, payday lenders, mortgage servicers, and shady fintech operators. It's
I'm
returned
still
over
here.
19
Yeah, you're
billion,
still here.
21 billion, I
We're
think you
all
said,
here. We're
to
just
consumers
dead.
since its
We're
founding,
just all
and that's money
dead.
that was stolen
Oh, God.
or unfairly taken through illegal fees, abusive
Oh, my
practices,
God.
or
You guys
deceptive
aren't
marketing,
this
and the
team
Bureau was able
blows.
to get it back for American consumers. And now Republicans want to defend it, not because it defunded, sorry, not because it's ineffective,
I
but
wouldn't-
because
oh, look,
it
I get my
actually
shit
works,
stabbed.
and
There
we
we
know
go.
why. Because the Trump
Just-
administration has already started
I'm playing
dismantling the agency from
There's no
within.
way.
In the last 2
I'm playing
months
TF2
alone,
with you. How?
the
How
Consumer
can?
Finance
How?
Protection Bureau
You
has
got stream
quietly
snipe me? You
dropped
better not stream
9
snipe me, or I'm
lawsuits
gonna get
that it
really
brought
angry.
against companies like Capital One and Rocket
Jet.
Homes. Years of investigation and enforcement work has been
Playing
tossed
the
in
will
the
of
trash
God.
with no accountability and no restitution for consumers. It's also frozen dozens of ongoing investigations, many into companies with long
Switch
records
teams.
of abuse. These companies have been accused of everything from
Oh, yeah.
improper loan servicing and unfair interest charges to failure to
I will
protect
stream snipe.
sensitive
Oh my
consumer
God! No
data.
way! No
And
fucking
now,
way!
thanks to
Hell
new
yeah,
political leadership
dude!
handpicked by the Trump White House.
That's
Those
cool.
investigations are
That's
dead.
actually really cool.
Investigators can't call witnesses.
I don't care if
issue
you stream.
subpoenas, or
I think
even
it's.
talk to
I think
company
stream
lawyers
sniping is really
unless they
funny.
get
I don't
direct
take.
political
People
approval,
take games
and
way
that
too
approval
serious.
isn't
Oh
coming.
no, I got killed in Fortnite.
Meanwhile,
Then don't
these
stream
very
Fortnite. Then
same
and
companies,
you
it's
expect that. That's
such an amazing coincidence, have given generously to
That's
Mr.
cool.
Trump's campaign and especially his
We
inauguration
should play
fund.
Peter Pierce so you can
Meta,
just
the
grab my
parent
IP.
company of
That's a
Facebook
great
under
idea. That's a
investigation
great-
for allegedly misusing consumer financial data, donated $1 million
Yeah.
to the inaugural committee. Greenlight, a fintech company
Yeah,
accused of
I give you
misleading
guys all
families
the right
about
to
debit
stream
card
snipe me.
access, is backed
Really
by a
don't care.
Trump-aligned venture capital firm.
I rather have
And
fun.
Elon
Who are-
Musk,
who are you?
whose company is launching a new mobile payments
Y'all let me
business,
ninja-neer, though.
posted
No,
delete
no,
the
no, you can kill me, I
CFPB
don't
on
care.
his social media after Trump's election. And of course, we've heard quite a bit about how much he's donated.
Oh, shit.
So this isn't policy,
Oh, my God.
it's payback. This is
This
what
team's
happens when you
complete
let
ass. That's
billionaires
funny.
and campaign donors write the
Ouch.
rules. And now House Republicans are trying to finish the job by defunding the CFPB
Shame.
entirely.
Oh my God.
So Ranking Member Waters, can you speak more about this apparent corruption happening at the CFPB?
Well, let me allow me to say to you, Ms. Scanlon, you aptly described what has been happening with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. It is one of the most
I got killed by a frying
and
pan.
effective agencies of government that have done everything that you said they've done to assist our consumers. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau has been
I'm probably
hated
like the biggest TF2 tuber playing at 5 a.m. though. There's got to be like a guy playing with 200
They've tried to kill it, and we've been in court all the way to the Supreme Court on several issues.
Less people have gotten
and we
mad
keep
over,
beating them back. But now, Trump and this administration want to cut them, even though we tried to protect them
destroy that,
when
build
we
it up
created
here.
them by having their financing come directly from the feds rather than going through the appropriations committee. And they tried to attack that and other ways by which they thought they could get to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau.
Oh my
They're
God,
finally coming
that
up
shows you in a
with ways
nutshell
by
why
which
the
they think they can do that, but the way that we have been in
Wrangler's
the
so
courts
busted.
With the Consumer Financial
Wrangler's
Protection
so
Bureau,
busted.
they still would be alive after a huge cut, but they would sit there and not be able to do anything. They wouldn't be able to do the investigation. They would not be able to protect those very consumers that the law created them to take care of. And so there are many in this country who fight very hard and are very disgusted with what is happening in an attempt to basically undermine them.
This
and
one
get rid of
dispenser is
them.
like anchoring my
This
whole
is a
ass.
terrible thing
There's a
that
scout.
this administration is doing.
Yeah.
You would think that
Dude,
both
my team. Okay,
Democrats
I'm not.
and Republicans
I'm really not
would
trying to
care
be my
enough
team, but dude,
about the
God,
consumers
move that gear
that
up.
they would protect this one agency that has demonstrated that they can do the work and the investigations.
That's the
to
only.
help
Okay, if
get
I were
rid
to
of
stream
fraud
more Team
and
Fortress 2.
rip-offs, as you have identified. And
Oh
so,
my God! Shut up, lady.
this is what we should be fighting. I'm going to continue to fight. Like I said, I was there at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and we're all worried so very much about what is going to happen if, in fact, the administration has its way. And again, you have correctly identified it and talked about it in ways that everybody should understand.
All my hard work.
It's really stunning.
Where's
that
my
an agency
fucking
that has been
team?
this successful in protecting
Oh,
American
I got
consumers
dunked on. I got mega
is being
dunked on.
zeroed out. When the only folks who are going to benefit are going to be large
Okay,
corporations
at least I
and
can
folks
start
who are
making,
taking advantage of
I'm gonna
Americans.
start
And I would-
making.
apparently we don't, but I would hope that
Hopefully
we would
the
have
spy
bipartisan
doesn't find
agreement
our,
that an agency like that should remain in place. I'll yield back.
I will place.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Mr. Jack, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And Chairman Comer, given that I serve on the Oversight and Government Reform Committee, I will focus my line of questioning on you. And I'll just note from the outset, too, that you've done an incredible job with your leadership with the committee. You do a great job for your district, for the Commonwealth of Kentucky, and our country. You referenced this in your opening testement, but could you just clarify?
Oh my
for the
God!
committee
Look at
your
this!
legislative jurisdiction
Look at
over
this!
mandatory spending? It's pretty narrow, is it not?
You're exactly right. Let me say, you're a good member of the Oversight Committee, Mr. Jack. We're glad to have you on there. But our jurisdiction was very limited.
I just need this.
The
I just
mandatory
need this
spending,
teleporter
all
up.
we had that would fall in.
That's all that matters.
The legislative jurisdiction would have been the federal employee benefits.
Fair enough. And it's my understanding that federal employees get a hybrid pension that consists of both a 401k, type defined contribution plan known as Thrift Savings Plan or TSP, and a defined benefit annuity known as the Federal Employees Retirement System or FERS. How do these benefits
This is the
contrast
lifeline
with those
of,
offered in the private sector?
Yeah,
a lot of people
you're
still
right.
sleep on.
The
Oh my
private sector
God!
employers have
He's
shifted away
back.
from
Get him.
defined benefits towards defined contribution retirement benefit programs in recent years, and
Unlike what's provided
God,
in federal
you're an
service,
asshole,
few private
literal
sector employers actually maintain both such benefits for retirees. In fact, a
How does he
recent
get to
Department of
the
Labor report indicates that
back
only
ones that
15%
That's
of
crazy.
private sector civilian workforce had access to both
I'm actually
defined
gonna build it
benefit
over
and
here.
defined contribution plans.
And a question many of my constituents ask is, do taxpayers fund pensions for federal employees that are generally more generous than the ones they themselves receive? And are there any credible recent studies on that?
Yes, according to a
Can you imagine to have to
2024
deal with
CBO
this?
report that I requested, CBO found that in 2022, federal employee benefits cost about $31 per hour.
And you get move that
worked,
dispenser up.
and $22 per hour work for private sector employees. Thus,
does
benefits
the-
for federal workers
I'm pretty
cost
does
43% more per hour work.
I don't think the thing
on
ever
average
moves
than
up.
benefits for private sector employers
Might be wrong.
or private sector workers.
Fair enough. One thing that you've mentioned in your testimony, and I've
I
heard
like
you
putting
speak
stuff
over
a
and over
little bit
about,
behind at first.
more than 2 million federal retired employees currently receive federal pension benefits costing more than $100 billion
that there.
annually, with taxpayers shouldering most of the expense. I just want to repeat that for the committee. 2 million federal retired employees that currently receive over $100 billion in benefits from taxpayers
Put it behind
combined
here.
together.
That's less likely
Just
to
to
be
be
seen.
abundantly clear to those who spread disinformation, the changes your committee print makes to the federal retirement system do not affect the benefits of those retired employees. Is that a fair statement?
That is 100% correct. That is opposite of what some of the Democrats in Congress have been saying. It does not affect those. The benefits of those are already retired are not impacted, and the change we make to the FERS benefits, the supplemental retirement benefits, takes effect for those retiring after 2027, so that's a 2-year delay.
Exactly. And just to clarify, for those future employees, people that may not be hired for years from now, I think they're given a choice when they're hired.
Right.
It changes in that aspect, but for those retired, it does not. But could you just walk us through what happens as it relates to those who may be hired in the future?
Yeah, in the future, they're going to have a choice. They can be an at-will employee.
No, this is
or
the
they can,
awful
they
idea.
Can, be the traditional
No,
government
I
employee
fucked
that
up so
Mr.
badly.
McGovern
Like,
cherishes. And if they're
Okay,
an
there's a
at-will
sentry.
employee, they would
I generally play
receive
Sniper
a
Hybrid
higher
though when I
benefit.
do play Ninjutsu.
If they want
Battle
to be a
NG is
traditional
really
employee
good. I
that's,
might switch it.
protected,
Please build a
with
new
the,
entrance.
very
Okay,
generous,
I will try. I will.
federal employee.
Sorry, I got
personnel laws
I got,
that are on the books, and then they can do that.
distracted,
So
my bad.
I
No,
think
no, it
this
doesn't
is,
even matter. Wait on.
Our proposal saves billions of dollars, and I think it gives federal workers a choice.
Well, one thing I want to focus on as well is, my district, I'm just south of the Atlanta airport. I represent an enormous amount of air traffic
let's go
controllers.
Pier.
And
I
heard
want
a
to
lot
play
from
one
air
good
traffic
game, then I'll
controllers
probably
throughout
head
this
off.
entire process, and would just love for you to walk
12
the committee
o'clock,
through
dude. I'm gonna sleep
how
like
air
a
traffic
baby.
controllers are treated as it relates to some of these changes.
I
know we
really,
worked at great lengths.
I
to
thought I
ensure that
could
we're
last
recruiting the
longer,
best,
but I have
enabling
this
the
such
best
a
system
killer
for air
headache.
traffic controllers to thrive, so we can keep our skies safe.
Yeah, and Mr. Jack, you've done a great job advocating for them on the Oversight Committee, and I want to be correct a statement that was stated by a Democrat on the Rules Committee earlier. The air traffic controllers are exempted from any changes in this bill. That's in print, so that needs to be clarified. They're completely exempted from any changes.
And law enforcement officers.
So,
federal
yeah,
law
I'm gonna try and
enforcement-
get
That's right.
my
Border
next
Patrol.
video out within like 7 days. The editing won't take
and
too
as it
long.
relates to Border Patrol,
Reddit
it's helpful
videos
point
don't
as-
take
as I
because
round out my time.
with my videos I like showing additional
you also
information.
achieve
So most
savings
of the
by removing
video
ineligible dependents
you
from the
can
federal
listen
employee
to by
health insurance
yourself.
program. I
You
applaud
can
this
listen
provision.
to it.
Taxpayers
But I like to
did not
have,
bear the
if you're
cost of
watching
fraud
it,
and error
to have
committed
some
by federal
additional
employees
information.
and did not,
But
just correct
the
me
nice
if
thing
wrong,
about
did
that
this
is
provision
most of
get
the shit
bipartisan
I'm
support
showing
when
in
it's
the
taken up
video,
by
I
the
don't have to
committee
put too much editing
It
because
did,
sometimes
and
people
that's
just want to
something
read the
that we
whole
should all
post
be,
itself. So I just put the whole
applauding here.
post up.
This is an audit.
So like
to
half, so
ensure that
most
there
of the
aren't
editing
people
time is
on
just
the
wasted on
benefits
the post
plan
itself. So I
that
don't
are
have to do
ineligible.
anything
And
too
that's kinda
fancy.
what Brett
And that's why the
Guthrie
Reddit
done
videos
with
generally
Medicaid.
take easier,
We're not
make it
cutting
quicker.
Medicaid.
For
We're not
example,
cutting
I'm
these
really
benefit-
happy with how the North
with
Korea
that
video took.
provision, we're trying to
Looks,
ensure
I'm
that
pretty happy with that
people
editing.
who are on the
And
system are truly eligible.
somehow
and
I
to
got that out
remove
in 3
those that are
days.
ineligible.
I have
GAO
no idea
report
how I did that. I
estimated
have
that if
no
we do
idea.
this
I don't.
audit,
I
it'll
barely
save
remember making the
$1.5
script.
billion
That was
taxpayer
just
money.
like
So
it was
I
a
think
genie
that's
in a
a
bottle.
pretty good
I
deal
don't
for
know
the
how he
American
did that.
taxpayer.
Oh wait, is that you?
Well, I appreciate your leadership. I very much am grateful for yourself and all that worked on the committee to help support air
hopefully
traffic
the guy
controllers.
still
It's
here
very
is,
important in my district.
I forget what his
And
name
with that,
was.
Madam Chair, I respectfully yield back.
Madam Chair? Madam Chair, I just...
Watch,
I just
right
wanna
as I'm about
point
to go
out,
to bed, there's
you
going to be a
called this
crash
meeting,
out about the...
And I'm looking at who's here. There's 4 of us and only 3 of you. And your members can't be bothered to even sit here and listen to the witnesses. And I just say that because if that continues, we're going to move to adjourn. So I hope that your members will, since you called this meeting, will actually be here present and listening to the, being in the other room is not being here. So I just point that out and say that we will feel obligated
Dude,
to
I'm going to get that
move to
that
adjourn
direct
again
hits
if
going
that
right
continues.
into you.
Thank you.
Mr. McGovern, our members are in and out, just like your
Still,
members
yeah,
are in and
nothing,
out.
nothing's
You were
happened.
gone
Nothing has
for
happened. It has
about
been
30 minutes.
nothing ever
And so
happens. You guys were right.
We always allow.
I'm going to
people
probably go
move
bed
and
in
out of
Here right now,
after this
we're in
match.
a minority.
Well,
I
our
literally.
members
This has
are
been a
here.
tactic in the Agriculture Committee. I don't know about the
One
other
day I
committees,
should do
where
I
Republicans
should
just
do a
get up and leave.
24-hour stream. 50K subs. 50K subs. I'll do a 24-hour stream. 50K subs.
Here.
Come on.
At least
Only
you gotta have
40,000 more to
us
go.
here.
Yeah, it's good. Good thing.
There are more of us here than you, so
No.
there's no
Did you see
reason
his
to
work?
delay this meeting any longer than it is. Mr. Nagoose, what I'm saying is there's no need to
get that
delay this
that
meeting
direct
any
hit.
longer than we have to. Thank you.
My lag on
Recognize.
this is so dog.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, all the chairs and ranking members. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your testimony. Got a lot of questions, but I guess first I want to maybe if the chairwoman would indulge me, give her an opportunity.
Let's go.
To say a word, and that is my assumption. I think the
Underrated
assumption
opinion. The direct
for
hit
most
is that
Americans
Nas
is that the
is
reason
pretty easy to
Republicans
use.
have decided to
People
notice
act
this
like,
hearing
oh,
and
there's a.
proceed
I don't think there's.
dead of night is
There might
because
be a high cap
this bill is
ceiling with the
indefensible. It sounds
more
like
than
maybe you
other
have a
ones,
different
but the
reason,
direct
and so I
hit is
guess
actually a really
I'm
easy
trying to
weapon to use.
understand
It's not that
why
hard.
was this meeting
Just
scheduled
shoot
for
at the
May?
objective. Some
Why
guys
are
go
we meeting
run into your
What
direct
was the
hit. He's
rationale?
just
Or
gonna
is there a rationale
eat it.
that
So I'm not good at aiming.
Am I mistaken?
And I'm
I think
getting
my
some
opening statement
getting some work
stands for
done.
itself, Mr. Nagoose.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, Madam Chair. I would just say, I mean, your opening statement essentially, as best as I could tell, were ruminations about, what
Nothing
happened
ever happens.
in 2007.
Apologize for the random.
20 years ago.
I love
wasn't
random
here.
crits. I think it's
most
funny.
Of us weren't here. I don't know
We
that
all
that
know,
is a cogent rationale to say.
2022, 2.5 years ago.
And so the basis for scheduling this hearing in the dead of night is that you've decided
Never
that
apologize
this
for
is
random
just the way
crits.
things
Stand
should
your
work, and that this is, I mean, I'll just proceed. I'll just say this, Madam Chair. It does not take more than a cursory review online to find quotes from just about every member on the other side of the dais, including you, Madam Chair, back in 2009, again, it's a long time ago, regarding a stimulus bill that you described as rush legislation that was thrown together, quote, who threw together the final stimulus bill in the dead of night.
Oh, my God.
Another bill that you quote said the bill that was finalized in the dark of night. So I think it's an unfair and unreasonable
they're only based if they're
mischaracterization of our
Republicans.
position.
Yeah, direct hit is
with
great, but
respect
probably
to
one of the highest.
the
It does
disagreement
have a
we
high
have
skill ceiling.
about
I've
this
just well, I
process
should have said it was.
unfolding
I meant
in the dead of night, and it makes
it has
no
a low
sense to me
skill
why House
ceiling.
Republicans
It's actually not that hard. It's
didn't notice
easy to
this
use,
hearing
hard to
for 6
master.
a.m.
I
or
don't think
7
it. People think
It
it's
would not have
really
been a
like
difficult thing to
impossible.
say, yeah, instead of meeting at
I'm
1 a.m.,
shit. I'm doing
we're just
shit
going
right
to meet
now,
in the
but
morning. And
if
the
that guy
American
didn't rocket
people are
jump,
gonna
he
be
would
able to
went
watch
right into
and
it.
hear this fulsome debate.
Like
and
that. Look at
be able
that.
to reach
I'm
their own
shit at this
conclusions.
game.
That
I
doesn't
just
seem
pulled
like
off a
an
clip.
unreasonable position
Look at that.
to take.
By the
And
way, I'm
I
one of those
suppose, and maybe
people.
I'll
I'm happy
start
with having
Chairman
an equal kill to
Arrington.
death ratio. I'm
I
not
know
mad
him to
that
be
I
a
die a
reasonable
lot of
person.
games.
Welcome back to the
I play
committee.
the objective really. I
don't-
try
I
to.
don't-
Now I'm nervous.
Well, I don't think you were here in 2007 either. Maybe you were.
No,
I
no, I was
don't
not.
think you were. Is this, I mean, you can't possibly agree that it is a prudent thing to do to have this hearing at 3 a.m. I mean, is this how you imagined legislation would be made in Washington when you were running for Congress, Mr. Chairman?
We're arguing
Really?
about time. I
imagine
don't
that we
fucking
would have
care.
the sense of urgency to complete the task in the time frame that we
Sorry,
set.
you're not.
And so the 5 hours
You're not the
between
Pharisees.
doing it at
the
1
Pharisees.
a.m.
You're not the.
and
You're
doing
not
it
the.
at 6 a.m.
Those.
That's the urgency you're describing. What deadline is
priest
there on Thursday?
jailing
or
Jesus
I guess tonight,
at 3 a.m.
getting
You're
this
not.
bill
That's
done?
that has
what is
nothing.
Well,
That's the
there-
only
as
time
you
I
know,
really
there
care
are
about what the time
timeframes
is.
associated
I
with
don't
each
care.
phase
No
of
one's
the
watching.
process. We
No one would be
are
watching
conducting
this at
regular
2
order.
p.m.
I'm very proud that this has been bottom-up, committee and member-driven, and it's been a regular
ABC
order
News would be
process.
too much.
And the goal
was
was
showing
to
you
have
some
it done by
garbage.
Memorial
All right.
Weekend.
I was hoping I could. That
I'm not saying I like
you would
it.
give me an intellectually honest answer.
Oh,
the
oh,
kind of
I'm
answer
sorry.
I think that
Wait,
your
was that guy?
constituents,
Was that
my
guy? Okay,
constituents,
was he a viewer or
in
is he
Colorado
me? My
and your
bad.
constituents in
Sorry,
Texas would expect,
he
which is
just
to say,
ate that rock. I felt
obviously,
really bad about that. I'm
this isn't
sorry. I'm
reasonable.
sorry, dude. If
It
that
does
if
not
that
make
was,
sense. This isn't
I already forgot
transparent
who
to
the person
hold
was trying to stream strike.
hearings at
I already
3
forgot, not the
a.m.
chat name,
on a
the
bill of
in-game
this
name, though.
size and this scope and this scale. That's not in the best interest of the country. You could just as easily delay it
Oh my
5
God,
hours.
Gret.
Let the
Gret.
American public have an opportunity to listen to this debate and
Oh,
then
that could be
vote on the bill
Pyro
on Thursday.
Seriously, these
And
guys
all of
yapping
you
about
could
just
go
making the
home
time
for
bomb
the
worse.
district
Well,
work period.
I know
So
they're gonna
I
like
don't-
it's
this
3
false
a.m.
sense
It's
of
3
urgency
a.m. Just
for
get.
5 or 6 hours makes no sense.
I'm sorry,
It's
they're not going to
and again,
change their.
I understand
With
that's your
politics, no
rationale.
one ever changes
I
their
think
fucking
the American
mind. Really.
people are smarter than the House Republican
sure, like,
caucus
Ted
are giving
Kennedy,
them
and
credit
he
for.
just
They
do it.
know what this is about, and when they wake up, invariably later this morning, and they find that this bill was reported out of this committee in the dead of night, I think they'll reach their own conclusions about House Republicans' commitment or lack thereof to transparency. And just for the record, because I
Oben,
want
I
to be
think it was Oben, yeah.
equal
Oben was
opportunity
watching the stream. On Blue Med. Okay,
advocate here
I
with
will
respect to
try
some of
my
your
best.
colleagues
I
on the
will
other
try
side of the
not
aisle
to.
who serve on this committee, who
I'll try not
apparently
to
have decided not
obliterate
to
you. My bad.
attend the very
I'll try to
hearing
obliterate
that
the
they
guy
demand
you're
that
healing.
we hold in the middle of the night. But they have spent years.
Oh, I see you. I saw
years
you. Oh my God. Go,
condemning
go, 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 go,
late
go.
night,
Back
rule
up, back
committee
up. Back up.
markups and bills that are reported out. Mr. Norman, I'm just
Ooh,
going to read some of his
dude.
greatest hits. This is from 2019.
Ooh, I just
2,300
realized.
pages, less than 24 hours
that
to read,
crit.
debate, and vote. Oh, and $400 billion added to
Yeah,
our
let's
national
go.
debt. That's an ex post. Another
Sorry,
one.
dude. You're
New
just about to
swamp
get
minibus
dunked.
dropped at 2 a.m.
I just got the conch
actually
up.
earlier, I guess, than where we
conch
find
is so
ourselves
good.
today.
I love the
We're
conch.
expected to vote on $1 trillion in
I was
spending
sleeping on
tomorrow.
it for
It's 1,000
years.
plus pages. This won't be
Oh, I'm
good.
out.
Diving in now. Another one. You never be expected to sign a 1,000-page document to buy a new car in a day. Why should Congress be expected to sign off on 1,000-plus pages, resulting in $1.2 trillion
What
in
the real
spending
question
in a
is?
day? That's our
Why does
colleague,
any
Mr.
party
Norman.
do that?
I'll
You
be
would
very
do the
interested
fucking
to what
same
he
thing.
has
I
to
don't
say
care.
When we wrap
I
this
literally
hearing
don't.
up at
This is all
10,
just.
11 a.m. later.
Here's
this
the thing
morning.
with being a politician. You can't.
Harrington,
You have to play
I
to
wanna
win.
talk
You
about the
can't
deficit.
play to be like the other side
I've known you
did
historically
it, but
to
doesn't
be,
mean our side did. You actually have to
thought
do that.
somewhat of a deficit.
This is how
At least
politics
that's-
is.
That was my. That a
And
fair
if you don't like it, that's
characterization?
fine.
That is fair.
You're
At
not a
least prior to
politician.
This bill.
Even with this bill that
Well, let's get into
reduces
that.
the
I'll
deficit.
ask you a couple questions
sure.
on that front. Okay, so here's a press release.
wait.
This is from March 25th of this year.
Here.
A gentleman by the name of Ray
Yeah.
Dalio. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting him. Says Ray Dalio to
Guys,
House
no one's
GOP.
ever
This is
gonna know
House
on the
Budget
spy.
Committee's website. Cut the
Guys,
budget deficit to 3%
guys,
of
whoever's
GDP.
watching,
This was his
do
admonition
not,
to you
yeah.
and to your Republican colleagues that it was a laudable goal to try to get the deficit to 3% of the GDP. Do you agree that that's a laudable goal?
Yes.
Is that something you're passionate about?
Absolutely.
What's fascinating is that the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget just issued a press release today. You might have heard it. You might have read it. I'll read you the headline.
Read it.
House bill would put 3%
Sorry, I'm trying to find out.
deficit far
Are your
out of
teammates
reach.
dead or something?
So this goal that you have, that you seem to be particularly passionate about, is one that is not embedded in this bill that you're asking your colleagues to support,
Oh my God, he
according to
blew
the
himself
Committee
up.
for Responsible Federal Budget. You're familiar with that organization?
I am.
And I think they've featured you at
That
different
was like
times. I think they've
that was
applauded
the
you.
first first
if I'm not
time
mistaken, in
ever
the
gone
past.
like.
They're good people, and good people
I'm
can
terrible at
disagree.
spying.
Let me read to you what these good people have said about your bill. They have said, and I'll quote, unfortunately, the House
This is how it
Reconciliation
is.
Bill, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act,
The One
would
Big Beautiful
increase
Bill.
deficits significantly.
I really
The
don't
House
care. I just want
Reconciliation Bill would
time.
put
You
the
could cram it full of
deficit target
oh my god, I'm so
further
tired.
out of reach. This is These are your allies.
I'm trying to make it my.
These are people who are
I'm trying to make it
fighting
my
for a
DD
responsible
get to
federal
Oben,
budget, who've been imploring the Congress
the
to
will
take
of God. I'm gonna try and get
seriously. A
new
month
goals.
ago,
Just try
you had
high
folks
five you in
coming
game.
saying,
That's the
"Mr.
new goal.
Chairman, get to
Because
that
my team
3%
is like
target."
just
and now you
sucking
have these
so badly.
experts that you've
Well,
raised
I
in the
blow up
past
this
telling
game,
you
too, so.
you're way off the mark. Make it make sense, Mr. Chairman.
Well, to get to
These are just voice
3%
clips
deficit to
for
GDP,
people.
which would stabilize the debt, you've heard the
Oh,
Secretary
oh,
of Treasury
oh,
establish a
he
similar
almost got
metric,
me.
would take $7+
I'm
trillion
Sniper,
in
it
spending
looks less
reduction.
suspicious.
It's a great goal, and it's a clear one, and it's
Oh,
measurable.
Ben, look, I'm the sniper right
but
behind
just
you.
like coming out of the
Oh my God.
World War II,
Oh my God, killing me.
120 roughly percent debt to GDP. We're comparable
healing
to
that
that
person.
today. Actually, have exceeded it. It took time, and I would say this is a
Oh my God, this is like my most successful like
effort.
spy.
and
How has
step
no one guessed this?
to begin
Holy shit, they
bending the
think I'm
curve on debt
good.
to GDP. So my analysis is different from my friends in the organization
my
that
God.
you mentioned.
Different isn't the word.
I
would use.
completely.
mean,
I'm
different
com-
is,
Here.
when the bottom is one opinion, you know, is a bit of
You
a
got Uber
deviation.
charge me.
They are saying you are wrong.
Oh wait,
quote
I'm
it
gonna go
blank.
on a
I
kill
mean,
streak.
I'll just keep reading here. In 2022, in 2027, we estimate the House reconciliation bill will boost
Okay, that's
deficits
funny.
to about
That's funny.
7% of
That's,
GDP, which
okay.
is more than double. Bessent's, the
That
Treasury
was.
Secretary that
I've
you
never.
referenced, proposed fiscal
I'm so
target
shy of this guy.
of
I've never had a
1.8% of
convincing
GDP above
spy
current law,
disguised
and
like that. That is
0.7%
so
of
crazy.
GDP higher than a
was
simple
awesome.
extension of the Tax Cut and Job Act's individual provisions. What they're saying, I think, is that if you just simply extended
Oh my God.
the tax bill
I'm going.
and didn't do anything else, you would reduce the deficit
go.
more you would, than what you've
going
done
in the
here.
water.
I don't know how that could be even possible.
Well, I don't- I'm reading their press
Stream
release.
sniper,
but we
stream
redu-
sniper.
Just
Go,
let's
go,
think
go,
through
go.
this. We reduced spending by 1.7 roughly trillion dollars.
Let's play a game of
And they're suggesting
long range
by
telephone.
extending the tax cuts without that reduction in spending, we would be better off.
I think I can tell you why. And I'm
Yeah,
happy to
love
give the ranking member of the Budget Committee opportunity. It's because of the tax breaks that you have given to the richest Americans embedded in this
Dude, that-
bill.
that
such at the end
engineer
of the
just
day,
knew
the
it was
savings that
wrong.
you've described
I knew it
ultimately
was you
don't
mainly
put
by
a
the
dent into
stream.
the deficit
Yeah.
that you proclaim. Ranking member Boyle,
Yeah,
you
I
can
don't-
correct me if I'm mistaken about that.
Dude,
I like
why
you
the
both,
hell
but
am I
Negus
doing
has
really
the
good at
better side of the
spy? Why are
argument.
people like really
I think quite
convinced?
clearly. I would point out a few things.
This is really weird.
Committee for
I've never-
Responsible Federal Budget.
I bet after
is,
this
I have
game,
to
I'll
say,
never have
admirably
a.
independent, and at times they are an equal
No
opportunity
way.
afflictor.
Oh,
of,
oh,
of
you,
both
my bad.
sides of the political divide, depending on the piece of
Sorry,
legislation
I forget
that's
it's
coming
not like
down the
live.
pike.
There you go. You can say you killed a
Their
YouTuber. Put that on
credibility
a
is quite
plaque on
clear.
your
They've
wall.
been consistent when it comes to deficit
Holy
and debt,
shit.
and they are
was
calling
fun.
out the intellectual dishonesty in this piece of legislation.
Okay,
There's
I'll
actually
stop
a
being spy. I need to
conservative
go.
think tank called the Manhattan Institute.
You've already seen
which
my
indicates
scout
that the
skills. You're not
Republican
really ready for this.
bill is actually the most expensive piece of legislation since the 1960s. Since
Oh my god,
Lyndon
everyone is
Johnson's
unusual.
Great
Why is everyone like
Society.
rich?
So it's no
I'm
accident
gonna probably buy an
that
unusual one. They
Moody's
just want, I just
chose
want one.
this past Friday to, for the first time in American history, downgrade our debt.
Actually, I don't,
they
I'm
finally,
gonna be
they've
biased
been
again. I'm pretty sure
withholding
it's
joining
been
the other
downgraded.
two
It was
credit
downgraded under
agencies,
Biden.
one of which had downgraded our debt back in 2011 when the Tea Party Congress drove us right up to the brink in terms of whether or not we would have a debt ceiling crisis. And then there was another credit downgrade by a different credit agency a couple of years
I'm
ago.
trying to push back
It was
this
also
heavy.
related,
I know it doesn't do a lot of damage.
to another potential crisis in terms of the debt
Ouch.
ceiling. Though that credit downgrade a couple years ago did also reference the future trajectory
I'm gonna force
of our
myself
debt. And now here
to
we
use
are with
the guillotine. I never
for
use the
whom
guillotine.
The trajectory, because of this legislation,
force
of our
my-
deficits
that's the only way
and
I
debt,
like.
was finally what prompted them to be the last of the three credit agencies to downgrade our debt. So finally, as you pointed out, what we're seeing in the bond market, that can't be spun. That can't be
papered over with a gimmick like current policy
shoot.
baseline. The reality is,
we're
these
so
markets
screwed. If I'm sucking this
are
bad, then
charging us more
we're
now
really
for
in
our
trouble.
debt, which means higher mortgages, higher auto loan rates.
I've been
higher
streaming for
costs the
almost
American people.
5 hours.
I couldn't agree with you more, Ranking Member Boyle.
I'll tell you, I can feel it.
And
I really
as I
feel
go
it.
through the constellation of the entities and the individuals that have opined
I
as to
didn't
the
see a
impact of
slur
this
when
bill
I
on the
streamed for
deficit,
5
it's pretty
hours. Give me
clear
an
to me
award.
the conclusion.
It's like when you need to be celebrating streamers for not saying controversial stuff.
CBO,
And you start celebrating people.
Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. I was unaware of the Manhattan.
Okay, guys, next game I'm playing is PUBG. I'm
conclusions.
going
I
to
guess
the
we'll
bridge
add
now.
them to the list.
Stupid.
By the way, Republicans also, Republican senators, right? I mean, Chairman, you're aware of.
Go.
We don't have to go through the litany of the statements. I mean, I'm happy to read them to you, but you're aware of what Senator Rand Paul and other colleagues of yours in the upper chamber.
God, well, why'd
have
Scout
said
make that
about
face so
this
he
bill
soyed
and about
out?
Their concerns regarding the deficit. Well, it's 3 a.m. Why not? I'll just offer a few of these.
Since we got,
as well.
I got nothing.
This was
I'm gonna
Rand
be
Paul
sniper.
today. Apparently, the speaker, I guess, met with the Senate Republicans, and this is Rand Paul's quote. Quote, the speaker basically said that conservatives just have to live with raising the debt ceiling $5 trillion or $4 trillion, which is a historic amount. And I'm one conservative who won't live with that.
Oh, stop using.
Senator Ron Johnson.
The difference is
Quote,
you wouldn't
"The
cut
one
a
big,
fucking
beautiful
penny,
bill." I
dude.
never
Stop
thought I'd
comparing
quote
yourself to
Senator Johnson.
using
Anyway, I
Ron Paul
digress.
as a.
The one big, beautiful bill that Congress is working on is certainly big, but beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Too often,
okay, I
the
didn't know
reality
it
of
was
these
open.
budget
I was
debates get obscured
crouching
in
a little bit.
details, politically charged issues, and demagoguery. Under every scenario now being considered, federal debt continues to skyrocket from its current level.
I gotta go to
almost
exactly 5
$37
hours.
trillion.
I want to get to 5 hours,
and
then I'm
I
done.
could go on. So, Republican senators, the CBO, the Committee for the Responsible Federal Budget, my Democratic colleagues, everyone who's looked at this bill seems to conclude it is going to blow up our deficit. Everyone but you, Mr. Chairman. And I just can't understand why.
Would you like me to explain?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, God.
Well, I don't know if you know what the annual average GDP was during Trump's tenure prior to COVID, and I'm not going to ask you the questions.
I appreciate that.
But it was close to what the annual average GDP rate was for President Biden, actually, if you control for COVID, around 2.8. It was 1.8 when President Trump took over in his first year of his first term. He was able, because of the pro-growth policies, including the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, but also massive deregulation efforts, America First Trade, et cetera, good energy policy, was able to move the needle by an entire 100 basis points, which over the budget window is about $3 trillion. So just to be conservative, we locked in an assumption that was lower than both, 2.6. So ironically, CBO projects the annual average growth rate
almost threw
at
up
this
in my
point,
mouth.
which I think is actually pretty aggressive.
I'm like
given
rotting.
that they assume the tax cuts would expire, is 1.8%.
I'm also
so to have
terrible at sniper,
conservative
though.
assumption of 2.6.
I used to main sniper,
plus
but on
the
crit servers. That sounds
$1.7
really
trillion
weird. I used to
in
only play
spending
crit
reduction
servers, so
actually
each
not only balances,
each
but in
hit
10
was
years it
basically
reduces the
an instant
deficit,
kill.
and more importantly, it brings the debt to
I'm just
GDP
not good
down, which
with,
I think is the best measure
keyboard and
of the
mouse.
fiscal health of our country, by 10 percentage points.
I've given you some room to respond on that.
Thank you for the time.
Of course. Can I tell you what the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget
Well,
said about?
I wish you wouldn't.
I'd be happy to, because they
I
actually.
wish you
looked at
wouldn't.
this exact issue.
Yeah, sure.
He's
it's
tired.
important.
He's tired. Like,
And they said,
I'm
and I'll
tired,
quote:
boss.
"Most analyses have found that the House bill, that the House bill would have either a modest positive or modest negative effect on output, and would not meaningfully change the annual growth rate. Yet even with the concurrent budget resolution's assumptions of 2.6%, the very percent that you just identified, average real annual growth, which is quite optimistic in the near term and highly unrealistic over a decade, deficits would remain well above the 3% target." Mr. Chairman, look, I get it.
It's one source, but
we've been through this routine previously. I
Yes.
know when you testified in front of the committee before. I recognize you're you're here selling a product that I honestly don't think that you agree with, but I understand the assignment, and so I will just simply tell you,
Dude,
I don't think
this is
that
just
this
party
bill,
politics. So
is
boring.
in the best interest of the fiscal health of our country, and there's a reason why virtually every expert has reached the same conclusion. I want to ask some questions of Chairman Hill, if he might indulge me. So, can you just describe to us, Chairman Hill, the impetus behind the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board?
Public Company Oversight Board.
No, I almost got
what
him.
we've done is we've transferred.
No, not what you've done recently. I'm asking, why do we have it? How was it created?
It was created during the crisis around the failure of Enron.
That's right. So it's in the wake of Enron, in the wake of WorldCom, in the
And
wake
there was
of...
an assertion by the Congress at that time that all public accounting firms needed an independent regulatory body.
Correct. And that assertion, you probably are aware, was supported by an overwhelming majority of the Congress.
Mm-hmm. It was.
You know how many...
And so we're continuing that
I
oversight
know.
of public...
Do you know how many members of Congress voted for that bill to create the Public Accounting Oversight Board?
The vast, vast majority. Very few people voted no.
431.
Yeah.
431. Signed into law by President Bush, right? And you all have chosen to eliminate it, right?
Not true.
You're not eliminating it.
No, we're transferring the authority to oversee the public accounting from the PCAOB to the SEC.
To the SEC, got it. But you're not allocating any funding to the SEC to actually perform these duties, right? There's no money in this bill for that.
Fail,
We are taking the
Fauci.
fees
Oh
that
boy,
were being charged to the companies.
we promise
and
you
eliminating those
the.
fees.
I understand you're limiting the fees. Yeah. So my point is, you've said
I don't care
we're saying
what
I'm not
anyone
dismantling
says,
the agency, but
I
we're moving
think,
it to the SEC. But we're not
Fauci,
giving the SEC a dime.
I think he was.
to do any
I think
of these
Fauci was pardoned for
critical
a
accounting
reason.
functions
I think.
that virtually
Actually,
every
yeah, I
Republican
guess
in the
I could
United
talk
States
about this.
Congress
Yeah,
supported
the
a
Wuhan
mere
shit.
20 years ago, right?
You're not allowed to speak about this on
Cutting
Facebook.
the
You're not allowed to
mandatory
speak about
spending
this.
that
Oh,
is
look, it
in
might
this,
be true.
currently in the
Yeah,
budget
you
for the
lied.
PCOB,
So
transferring
that
those
is
authorities
true.
to
You
the
lied under
SEC, and I'm
Congress.
sure they can come to the
You lied
Congress
under
for
Congress.
appropriations.
Got it. So in the interim,
lied under
there will
oath.
be no public accounting oversight
No.
activities, right? Yeah.
That's not true. The work
do you
of
mean?
overseeing the public accounting firms will continue.
Good job.
By who?
Sorry, that was really.
We've contemplated
actually-
that in
we
the
actually
bill
took
in
it
the
down
terms of
that,
the phase
century
out
pretty
in
well.
in the reconciliation bill.
Describe it to us. I mean, I guess I'm trying to understand. You're saying it gets moved over to the SEC.
Come on, can we
There's
complain
no
about
new
like
funds. There's no mandate.
Can we
that there be
complain
rate-
about
There's a phase-out period in the reconciliation
short
bill,
barrel
and that will
rifles
afford
already?
the SEC the opportunity to seek appropriations.
So does the bill it gives the SEC the opportunity to seek
I had a
appropriations. So
total
until
of the stream get
that
ended
agent-
soon.
and
Once
of course we have no
once this
idea as to
match
whether
is
or
all
not the
done.
Congress will ultimately
there was overall
consent to
466
that
people just
appropriation
tuned
request.
in
There's
for
also
even
no
just a
language in
second.
this bill that mandates
Very happy
that the
with
Public
that.
Accounting Board, the personnel who work for this entity now that's been in existence for
If you think about it,
20
it's like
some
what
odd years are rehired
out of 20
by the
people,
SEC.
one person tuned in. That's pretty
Right.
good.
That's true.
Okay.
Pretty happy
This is
with
coupled with, obviously, we've gone to great length, and ranking member articulated well the cuts to the CFPB, and I know you don't
this is
contest
why I
that
have to-
70% cut, obviously, to the Consumer Financial Protection Board.
What was I
taking
got?
the-
T. I
the-
got
the
some. I missed
cap
some.
of the
You
amount of money
have
the
missed
CFPB
absolutely
can-
nothing. There's
can
something.
request from the Fed from 12% to 5%.
There's just
It's
arguing
not being
about
cut.
like
As the gentleman
how
from
like
Pennsylvania
allocating
asserted,
resources.
to zero. It's also not the only agency
gutting
that
some-
does
I don't
consumer
know.
compliance in the
It's
financial
about, it's
services
just about
sector.
I
oh,
understand
all
your
the
rationale with
Republicans
respect to
back
that
in the
secondary
day
part,
voted
but I
for
just
this.
wanna
Why
zero
aren't
in
you
here on
voting
the
for it?
Financial piece,
It's just
'cause I guess my
it's not-
read of
I don't think that term is
the
used anymore. Gray
bill
propaganda.
was that it will significantly reduce
It's when
the
you go.
the funds that are available for the CFPB to be able to perform the duties that it's responsible for executing under.
Everyone's like brain dead. There's like
lost in federal court
I don't-
time and time again for exceeding its authority, proposing regulations that are not
dude.
statutorily approved, proposing new functions that are not statutorily approved by Congress. And we believe that the money that is in the 5% cap is
I should
adequate
have got that hit.
for
I
them
was just
to
too
do their
lazy to
compliance
actually move my
responsibilities under the Act.
Yeah.
My,
Again, I got your question.
mouse.
I hear your rationale for opposing the CFPB. I was just trying to get a better sense
I
of
didn't say that. I said we think this is the adequate
that that's
funding.
adequate for them to perform the function, but that it is a significant reduction in the resources that they have. And I understand.
In FY 2019, it was exactly around $250 million. This year in FY 25, they're proposing $800 million in spending. And yet, in our view, the spending is adequate
Ouch.
to be at $250 million, looking at their own analysis of their own personnel, compared from when it was at its full initial operating phase in 2012 and comparing it to today.
I will say this, I'm at least glad that the Democrats got someone young to talk.
Reducing
Holy
funding by
the
90%.
old people were great. And
No?
What we've done is the fees that are the budget for the Financial Stability Oversight Council, which is supported by bipartisan members in the Congress. We're simply saying that it's the actual expenses. So the Office of Financial Research, where that revenue takes place.
I'm just running into enemies and dying. I need to switch teams. Actually,
We've kept it at that 3-year average level for the actual functioning expenses of FSOC. We're not eliminating FSOC. We're not eliminating the funding for FSOC.
I want to give the ranking member an opportunity to respond, and perhaps she can clarify if I'm misunderstanding the nature of the way in which FSOC's funding will be implicated. So I'd like to have that clarified.
I'm gonna check. Was it Langley Outdoors Twitter? I'm gonna in a second tell you if there's any updates I can give you before I head off and go to bed. Oh my God, we go to Twitter. I'm dead in the game. This is probably like the realest wubba bubba you're gonna get is just me incredibly tired.
Being transferred. You talked about the fact that the PCAOB was being transferred to the SEC. And you wanted to know whether or not there were any funds that followed that. And the answer,
I think I'm the only one really
by
streaming
Chairman
this. That's
Hill
so
was
funny.
that they could come and ask for more money. But it is really a lot more serious than simply whether or not they have the money. They have a
Everyone
hard
is commenting,
time
"Yep, dead of the
getting
night."
an
That's
agreement
all they're
with the
debating is,
Chinese
"This is the
that are
dead
in
of
our
the night,
financial
dead of
markets.
the night,
But
dead of
under
the
the
night." There's
Biden
nothing.
administration,
There's
they were
nothing to
able
talk
work out
about.
an
There's literally
agreement,
nothing.
with the Chinese that was very, very important. Now,
Chinese.
that agreement does not extend to the SEC. And so that means
just
that the
spam.
SEC, the auditors won't be
Okay,
able.
the rest mates. I hope we wake up.
to
I
deal
hope
with
we
China,
just
Germany, and a lot of the other
wake.
places.
Just wake up.
So this is very,
Don't
very
get hopeful.
serious,
Don't get
and I
stressed.
wanted
Just
to
wake up the
say
next
that.
day and get. Just have a good day
Next, you were
tomorrow. No matter
talking
what
about,
happens, we'll have a good day.
The council.
Yeah, probably work on some videos tomorrow.
About why it is so
I want to get this
important
Reddit video out
and what is happening
before
to it. Well,
before
the council is very important
Yeah,
because
thank you,
we are
Iron
at
Cross.
a
Thank you,
time
everyone, for
when all
tuning
of
in.
these
Iron Cross Air
crazy tariffs
Frontier. Let's
are
see,
being
weakest hater.
initiated, by the
Everyone
President
before.
of the United States of America.
Like I
And we
said,
have
I'm
rising
not going to
inflation.
delete the stream. You just
Also,
have to.
this means that
There's
the
a
cost of
playlist on my
loans
channel.
are going to be much more expensive. I want you to know
If you
that
for some
investors
reason want
around
to
the
go down
world are
memory
freaking
lane, like,
out,
oh yeah, that's the time I
unsettled about what
chatted
is
about what
happening.
Bob about this. Yeah,
And
no,
so
there'll
what
be a
you have
playlist.
is not only the unsettlement, but the uncertainty that is being created by these tariffs. And we haven't talked a lot about tariffs here tonight. And the president is giving all these excuses why he wakes up in the morning and decides that he's going to change the amount of the tariffs. And he said that the reason that we're having all these tariffs is they aren't paying their fair share. And he's going
I'll
to
probably
use
do
the new
if there's
money
more important
that he's
like
going to
two-way
collect
streams,
for
like
manufacturing,
Supreme
et
Court
cetera,
stuff
et
and
cetera.
stuff like
He's
that.
gonna do
I
all
would
of
do
that.
more like this.
However,
Because
I want
some
you to
people want
know,
to just get into the
that
nitty gritty, like, oh, what's
these
going on with this
tariffs are
court
being,
case? I will do the
placed on
same shtick. I'll play a
bananas
video
and
game.
coffee,
We
and
watch it.
That has
Watch it
nothing
together.
to do with what he's saying. He's going to
I was
use
like 18 viewers
the
when
money
it's
for.
like 4
So
a.m.,
the-
3 a.m.,
the
4 a.m.
council is so very important.
At
as we
night.
take
That is
a
really
look
impressive. I'm
at
really happy.
What needs to be
Oh, you
known,
like 18 viewers? Yeah, I
with
love.
this,
That's really cool.
crisis that's being created and how the federal government.
Well, that was probably
could
my
get
most
involved
my
much
most
sooner,
successful stream.
than what
I've done.
happened in 2008. And so we
Gonna
need
mute,
it. If you just take
mute
a-
her. You're fired. You're fired. No listening. No listening. No more. Okay. I had to get rid of my let me go back on OBS. I had to get rid of that the lazy stream image. I'll forever remember this. I hope it might not be the last time we remember that. I'll remember this day a lot. The zombies are gonna break into the Black Ops. I am so tired. You wouldn't believe it. I hope we wake up. There's anything can happen. Don't get your hopes up, but let you know if you called or just watched or just retweeted anything. You did as much as you could do. We did as much as we can do. On that end, it's time to end the stream. I'm fucking tired. Terrible songs. But we're starting about time, so starting. Yeah, that was awful. That was completely awful. Surprisingly, I did not fall asleep. Yeah, I did. I almost fell asleep. Okay, that was the stream. Good night, everyone. Good night, Ballman. Good night, Will of God. Good night, Wilhelm. Good night. I'm gonna scroll up. LM Cheryl, Arson Wit, Straight Up Tweaking. Let's see. How many people. Person who donated to me too. Well, special shout out to Slayer Joe. Slayer Joe, we love him. We love Slayer Joe. What else? Jimmy. A lot of people tuned in today. Okay, I can't scroll up anymore. Those are all the thank yous. Night all. Good up. Good night, Tweaking. Good night, everyone. I'm gonna hit the hay, work on some videos.